We're back live with a replay, looks like from last night's start of the X-Alpine race.
So again, if you are just joining us, this is footage from the start of the X-Alpine event yesterday evening. They are now well into the middle of their race, 140 kilometers in total length. I believe the men are approaching the 90-kilometer mark here shortly.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trait de Verbier Saint-Bernard, by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici, c'est une magnifique aventure, c'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Yeah.
All right.
Again, if you're just joining us, these are images from last night from the start of the X-Alpine event. 10 p.m. starts are not easy.
We're just seeing an interview with Ludo and Catherine Poletti, one of the founders of the UTMB Mont Blanc and one of the founders of this UTMB World Series. So Catherine Poletti is, along with her husband Michel, have been very important people. Ludo here is talking to some of the other top racers that were expected to do well here today.
À la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants,
on the right there, number 283 is Sanjay Sherpa.
Qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140?
La vengeance? Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche et donc ça me met un peu les poils. Mais, parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc, non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah, en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, j'ai le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui. Donc, c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, ça, c'était autour des filles, ça. Avec ton gros boc, j'ai failli louper la course. Mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sanguier, je l'ai réveillé en entendant ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ et du coup il est parti le dernier. Ça l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sanguier. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve.
All right, so we had Sanjay Sherpa and Patrick Bohard here speaking with our race announcer. Okay. More images from the start of the X-Alpine race, the race that is 140 kilometers in length, 87 miles, and 9,300 meters up and down. That's 3,000 feet up and down. 30,000, yes.
Mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la les chemins.
It sounded like Patrick said that he was here to get revenge on a course that he had maybe failed at before. And unfortunately, looking at the withdrawals potentially from the X-Alpine on the live tracker, it looks like Patrick Bohard might have also come into some trouble again on this race course and is possibly withdrawn at Grand Saint. The case right now. Again, we're kind of following along many races going on this weekend. The X-Alpine, the 140-kilometer event, which are the images on your screen right now. We expect the leaders to be around the 89-kilometer mark. Presently at Bourg Saint-Pierre, we're waiting for updates from them there. We're also tracking the X-Traverse race, a 76-kilometer race that we saw start this morning. Almost 2 hours ago now, we're waiting for updates from those runners as well. It seems like we're having some issues getting updates from the Col there, but maybe we'll get updates at Grand Saint Bernard from those athletes. And then in just about 25 minutes, at 10:15 local time, the marathon, the 45-kilometer race, again with 4,000 meters of climbing, will be getting going just after 10 a.m. around 10:15 this morning local time. Right. The good old European chocolate at an aid station. We do not get that in North America at many of our ultras.
All right, we're watching highlights of the X-Alpine race through the night at one of the early aid stations.
Yeah, we saw Patrick
Been some
Bohart on our
fantastic
screen there,
images.
too. We saw
This looks like at
Emily
Cabana
Vaudin, the women's leader.
Orny. Yeah, they do an out and back to this this hut or refuge or cabane, as they call them in Switzerland. Cabane de Orny. Just shows you the alpine nature of the terrain. Fantastic.
I saw that runner there taking a blood lactate at the aid station, which I don't know that I've ever seen before. In an ultra, I don't know if she's part of a research project or if that's for her own personal information, but I don't know that I've ever seen someone take a quick blood lactate reading with strips out on the course before.
All right, morning has come, and the X-Alpine race at 140 kilometers, it's well on its way. The X-Traverse race started at 10 a.m. If you were listening here, we started in La Folie, and now we
At 8
should
a.m.
be starting soon the Verbier Marathon. The Verbier
Extra
Marathon is
started
expected
an
to
hour and
start
45
in...
minutes ago.
Okay, hour and 45 minutes ago. Perfect. And so now we have the Verbier Marathon. I believe this is the city of Lidis, where this race will start.
And as we mentioned earlier, a potential favorite in the race for the marathon today. If you're listening in on the English channel, because you might be residing over in North America, fan favorite Sage Candidate is in the marathon field, and we're excited to see how Sage might fare over a very mountainous course, a course that he is, not necessarily a stranger to. He's a stranger to this race per se, but not to this type of terrain. He's done really well on similar courses like the Speed Goat 50K and the UTMB associated races and that kind of grand finale in August every year. So something that he should be very comfortable on, but very excited to see how he will fare today on this course and in this field.
So the city of Lidis is north of Berg Saint Pierre and northwest of the Grand Combine. It's on the road leading up to the Grand Saint Bernard. The population here is very small, just 705 people. It's a Swiss heritage site of national significance. It's a launching place for many winter and summer activities, including the Tour de Combine, the Combine Mountain or Combine Glacier, and the Tour of Saint Bernard. They welcome people of all abilities and all styles of recreation activities, winter and summer both. And so this is a place we're going to get to know. And here are the people assembling for the marathon. We have some great runners, as Corinne mentioned. We have some English-speaking runners, Sage Candidate, and also another one from South Africa, Ryan Sands. Some other top runners include... yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like the other races too, there are a lot of other, while there might not be, there's a lot of racing going on this weekend, all over the place, including over in Spain. And so there's a lot of regional racing going on this weekend, I think, at the Verbier races, including a lot of Swiss countrymen and countrywomen towing the line. And I think that's, that definitely stands out when I look at this start list. I'm really happy to see Ryan Sands on this start list. I'm curious to kind of know, it's a short race for him. I think he's focusing on UTMB and trying to get one more race under his belt before towing that line in August. But there are a lot of names to me that I don't find super familiar. And I'm wondering if there are any race results from the other elite men or elite women, kind of those higher UTMB index scores that you might have noticed when we were looking over the spreadsheet earlier.
Well, there's Shen Jiasheng from China. He had the highest UTMB index score, a way of ranking runners based upon their finishes and the difficulty of the races and the competition within that race. He has a score of 897. And so he was third in Lavorado. Earlier this year, he was been first or second in about a dozen races at the 50-kilometer or 100-kilometer distance in China. And so this is one of the few races he has been breaking out onto the European continent with. So that's going to be a real interesting person to follow. In addition to Sage Kennedy, there's also Jerome van der Schwage from Belgium. He was in the Trail de Petit Saint Bernard in 2021. He finished first. And also in the Eiger Trail, he finished fourth in 2021. In 2021, also Lavorado at the 48K distance, he was fifth. So a real solid contender there with Jerome. So we'll keep an eye on Jerome, number 2001. Sage is number 2000. And Sheng Jiasheng is number 2677. So watch for those bib numbers. We also have in this race the 2002 bib number 2002, Anton Piatti from Switzerland. He was first in the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard Alpine race last year. Of course, that distance was 109 kilometers with 8,000 vertical feet up and down. So it's a shorter distance, less climbing, but still, he's got a solid index score and someone to keep an eye out for. Great overview of the start line here in the city of, or small town. I guess it's really just a small town. Less than 1,000 people live here in Liddies, in the Swiss Alps. So it's great to be here. This great drone footage showing us what's happening. People are assembling at the start line, getting ready to go. These folks didn't just start showing up today. They've been on their way for quite some time to be here, and they've been arriving rested and healthy and just excited to do this mountain race. This race is really interesting because they're going to have a choice when they get to the Mill or Mi checkpoint. They'll have a choice to either go around the mountain or up and over Mont Ragnu. And it's going to take them over the highest point of all these races. It's almost 3,000 meters at Mont Ragnu in the marathon. It's just terrific. All right. We can see people are getting the energy going up at the start line here. Let's see if we can listen in. We're expecting to start at 10 o'clock, but
10:15 is the updated start time.
Oh, updated start time at 10:15. That'll be in 10 minutes or so. So you could see they're just getting going with this. Our starter there has the blue shirt and the white stripes. We see Catherine Paletti there in the center. The founder of the Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc. One of the founders. Yeah, we have runners in this crowd from China, United States, Belgium, France, Switzerland, South Africa, Spain, Portugal, United Kingdom, Austria, and other countries. And, well, it's largely a Swiss contingent, and many of the runners are from Switzerland and France. It's a very big international field here.
Juste après le ravitaillement.
Be aware of the privilege of just being here on the starting line and make the most of it. The main race, which gives you running stones for UTMB, is passing by the top of Mont Rogneau at 3,000 meters. So you have to choose this one. But you can choose that without telling anyone and just to run up. You can also take the shortcut just after the first aid station if you don't want, but I'm sure you won't do that.
La météo s'annonce parfaite avec des températures à 2000
I don't think I've ever heard of a race with an optional shortcut before.
Un peu de vent du nord sur les points hauts. Tous les chemins sont en excellente condition. Tout au long du parcours, ne prenez aucun risque de façon à éviter des accidents dus aux chutes de pierres. Il est interdit de courir sur la passerelle de Panossière. Vous pourrez par contre le faire, ou pas, dans la dernière montée de la chaux, The Wall. Vous comprendrez son nom dans quelques heures.
The weather predictions are perfect, with temperature at 2,000 meters varying from 6 during the night to 24 during the warmest part of the day, and with some north wind on the highest point. The trails are also in perfect condition. All along the way, don't take any shortcuts to avoid any rockfalls dangers. It's not allowed to run on the Panossière suspension bridge, but you'll be allowed to do so on the last uphill to La Chaux. It's called The Wall. You'll understand its name in a few hours.
Pour ne pas être suspecté d'avoir voulu écourter le parcours, et pour votre sécurité, attention à bien passer à chaque poste de contrôle, particulièrement celui de Panossière qui nécessite une boucle supplémentaire. En cas d'abandon, signalez-le obligatoirement à un poste de contrôle, sinon vous serez considéré comme perdu et des recherches seront engagées à vos frais. Vous vous engagez sur un parcours alpin, particulièrement si vous décidez de gravir le Rogneux, et il est de votre responsabilité de renoncer si vous n'êtes pas sûr de pouvoir passer sans danger.
Security instruction. It's very important to pass by each aid stations, especially at Panossière, where you must do an additional detour going up and down. It's not exactly the same way, but you make a detour, but there is an aid station up there. If you give up, go to the checkpoint, otherwise you'll be considered as lost, and any possible cause for rescue will be on your charge. TVSB is an alpine trail, especially if you choose to climb up the Mont Rogneau, and it's your own responsibility to quit if you don't feel safe to continue at certain places.
Chères coureuses, chers coureurs de l'X Traversée 2022, du Verbier Marathon 2022, maintenant il est temps de vous
While they're going over some of these kind of race briefings for the runners, we can tell you a little bit about some of the women with the highest ITRA scores in the field. They appear to be led by Lucille Oates of France. She won the vertical race at the Ultra Trail du Mont this year. She's predominantly looks like more of a short distance kind of sky running athlete, sub 50K. She last year ran the 50K event here, or the 32.7 kilometer event here, and was first. So no stranger to these trails, is here to hopefully put together a really good performance in a very competitive field. Behind her is Italian Celia Pedroni, also another kind of sky runner style athlete for the most part. Running once again in that kind of sub 50K distance or so. She did run a 65K last year, but lots of first place finishes to her name in and around Italy, racing in Portugal as well. But another more regional racer for the most part, but has a ton of results going way back, racing quite a lot in 2019. I guess that is a benefit of racing shorter distances, is that you can race a lot. Another woman kind of on my list right now is Slovenian athlete Martina Patrick. She was 7th this year in the classic distance, the long distance at Transgran Canaria. So obviously a much longer race. Was 2nd in a race recently in Slovenia. Once again, lots of regional wins for these athletes, and it's kind of like, okay, what happens when you show up to a race that goes a little bit more international, not quite regional? So maybe the best Slovenian, one of the best French runners, one of the best Swiss runners. What happens when you get on the start line all together? How does it shake out at the end of the day will kind of be the question for these women. But lots of very strong sky running resumes, sub ultra distance resumes lined up for this marathon in the women's field as well.
Yeah, those are the same folks that were on my list as well. Looking at the top runners from the UTMB index in the women's field. So,
may these verses help you to overcome and put into perspective the difficulties.
Only time will tell is kind of the story we're following today, and we're kind of slowly going to get updates from course. We're having some timing issues out there that are kind of delaying some of those early splits in both the kind of the midpoint for the X Alpine and the early splits for the Traverse race, that 76-kilometer race that started at 8 a.m. this morning. So as soon as we get updates in the overall standings for those races, we will update all of you as well.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Allez, les applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. On est à 4 minutes maintenant, du départ. Je sais pas quoi. Mais voilà, on est à 4 minutes du départ. On va commencer déjà à mettre de la musique, pas forcément cette... Mais on va les réveiller un petit peu, voir si vous êtes là. Le marathon. Vous êtes là? J'en ai 3. Allez, ouais! Fort que ça. Attention. Alors peut-être apparemment, je sais que tu aimes ça, mon... Non, il y a plus de dames.
Only a few minutes left before these runners are going to be off on their marathon journey today. Some of them taking the high route, some of them not taking the high route. But I believe the UTMB stones are on the line for those in the high route, those opting out of the shortcut. So that will be where most of these runners are headed when they leave Ladies here to start their marathon journey.
Yeah, we're looking at about 725 runners in this race. 560 are men, 165 are women, and they're ready. They're going to be some of the first finishers in Verbier. They should be able to get through the marathon ahead of the other runners we've seen in either the X Alpine or X Traverse. So, first runners are expected in Verbier about 3 p.m. this afternoon, local time.
Yeah, just before 10:15 a.m. local time right now in Switzerland, as these runners are ready to start. Once again, at the beginning of each of these races, they've had the men kneel so that they can identify and see the women in the race. As the distances get shorter, generally speaking, we see a larger percent of the field with women taking those spots, which is pretty cool because the overall average for the race goes down a little bit. But in something like the 140K, it might only be 9 to 10%. Women, when you get down to these shorter distances, all of a sudden it's closer to 40 or 50%. women in the start field, and it creates an average for the race weekend, I think around 20% female participants, which is, a growing presence in the trail and ultra running community. So it's pretty cool to give these women a shout out as they get ready to start their day.
There we go. 1 minute, everybody standing, ready to go.
Le public de lead, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Oh là là, il n'y a personne à lead, j'ai l'impression.
Ouais.
Ludo.
And they start just like the Traverse with a mean climb out of the start. In the first 8 kilometers, they are going to ascend 1,700 meters. Almost half of the climbing of this race happens in the first 8 kilometers, which is a mean way to start any race, and particularly a hard and fast and hilly marathon.
Please check, everybody. Solidarity in the race. Don't hesitate to have a look from each people on your side. 45 kilometers, 4,000 altitude meters denivelations. Welcome in this new adventures of Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard, the marathon race. Et tous ceux qui ont décidé de prendre cette première vague, passage obligatoire au rogneux. Allez là-haut, allez prendre des images. C'est aussi ce qui fait la beauté du Trail de Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. La difficulté du terrain, la montagne et ses 360 degrés de bonheur. The running stone only for the people to get the top of the race in Le Rogneux. Just right now, we need the public, we need the trail runner for the special countdown. Le décompte tous ensemble. Si vous êtes du côté du Var, si vous êtes du côté du Dossard, c'est la même chose. Alors attention, mesdames et messieurs, ça part à 10 et ça partira à 0. Alors attention, on peut vous entendre. 10, plus fort, 7, j'entends rien là-bas dans le fond. 3, go! Et c'est parti.
All right, and they're off. The marathon race has started. This race is the easiest one for people to join. They required the least amount of points, and they all must carry a pack, however, because some may not finish in the daylight hours. The last runner may take as long as till after midnight tonight in local time in order to complete this course. The front runner should be in by 3:30 or so, or 3:15 this afternoon in Verbier. So here they are. They're setting off now from Lidis in the Swiss Alps, the canton of Valais, and they're heading off, some with their friends. Some may just turn this into a big hike. Others will run every bit that they can. They're all covering the same course. The way they're heading out there, Corinne, it looks like it's steep right out of town. As they're heading up the hill there, I see that they're not all running necessarily. Some are just getting on their way.
Yeah, and it looks like that road kind of immediately starts to switch back too, which is definitely a mean way to start. You know that the road is getting steep if it kind of immediately goes up a bend. So it looks like the road surface will be nice and wide, which is going to help keep it from bottlenecking too aggressively before they hit the trail. As you can see, those runners now kind of making their way through that chicane through town. That will help spread the lead out a little bit so it doesn't completely come to a stop when they reach the trail portion of that climb. But it is definitely, I feel like the Traverse runners leaving La Folie had maybe a little bit more of a gradual build and ramp into that uphill than these marathon runners will have.
Allez, je rappelle, il y a un deuxième départ dans 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Next start in 11 minutes for the people listening to bet more than 10 hours.
You notice the architecture here is distinctly different than it was over at La Folie, with all the wooden buildings there and these others. I can't tell if it's stucco or stone buildings here, with a mix of both. But again, it's classic Swiss architecture, beautiful countryside, perfect weather, a great day to enjoy the mountains. Wow. Be a part of the mountains. It's part of the Swiss heritage, I think. It's part of the adventure of being in the Ultra Trail or UTMB series of races. So extraordinary. The countryside's extraordinary, the people are extraordinary, everything about it. It's just so fun to see.
Yeah, and much of these races are all up in the high alpine. They're really above tree line for most of each of these races, which I think is an extra special form of running. You know, you're not in the wooded switchback glades for too long. You're really very high and very exposed, which if you caught that during the race briefing, you know, the race director said, you know, it's also up to you to know if you need to stop. That if you don't feel safe, that's okay. But it's like you need to make that decision for yourself out there. We expect you to be able to do that, which I think is maybe a hard thing to hear at the start of a race, but also a very good thing to hear at the start of the race, where there is, you know, serious exposure out there for many of these athletes, which might for some who either aren't local or who don't do, you know, maybe this is one of their first trail races or one of their early trail races. This might be very different than what some of these runners are used to running at home. It'll be interesting to see kind of how the field does over the course of today. And as you said, finishing all the way to the cutoff at 1:30 a.m. in Verbier Sunday morning. So versus, you know, the front runners will be finishing 9 hours before that, around 3:15 or so this afternoon.
So I haven't been able to see any of the front runners yet. It looks like there are a few people that may be up there jogging along, but yeah, there you can see a few people moving more quickly on this narrow road that goes up into the farmland here above Liddies. We're above Liddies in the Swiss Alps. They're just making their way into the tree line there, turning out of the forest fields, the fields into the forest, and looks like they're headed up into the forest first. So that's what's going to happen.
Yep, so we're going to lose sight of these runners here. I would not be surprised, as you mentioned earlier, Shen Jisheng is probably at the front of that list, Chinese runner. They run kind of notoriously hard off the front. So we imagine that he is probably part of that group. He, as you said, just ran at Lavaredo. So interesting to see if there's any fatigue in those legs. Having a good performance there. I imagine he's up there. I would imagine Ryan Sands will be up there. I imagine Sage Canaday will be up there. And it'll take a little bit of time before it all shakes out, because we will lose footage of our runners as they head into the forest here. And then I believe we're going to try to, we've got mountain bikers out on course who are going to go try to find some of our other runners in the X Traverse and the X Alpine over towards Bourg Saint Pierre here shortly.
So we talked a little bit about the choice that runners are going to have to make. They're going to make that choice at a place called Cabine Mille. Cabine Mille, it's Mille. And so that's 6 kilometers into the race. So it's about an hour into the race for the front runner, and 2 hours or so into the race for the last of the runners. They will have to make this choice, and they either go up to the top of Mount Rangnu or directly over to Cabane Brunet. So the advantage of the weather today and knowing the conditions, even above 2,000 meters, very comfortable conditions. So, yeah. All right, here we have a split screen in this race. This is the marathon, I believe, with a runner on the left. It should be the front runner, and on the right, the second runner. Looks like they have some runner cams here, keeping track of these.
Breaking up the poles right there, getting ready to kind of head into the next bit of climbing where they might want to transition more to using their poles to help aid in the hiking up the hill. That looks like a Solomon.
Yeah, I think he just put his
hard to tell
poles.
from this angle. They're in his hands
Hard
right
to
now.
tell. Yeah.
Yep, they're in his hands.
Yeah, he just folded his poles up, is what he had done just as he came onto the road.
So this is the X Alpine.
And
okay,
I
we have
can't see that
confirmation.
number.
This is X Alpine, first man X Alpine. So this is going to be, I believe, this is Anthony Boucher coming into, at Bourg St. Pierre.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it did seem like he was running downhill, didn't it? Now we see the cars. Yeah. There we go. We told you we would experience this confusion, and sure it is. Yeah, sure enough.
But okay, so here's something that's really important for you all to know. It's been very hard for us to figure out what was happening in the X Alpine because we weren't getting good splits from out on course. It looked like Sangay Sherpa might be having an issue. We weren't sure where he was, but clearly our lead males, first and second, are coming into Bourg St. Pierre right now. Again, that is Anthony Boucher and Sangay Sherpa making their way down towards town. He's going to just grab water from the fountain there, which is one of my favorite parts about running around Switzerland and France and Italy is that there's just water all over the place. It is super beneficial. So we will get a good time split from this aid station, which will let us know, kind of how far ahead Anthony is from second place, Sangay Sherpa, who was the early race leader through much of the night.
Yeah, these spring water troughs are everywhere in these towns and cities and of Europe, and they're just perfectly safe to drink out of and refresh yourself. So very, very fortunate to take advantage of those, and quicker than getting the water in the aid station.
Yep, and it's important to note for those of you who might be watching at home, maybe tracking a loved one or trying to find your runner out there, on the live tracker. Sangay is, says he's in a very different location than he is right now. So have some patience with the live trackers. You'll get good updates as they get further along the course and they kind of run back in to 4G service because we lost them for a bit there going over the Col. Going through Grand St. Bernard where there is not very good service. So we should be getting more and more accurate information as they run their way towards Verbier and kind of stay closer to data, closer to cell service, which will be helpful because we'll get great images for you, both with our bike cameramen and our runners on foot and our drone footage, but also those trackers are going to work better and better as well.
So on the left, it looks like we're looking at the aid station at Bourg St. Pierre. And this is the exit to the aid station. And the exit back out onto the next course marking or the course checkpoint.
Yep, so both our first and second place male are going to be in this aid station together. I'll be curious to know if Anthony gets out of there before Sangay Sherpa gets eyes on him. Oh, it looks like Sangay is running over to the bathroom there. Maybe he was having some GI distress up high, but he has not entered the aid station because he has run over to use a restroom. But when you've been running for 12 hours, it's probably a reasonable ask. They're 12 and a half hours into their day. Anthony is getting some food, getting some help from the aid station volunteers there. Super organized operation. They're going to give him fluid. They're going to give him whatever fuel he might want to put in his pack or eat while he's there. And then he's going to head back out into kind of a more gradual climb over towards Malay, where they will, maybe pick up some of the back of the pack for both the the marathon that we just saw start. They're going to kind of be running towards those runners as they leave here.
Yeah, and after they leave this, they're just going to head into some fantastic scenery, fantastic country. They'll cross the bridge and go up to the Cabine Panossière and just way up high, close to the glaciers. It's just going to be a great afternoon for them. But right now, they're just concerned about staying hydrated, staying fed and energized, and taking care of all the things that they need to take care of. They've probably been thinking about them as they've approached the aid station.
Yeah, and I'll be curious at this point, too, to get an understanding of where third is, just because we know that one of the early race leaders, Patrick Bohard, did have to drop at Grand St. Bernard. And so right now it could be a two-man race off the front. And so I'll be curious as we get splits here to know where our third place male is and who's kind of challenging for that podium. Because remember, top three in this race get entry into UTMB. And that they can use for 2023 as well. So it's kind of nice to have that in their pocket. This is the next wave for the marathon getting ready to go on your screen right now. Getting ready to send them off as well. Big cheers for everyone there at the start line. The next wave of the marathon about to get underway.
Pretty small wave. I'm thinking that perhaps these are people that decided in advance that they were not going to go over Mont Rognu.
Which is a fair decision.
Du côté du bas, on compte sur vous là-bas sur la terrasse. Vous devez nous faire le décompte, on doit vous entendre. Vous devez me faire trembler les murs de Jéricho et ceux de Lille jusqu'à Verbier. Les coureurs également, vous nous faites un énorme décompte. Le public, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Alors attention, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
and there it is. If you don't know how to count down from 10 to 1 in French, then you will learn it if you come over and run these races. So if you haven't been to Europe to run a race, part of the UTMB World Series now opening up a great new opportunity. And some of these races are easy to get into. This race was open until the 2 or 3 days before the race started. They're not things that require months and months and months of planning, although if you're traveling a long way, it certainly would require more planning.
And I imagine,
and of course, they all require
in future years.
You think it'll all change in a couple of years? Okay. There's enough of them out there, though.
So.
I'm kind of hoping that they'll keep this idea that we have these feeder races that lead into the Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc, and the feeder races, so to speak, or part of the series races, will remain accessible to the public.
Oh, I don't disagree with you there. What I'm saying is that a lot of these races, while they are not first-time races, some of them are. The first iteration of them, they were announced pretty late. The UTMB series is in its infancy in this sense, in which next year is really the first official year of the full UTMB series being in place for elite qualification and for the rest of the field. Athletes getting into races this year get a jump on that 2023 window of qualifying for the lottery. But I do think that as the UTMB series becomes more and more established after this year, once again, there are still races yet to be announced within the series. That's how new it is. I think that it'll be harder to get into these races because they're just going to fill up quickly because people want to get into that big UTMB eventually.
Mm-hmm. This is your path to the UTMB. Well, that's what we're learning, that you get running stones if you finish this race. The running stones for those finishing the marathon, those finishing the X Alpine, and for finishing the X Traverse. So on the top of the screen, it's telling us that we are looking at the X Alpine race with 12 hours underway, about halfway through the race or less or more. On the left, we have our bike cam following the runners.
They're literally both in the same frame.
Yeah, there they are.
He's saying, come on, come with me. Let's go. Come on. Come with me. It'll be
And we have a runner cam
together.
showing our bike cam. So, yeah, we've got them all here. This is terrific. So, on the left.
There goes Senge Sherpa, just taking a second.
Yeah, it's just taking a second to kick in, right? So that's Antoine Boucher in the blue outfit and Sanjay Sherpa in the red. As they leave the Berg Saint-Pierre, and they're headed off to the next destination, which is Cabane Brunet. A classic mountain cabin. We can't wait till we get there. They're going to tackle another ascent and then through a forest, and then they'll cover a more flat section of the route. But it's all uphill until they get to the Cabane du Moulin along the pass. So, yep. The Cabane Moulin and then the Cabane Brunet. No, these races aren't just about going walking uphill and running downhill. They are just running right along here. Nice pace. Wow. Tapping it out is what I'd say.
I was just looking back through Anthony Boucher's results again. Kind of you mentioned them early in the race when we knew that he was one of in kind of the lead pack of three men. And I think if he could pull off a win today, that would be a nice little highlight in his resume. He's had some good races. He's won the Swiss Alps 160 kilometer back in 2019. Obviously, we all had that kind of gap year in 2020. Was 25th at the 90 Cape Marathon de Mont Blanc, 26th at the Grand Raid on La Réunion Island. I think if he could pull off a win here, in this UTMB World Series event, that would be a nice little kind of gold star on his resume today. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how this battle plays out between these two gentlemen over the, what is ostensibly the remaining 50 kilometers of this race today.
And on our right here is Sanjay Sherpa from Nepal. He's when he's running, he looks just as strong. The two look like they're really of equal abilities at this point of the race. It's hard to say which one is stronger, or the short distance between them does not seem to be significant at this point. So we'll just time will tell, as we'll keep an eye on them both. Great images as they're going up the hill here, pulling out the sticks, walking with determination. Yeah, they're very close to each other. And this is creating some real extraordinary drama for us to keep an eye on and hopefully for the rest of the race. We're watching the Extreme Trail race, Extreme Alpine race, or X Alpine 140K race out of the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. We are also following two other races by UTMB, and we'll be cutting back and forth between one and the other. We'll be following runners that are in a race called the X Traverse, which is about 76 kilometers long. And last, of course, we're following the marathon, which just began and is taking a slightly different course over to the highest point of this series of trio of races, and then we'll meet up again with the same course that these two runners are on right here.
And our leading male athletes from that Extraverse should be coming in actually to this Bourg St. Pierre aid station in not all that long, given kind of their start time behind these gentlemen. I imagine that our bike camera is going to be kind of headed back towards the aid station to pick up those lead runners in that race in not too long, which is the 27-kilometer mark for those athletes.
That'll be great to see who's out front in that race. Our best images and the best information that we have are what you see on the screen. And there are some great ways to keep track of this race with some other sources. There's the UTMB live tracker, which allows you to track the runners and pick your favorites and track your favorites. But some of, that requires great cell phone service at each of the tracking points. And so sometimes that comes and goes. There's also a livetrail.net connection that can be made. And you can communicate with us also on a chat feature. If you go to the liveutmb.world and pull up the video screen, you will find on the video, there's a little bubble for a chat, and you will be able to communicate with us. Okay, so send us a note. Let us know what you're watching, what you're enjoying, what you'd like to hear from, and we'll be responding back. So we're going to take a break in just a moment here, and we'll be back.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc.
The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
Here we are back live with the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. And we're here. I'm Randall Gaylord. I'm here with Corinne Malcolm. We are presenting to you with the English version. If you are French speaking, there's a French speaking version of this commentary with the same images. And you're welcome to follow along on that one as well. In addition, we have a live chat feature at liveutmb.world, and you go to the video portion of that and follow along on this race and click on the bubble for the live chat and we're happy to respond there as well. Our objective is to bring you insights and ideas and information about what we see on the screen here. You're watching one of 3 races that we're following here today. This is the X Alpine race. It's 140 kilometers, 9,000 vertical feet up, meters up and down, 30,000 feet that translates to. And the runner started out at 10 o'clock last night in Verbier, and they're going to go to Verbier all through the mountains. So this is Sanjay Sherpa. He has a UTMB index of 838. He has the highest UTMB index of any of the runners. And he's slightly behind the person who is currently in first place, Antoine Boucher from France. So Sanjay's from Nepal. He's showing he's extraordinarily strong and is doing great. This runner in blue is Antoine Boucher from France, and he's in the first position, hiking up on their way to above the Berg Saint Pierre to the Cabanmi and on into the high country and the alpine country of Switzerland.
Yeah, and that aid station's about 12 or so kilometers from Bourg Saint Pierre. So it's going to take them, with a bit of climbing in there, they could be looking at, anywhere from 90 minutes to 2 hours or more to span that distance, depending on how fast they can get moving. I like to say that a 30-minute mile is faster than a 0-minute mile. So you got to get out of those aid stations and kind of take that food on the road, take that fuel with you, and just kind of keep moving, keep hiking, keep putting one foot in front of the other. It's kind of this grade right now where it's, obviously the cameras always make things look less steep than they are. The way Sanjay Sherpa is kind of leaning into it makes me think it's a little bit steeper than it looks. Kind of using that double pull technique, whereas Antoine Boucher is kind of using more of that classic skiing single stick running motion there with the poles. I would say right now it looks like Antoine is moving a little bit better than Sanjay Sherpa. We'll see kind of how this pans out. I do think they're very similar in their strengths, and I think we're going to have a really good battle between these two gentlemen all the way to the finish. The likelihood is that one's feeling better on the downhill, one's feeling better on the uphill, and there's plenty of climbing to go, and there's plenty of descending to go too. And I think, if someone's descending well, this is a good race for them. It's kind of a gradual, downhill bump to the finish from the 134 kilometer mark. So they've got this kind of gradual climb, more descending, some more steep climbing, a big descent, a really steep ascent, and then a downhill to the finish. If you look up at the left-hand portion of your screen next to the X Alpine red logo, and they've been out there for 12 hours, 47 minutes, 34 seconds. They started last evening. And then you can see right under the course profile, it's pretty small, but you can see that they're kind of going into that next uphill section after descending down to Bourg Saint Pierre. So will be interesting to see kind of what is creating separation between these two gentlemen. My guess, based on Sanjay Sherpa closing to that aid station, is that he's moving pretty well in the downhills, whereas Anthony Boucher might be moving a little bit better on the uphill portion of the course at this juncture. And again, as we mentioned, we're following more than one race today. This is the X Alpine race, the X Traverse race. Those lead runners should be coming into Bourg Saint Pierre shortly, and we should be able to get you images of that and actually get our first real live race update for the 76-kilometer race, because we haven't gotten splits from the high country, the early section of the race, in which there isn't great service going over that col. So hopefully we're going to get some splits from the X Traverse race and actually kind of figure out who might be at the front of it, which will be very exciting, I think. And then we'll go back to find our marathon runners after they kind of get to the first big ascent of their course as well.
Looks like for a wonderful day for everybody who's out there. Here's some grand images of the mountain scenery. And it doesn't matter if you're a front runner like we're following here with the images, or if you're part of the middle of the pack, or even at the back of the pack, just working against those cutoffs. You're going to have a grand time. The weather's perfect. The temperature is going to be in the high 50s or low 60s at the 2,000-foot elevation, slight winds. And what the heck, you've got everything you need in your pack for any distance. So, yeah, here we are back again watching the racers. This is Sanjay Sherpa, and double polling, just pushing himself along, doing really solid, and nothing to be concerned about. There's no question that this athlete, Antoine Boucher, is using a more fluid approach to what he's doing, and shows signs of being a little stronger overall, but too hard to say at this early juncture. We're always kind of watching for these moments when where the drama unfolds. I'm not sure this is really it yet, but we'll be keeping an eye open for it. If you see something, don't hesitate to notify us on the chat feature, which you can find at Live UTMB World, and go to the video screen and you'll see a little bubble with a chat feature, and we'd love to hear from you, see what's going on, what you see in the race, what you'd like to hear more from or less from us as the race commentators, because we're here to bring this race to you, to have you enjoy this as we can, as we all are. There's nothing better than being here, but if you can't get there, then be sure to tune in. All right, this looks like the valley out of Liddy's, and the area where the runners have come up into the forest here, and they're headed up into the high alpine country and into some snow-capped peaks from where they are right now. So that's their destination. The marathon runners are heading up as high as 3,000 meters in elevation, and these runners are heading up to something a little less. When they get to the Cabane Panossière, they will be right on the edge of the glaciers of the Grand Combine. So it's a fabulous place to be, quite spectacular, and they're making their way there, sure enough. Tapping it out, as I like to say, just working with the rhythm of the arms and the legs to just keep the body moving, stay strong. You've got to remember, these runners have been underway for almost 13 hours. And so if they have a bit of fatigue at this point, it wouldn't be unusual. It's probably to be expected, in fact. There's a course marking as you just that the runner just passed on his right. Runner's right. You'll see those from time to time. They're visible both the daytime and nighttime. They show off very well with the headlamps or torches, as the British like to say, for the illumination of the trail and to keep everybody on trail. That's very important in the nighttime, and of course in the daytime when there's foggy conditions or inclement conditions. These two runners are just, this again is Antoine Boucher, who we are seeing, bib number 12. He has his bib turned around in the back, so you can see it from behind. And Antoine is from France. both of these runners, Antoine and Sanjay Serpa, are in the 40 to 44-year-old age bracket. Puts them in the same age category, so there's no big difference there to talk about. We'll just see what they pull out of this.
And as of a minute ago, it looks like our first male has come through Bourg St. Pierre. We're seeing replay of the extraverse start this morning. Again, the first extraverse runner appears to have come through Bourg St. Pierre just a minute or two ago, and it was Martin Lustenberger, who I think was maybe a runner that you pointed out. Let me see here. That's the first one that's coming through on the live timing. See what we can pull up for you, but it looks like we might have our first runner from the extraverse through Bourg St. Pierre, and again, that is about, what did I say, 27 kilometers into their race? Yeah, 27 kilometers into their race. Martin Lustenberger has made it through there, it appears. Might be out on their side even, very quick through that aid station, as opposed to our ex-Alpine runners who took a little bit more time. Martin Lustenberger is a Swiss athlete. He ran this race last year, the 74.5 kilometer race last year. It's a 76 kilometer race this year, and was 11th, or was second in that race. Last year he was 11th in the Swiss Canyon Trail K51 race. Not a whole lot of race results on his history that I'm seeing on my end, at least within the UTMB tracking system. But is obviously very familiar with this course. So again, our race leader right now, it looks like in the traverse race, the 76 kilometer race, the extraverse race, is Martin Lustenberger, who is, I believe, this might be who this is on our screen right now. Yep, 1660 is that bib number.
That's it. Yeah, that's him, Martin Lustenberger, 1660. Yes.
Looks.
Oh,
really
is that the
good.
number on his
Looks really
number?
Smooth.
Yeah, that looks like the number.
1660.
Yeah, he's looking really strong on this downhill section into Bourg St. Pierre.
I think
he's got his poles packed away.
This is, I think, outside. I think he's left. I think he's blasted through Bourg St. Pierre and is out the other side.
Oh, you're right.
This is where we saw Sanjay Sherpa and Anton kind of talk to one another while Sanjay took his time eating a little bit more food. I believe that this is outside of that aid station, that he's already come through there and is headed towards the trail, the kind of the double track that we've been watching the two leaders of the ex-Alpine go up. And honestly, he will overtake those gentlemen between here and the next aid station that's about 12 kilometers away.
Yeah. We knew that the runners would catch each other at a certain point. I thought it would be closer to it would be after the next aid station or after the second station ahead. So this is remarkable. His ability to go. You can hear the sound of his foot striking the soil.
Hopefully he's being followed by an e-bike, because he's moving really, really well. And hot on his heels is another Swiss runner, Bastien Quinendos, who has a little bit more race history showing up on my end anyway, but most of it is really this. It looks like this will be not his longest race. He did an 80K back in 2019. The second place gentleman, who we do not have on our screen yet, another French runner in Bastien, predominantly races that kind of, 50, 60K down to, the 20, 30, 40K distance, quite frequently and quite well. So very excited to see him do, one of his longest races ever, and currently running in second place, I believe. So we'll get an update on our second and third place extraverse males here in just a second. Again, this is the race leader in the extraverse race, being chased, I believe, by a fellow Swiss athlete. And we'll try to get eyes on him in just a little bit.
Yeah, Bastien Quinados is shown to have left Berg St. Pierre at 12:34. Oh, no, excuse me. At 2 hours and 44 minutes into the race, about
4 minutes ago.
3 minutes. About 3 or 4 minutes behind this runner. So, it's good competition here in the extraverse men's race. Top of the lead. I'm sure it's really comfortable back in the middle of the pack, but these folks are battling it out for the front of the pack and seeing how much they can just make it happen. He's not talking to our photographer at all. He's just concentrating on the race, enjoying the scenery, enjoying the run, enjoying all that Switzerland and the Trail Verbier has to offer.
And the real question will it be a Swiss sweep in something like the extraverse? There are several other very talented Swiss athletes that I would expect to be in the mix, including Arnaud Ray, who might be one of those next athletes. All three of those gentlemen, all Swiss athletes, are in the 20 to 34 year age group. So would be curious if they could pull off a Swiss sweep in the extraverse.
Yeah. We have somebody in the chat asking about the coverage for the marathon and when that's going to be the focus of the cameras. And we don't know exactly when that's going to be, but we can estimate that about they're going to be focused more on the marathon at the finish than they are along the route of the marathon. I don't see that they have any cameras planned for the summit at the high point of the marathon, or at any of the cabins of the marathon
nightmare
along the way. Yeah, there's just too many. That route takes a little different path in the early part of the race, and so it's just not possible to have that many cameras out. We're sorry to report on that for the images, but it is possible to follow along on live.utmb.world, and follow along the race and track the race online quite effectively. An alternative way is to go to livetrail.net.
It's possible that we might have cameras at like Lotier, that kind of low point of the course before the big wall climb. It's a big aid station. It should have pretty good service. I think we'll have cameras there throughout X Alpine and X Traverse. The issue, right, is that all these runners kind of are going to be catching each other throughout that section as well. And so I think that there's a good possibility that we see the marathoners come through there, but it's not necessarily a specific camera allocation. And then we'll definitely get them at the finish line as the first of the marathoners arrive in Verbier.
All right, I just got some latest info that out of Berg St. Pierre is traveling Jean-Grégoire Louzier from France in the X-Alpine race. He is now in third position, about 30 minutes behind those two front runners we've been following, Antoine Boucher and Sanjay Sherpa. Here's Sherpa right here. About 30 minutes behind him will be Jean-Grégoire Lussier from Switzerland. I think I said he was from France, and I was mistaken. So he also is one of the late registrants for the race, and he just joined the race, and now he's in third position, 30 minutes back. All right, coming out of the trees here. Okay, you saw that flash, the 100K flash. We're back to the extraverse. Yes, this is the other race. The extraverse started at 8 o'clock this morning in La Folie, and it is 76 kilometers long, 47 miles. This is the second man in the race. Do you have a name? Oh, I think we just had his name.
Quentin. Bastien. Bastien is who it is. Bastien Quinados. Another Swiss runner, another young Swiss runner in that 20 to 34 age group. Projected, came to that aid station only 3 or 4 minutes behind first, projected to be at the next aid station, kind of holding that gap between the two of them. So they're moving at a very similar rate. He looks like that he's moving very well. And there's a clear distinction, obviously, between how the lead 2 men in the extraverse are moving as opposed to our lead men in the X-Alpine. It's not that surprising. He's about 30 kilometers into his day. The X-Alpine men were over 90 kilometers into their day. So a little fresher, a little peppier legs going into this climb. But he is moving really, really well, running this climb where we saw our X-Alpine men having to switch to a hike for most of this climb.
Yeah. This is really interesting to watch. If you're a trail runner yourself, these are some of the most difficult types of terrain to run on. These gradual uphills, and for this runner to pound it out is just remarkable. And it does require fresher legs to do it. From not having run all night. Remember, this guy got to sleep all night, like some others, and whereas the ex-Alpine runners were out on the trail all night, going up to the high country and back down. So we're looking at, is this Martin Lustenberger, or is this
this is second.
Yeah, Bastien
this is Quentin.
Quintos.
Bastien,
Quentin.
sorry.
Bastien.
Bastien. And then
Bastien. All right. So as we watch Bastien make his way up out of Berg St. Pierre, we're going to take a break here, and we'll be back with more live coverage of the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc.
The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
Okay, we are back at Trail Verbier, St. Bernard by UTMB 2022 event. First year for it in the UTMB World Series. We are following right now the Extraverse race. This is the second place male on your screen right now, and Bastien Quinados of Switzerland. He is chasing fellow Swiss athlete Martin Lustenberger, who is probably only 3 or 4 minutes ahead of him at this point. They're both moving really, really well. Again, the Extraverse race is 76 kilometers in length. That's 47 miles. It's got 5,300 meters of climbing, or over 17,000 feet of climbing. They've been at it for almost 3 hours now. It's going to be a very interesting race all the way to the finish. And I do believe that our third and fourth place men have also come through that Bourg St. Pierre aid station. I've got splits from about, let's call it 5 or so minutes ago, of Aurélien Chartier entering the aid station, as well as Pierre Gaffin entering that aid station. Two of the older men kind of in that top 5, top 10 group. So very curious to see if they can move up on this big climb, this next 12-kilometer section. Back on your screen right now is the second place male in the X-Alpine event. The X-Alpine event is at 140-kilometer distance, 87 miles, with over 30,000 feet of climbing, or 9,300 meters of climbing. This is our second place male on our screens, making his way up this big, long climb on his way to the next aid station. I don't want to say that he looks bad, because I know that you're hurting at this point, 90 plus kilometers into a race. But there's a stark contrast between how Sangay Sherpa is moving versus the men of the Extraverse race, who are a little bit fresher at this point in time. He's going to grab some more water here from these fountains. Maybe he's going to dunk his head. The temperatures aren't that warm out there, but when you've been running for that long, your thermoregulation can get a little bit off. So I wouldn't be surprised if that feels pretty darn good to get some water on him. The highs for today were about 24 degrees Celsius, kind of topping out in that mid 75 degree Fahrenheit range. So not terribly warm, pretty ideal conditions, but there's clouds in the sky, but it's pretty darn sunny. So they're going to feel warm out there. He's been running for over 13 hours at this point. So thermoregulation becomes a little bit more of an issue.
Yeah, he's moving well, but from what we've seen, a little less well than his competitor, who's ahead of him on the trail. He's now out of sight, but anything can happen. Okay, there's a lot of distance left to go. It's a long way to the finish line, so he's bouncing along. He doesn't look concerned at all. He's not making eye contact with the cameraman at all. He's just focused on his own steps forward. And he's been here before. He's done this kind of distance before. He knows the mountains, and he's just keeping going. So this is Sanjay Sherpa, and we're following the X-Alpine race right here on Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. And I'm Randall Gaylord, and I'm here with Corinne Malcolm to bring you some commentary to the images that you're seeing from beautiful Switzerland. So there's a festival of races here, 3 races here, as well as this is part of the road to the World Series of the UTMB finals. And there are other races happening throughout Europe this entire month, and we're just lucky to be here following along the Trail Verbier St. Bernard.
We're getting some splits from back at Bourg St. Pierre. I hope that the camera that was following our first and second place male is probably going back to pick up our next men and our first female. She was in 6th overall coming through that aid station. Again, that's Manon Bohard. She was a late entry after the 90K at Mont Blanc marathon was canceled just a couple weeks ago due to weather. And she came to that aid station, right with kind of, men that are 3, 4, 5 in this race. So running super, super well. Hopefully we'll get some footage of her here soon. We just saw Sangay Sherpa say something to the cameraman. I don't know if he's going to take a little sit down there. It was kind of hard to see what was going on in that moment. They are not yet to Malay, the next aid station. That is still quite a bit, it's definitely still up ahead on the trail. That 12-kilometer section is going to take them a little bit of time to cover because they are hiking quite a bit of it at this point in the race, but kind of curious to know what's going on with Sangay Sherpa here. Our camera is no longer on him. Maybe he was just kind of tired of being followed and needed a little bit of a breather. I think it's definitely intense to have a camera on you as you're going through, maybe a low point in the race, or it feels like it's applying some additional pressure. But hopefully our camera that was following the lead men in the extraverse will be going back to pick up Manon Bohard, who came out of Bourg St. Pierre, kind of right alongside, the 4th and 5th place male runners in Arnaud Ray, Aurélien Chartet, and Pierre Gaffin were all in that mix. So we should be getting footage of those runners here momentarily as they head out of Bourg St. Pierre up this next 12-kilometer section.
All right, we're seeing fantastic images from the Swiss Alps on the area between Bourg St. Pierre and the next aid station, which is Cabane Brunet. And so this is like a little bit. It's been about an hour since they left Bourg St. Pierre, so I'd say this is probably getting close to the halfway point of the climb up to the cabin. Here there was a break by Sanjay Sherpa, and now he's back underway again. And our cameras we've got one camera on the front runner, one camera on the second racer, and we're just going to follow them on up the road here. And it's the road was wider, and now it just keeps getting narrower. It's just a double wide path at this stage, and it will just turn into rock here soon ahead. The runners are just making their way uphill as fast as they can, and in anticipation of being able to run down and make some time back to Verbier, where in the fabulous ski town of Verbier, where there will be a finish this afternoon and evening, local time. Local time in Verbier is 11:17. This race that you're watching right here, these runners have been underway for 13 hours and 17 minutes. This is the second man in the race, Sanjay Sherpa.
There seems that there might be a race for third in the X-Alpine race coming out of Bourg St. Pierre. We had mentioned another Swiss runner coming through that zone, but it looks like Bulgarian runner Bosidar Antonov has also come through that zone. And so we'll be curious to see what's going to happen with that third place position, and can they bridge up to Sangay Sherpa if he's starting to struggle a little bit on this climb. We're back to the extraverse athletes now on our screen. I imagine this is probably our third place male, and Pierre Gaffin.
Yeah. Pierre Gatpihan from France.
Looks kind of happy,
looking
I'd
pretty
say.
darn strong. Yeah. Number 1002. Yeah, the obvious difference for anybody is to see how the obvious difference between the two is between the extraverse runners and the ex-alpine runners, as you have pointed out previously. It's quite a dramatic difference in their styles and strengths, and that's just due to the fact that there's also about 10 hours difference in the time that they've been out on the trail.
Yeah, you can tell the temps must be okay as he wears long arm sleeves there. So again, we're following Pierre here, the third place male runner in the extraverse. Kind of looking back at his results, 15th at TDS last year. The TDS men's race last year was a good one. 15th in that race was kind of in a solid placing. But he was 95th at UTMB back in 2019. I imagine he's hoping to try to get back into one of the UTMB races for this year. But kind of best places, Marathon de Mont Blanc. The 42 kilometer last year was 65th. So I feel like, fighting for a podium position in extraverse this weekend would be, once again, another athlete looking for a gold star to add to their resume.
Yeah, that special benefit that comes from these longer races, ability to qualify for the UTMB Mont Blanc is really a motivating factor for, I'm sure, many of these runners, and will add to the drama we see in these races over the years ahead. This just extraordinary drama of the way the runners push each other, and as well as their ability to stay safe and do all the things they need to do to be a true trail runner. We have not seen images of those who are ahead of this runner. There are two. One is Bastien Guinados from Switzerland, and the other is Martin Lustenberger from Switzerland.
We saw them. We got images of both of them running up that road. But right now, here is our leading lady in this race. She's running in 5th overall. She's going to be giving the guys in front of her a run for their money. This is Manon Bohard, who again kind of took a late entry into this race after the 90K at Marathon de Mont Blanc was canceled a couple of weeks ago. Really exciting to see her have a good day here. Running in 5th overall at the 30-kilometer mark of this race is a solid place to be, and I'd be afraid, I think, if I was, the 3rd and 4th place guy, having her chase me over the back half of this race.
Wow, this is just a remarkable feat to be witnessing right here. This close to the leading man is the leading woman, so she is just powering past everyone else in the women's field, and just seems absolutely determined. She had a lot of supporters at the start, and this is looks like a Hoka athlete in the blue Hoka hat, the blue Hoka outfit, and the whole kit is put together there, and she is just kicking it up. There's not taking no for any rock at all, and just going straight uphill. Strong. Just absolutely super strong. Fantastic. Yeah, I know this is it may feel slow if you're just watching this, but you can just see how steep this is from the bike cam. And here she can even turn it into a jog a little bit. This is just fantastic piece of work. Tapping it out, heading on up, getting to through the forest here and into the open country. She'll be through the forest in no time at this rate. Our next checkpoint is the Cabane Mi. All right. What are you finding over there, Corinne?
I was just looking to see kind of where our leading ladies in the X-Alpine, how they were making on, because we've got kind of that gap in when we're going to get good splits from those athletes. But I do think that our leading ladies are on their way down to Bourg St. Pierre. And I do think I think we've lost a tracker on Emily, on early leader, Emily Valdane. I think she's still, the Swiss athlete, I think is still out front. She's not showing up right now. Her tracker kind of just disappeared there for a second, but I had seen her tracker headed down that descent on its way to Bourg St. Pierre. So I honestly think that we're going to see her come through that aid station in not all that long. Again, she still has that duo of Natalia and the Japanese athlete as well, kind of, working. They've worked together for so much of this race. The Japanese athlete that lives in New Zealand, Konika, what's her last name? Azumi. So interesting to see kind of how that all pans out at Bourg St. Pierre, but they're not quite there yet. And then we'll be waiting for our first splits from the marathon. Obviously, they're on a very high part of the course, and so it's going to be kind of hard for us to get some of those splits. But we're still, kind of waiting. I say we're waiting with bated breath a little bit to see those athletes come through a timing checkpoint, where we're going to get a split from them, because I imagine that they are, approaching the top, if not at the top of the climb. They're an hour and 15 or so, hour and 10 minutes into their race. So we should be getting splits from them up high, if the splits are going to work up there with cell service. But that's something we're going to be keeping an eye on as we watch these athletes make their way across the courses today, on their way all the way back to Verbier for the X-Alpine athletes, and a warm reception and welcome for everyone else that will also be finishing in Verbier later this afternoon and evening and into the early morning hours.
Well, Corinne, I was just checking the tracker for the Traverse race, and this competitor's person just behind her is Melanie Delosi, who has a UTMB index of 675. She's number 1059 from Switzerland. And it looks like she left Bourg St. Pierre at 3:15 p.m., about 12 minutes ago. So that's 12 minutes back on the road on this
It's got to be like 11:20
course was that running.
So at 3:15 course time, but 11:25 a.m. Time on the
I
ground
see.
there.
3:15 course time.
Just double checking. It's about 14 minutes back from the leading woman.
14 minutes back through the checkpoint.
Yep.
Okay. So that gives us exactly what the amount of time is behind her that we would expect at this point in time. So the lead of Magnon is 14 minutes approximately over Melanie. So yeah, the two of them are in a close connection at this point. Not within sight, but if anyone had any difficulty, one would easily catch the other. So.
Yeah, based on their kind of estimated splits, it looks like they're projecting, assuming that Manon Behard can keep moving at the rate she's moving, that she will continue to put time on Melanie between here and the next checkpoint, just based on kind of their average moving time. We'll see if Melanie can break the algorithm that is the projected time. It's kind of like when you get in your car and you turn on your GPS and it says, estimated time of arrival, and you say no more like time to beat to get to where you want to go. So we'll see if Melanie can disprove the algorithm there and arrive ahead of schedule. Try to keep that gap smaller, but it looks like our women's race leader is moving well enough that she might continue to open up a little bit more of a gap over this next section, which based on their result history, based on the fact that Manon is so good at distances that are even longer than this. I mean, a super impressive win at TDS last year, which is arguably a very, very difficult race. I think it would be impressive to have someone close on her. I think she'd have to have an off day for that to happen. But we shall see. It's racing. A lot can happen. A lot can shake out.
Yeah, TDS is, for those who haven't been out there, the TDS is just a remarkably interesting option for the UTMB Mont Blanc. And they've increased the distance now, and they've added another big descent and ascent, and it's equal almost now to the full round in its difficulty. There's no question about it.
It's shorter than UTMB, but it's got as much climbing. So I would argue that it might be more difficult at this point. But it's definitely its own event for sure.
All right. So we're informed that there's going to be a break soon. So we're going to take a short advertisement break, and we'll be back with more live coverage of the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. You're here to watch the races. We're following the X Traverse right here, and we'll be following all the races. There are 3 underway, and we look forward to having you stay with us. Thank you.
the Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta stop that.
All right, we're back live. I'm Randall Gaylord, and I'm here with Corinne Malcolm. And we are bringing you commentary on the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. And there are 3 races that we're following. The X-Alpine race, the X-Traverse race, and the Verbier Marathon race. So, we're waiting for some live images to arrive to give us some more information. And we'll be checking back with you to see what is happening with that. I thought that that was going to be coming up now. Is that right, Corinne? Do you remember?
Yep, we're just making sure that we have good service to this next section. We're confirming with our video guys and gals on the ground. It's possible that we might be taking a little bit of a break like we did earlier on in the day when we had to reposition cameras on course because we go in and out of signal when you're running up and down in these big mountainous regions. So we will confirm that for you all, but we might be taking a little bit of a reprieve from the live stream while we wait to pick up our runners further down the course where we will have our X-Traverse athletes and our X-Alpine athletes in better service and maybe a glimpse of our Verbier marathon runners as well at that point. But just bear with us, stay with us. We'll let you know in just a couple minutes if we are taking an extended break for the time being. Otherwise, we hope to have some live footage for you here in just a little bit.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc.
The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, but I gotta stop that.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça, inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance. Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche et donc ça me met un peu les poils. Mais, parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, j'ai couru le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui, donc c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, ça, c'était autour des filles, ça. Avec ce gros walk, j'ai failli louper la course, mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sangué, je l'ai réveillé en entendant ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ et du coup il est parti le dernier. Ça l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sangué. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve.
Vous pouvez avoir
fort du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km de 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir?
140 km certes, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la les chemins.
2,000 meters, varying from 6 up to here. It says to them, oh no. If you can
Chef, tu m'envoies les violons, s'il te plaît, baissez-vous. Allez, regardez la balance, baissez-vous. Ça va faire mal au genou, je le sais, tu vas voir. Baissez-vous. Tu nous envoies la musique. Regarde maintenant. La balance. Tu vas commencer à crever tout doucement. Ok, il va faire là, jusqu'à terminer. C'est la première fois qu'il arrive à l'entraînement jusqu'au fond. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, dans le fond, que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est possible.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là pour la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire que c'est possible. Kiffez, amusez, partagez. La liberté s'offre sur vos pieds. Que vous applaudissiez, j'aimerais vous voir juste les mains en l'air. Attention avec mon bâton. Et encore une fois, un maximum d'applaudissements pour tous les bénévoles. L'organisation ici. Le marathon. Go! Et c'est parti pour ces 45 km de pistes et de sentiers, s'offrir en toute liberté et à partager tous ensemble. Du premier au dernier kill, on ne lâche rien. On compte sur vous. Du premier au dernier, on ne lâchera rien.
Tous les coureurs, la frontale allumée. Allez, tous les coureurs, qu'on puisse vous voir. Voilà, tout de suite.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance. Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course. Et j'ai jamais pu la finir. Et j'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche. Et donc, ça me met un peu les poils. Parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier. Et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah, en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, bah, j'ai le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui. Donc, c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, c'était autour des filles, ça. Avec ton gros moi, que j'ai failli louper la course. Mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sangué, je l'ai réveillé. En entendant ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ. Et du coup, il est parti le dernier. Ça ne l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sangué. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve.
Il faut avoir du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km de 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir? Comme un rond
140 km secs, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans les chemins sont en excellente condition.
2000 meters, varying from 6 up. Which says to them, oh no.
Regarde maintenant. Là-bas dans le fond, tu vas commencer à trouver tout doucement. Ok, on va faire une énorme relâche jusqu'à la fin. C'est la première fois qu'il arrive à l'entraînement jusqu'au fond. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, dans le fond, le plus
be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là pour la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire que c'est possible. Lisez, amusez, partagez. La liberté s'offre sur vos pieds. J'aimerais vous voir juste les mains en l'air. Attention avec mon bâton. Et encore une fois, un maximum d'applaudissements pour tous les bénévoles. L'organisation ici. Le marathon. Go! Et c'est parti pour ces 45 km de pistes et de sentiers, s'offrir en toute liberté et à partager tous ensemble. Du premier au dernier kill. On ne lâche rien. On compte sur vous. Du premier au dernier, on ne lâchera rien.
Tous les coureurs, la frontale allumée. Allez, tous les coureurs, qu'on puisse vous voir. Voilà, tout de suite.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance. Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course. Et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche. Et donc, ça me met un peu les poils. Parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc, non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier. Et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah, en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, bah, j'ai couru le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui. Donc, c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, c'était autour des filles, ça. Avec ton gros moi, que j'ai failli louper la course. Mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sanguier, je l'ai réveillé. En entendant ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ. Et du coup, il est parti le dernier. Ça ne l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sanguier. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve.
Il faut avoir du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km et 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir? Comme avant.
140 km sec, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la foule. Les chemins sont excellents.
2,000 meters, varying from 6 up to He says to them, oh no. If you can
Regarde maintenant. Là-bas dans le fond, tu vas commencer tout doucement. Ok, il va faire une énorme relâche jusqu'à terminer. C'est la première fois qu'il arrive à l'entraînement jusqu'au fond. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, dans le fond, que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est possible.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là pour la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire que c'est possible. Lisez, amusez, partagez. La liberté s'offre sur vos pieds. Que vous applaudissiez, j'aimerais vous voir juste les mains en l'air. Attention avec mon bâton. Et encore une fois, un maximum d'applaudissements pour tous les bénévoles. L'organisation ici. Le marathon. Go! Et c'est parti pour ces 45 km de pistes et de sentiers s'offrir en toute liberté et à partager tous ensemble. Du premier au dernier kill, on ne lâche rien. On compte sur vous. Du premier au dernier, on ne lâchera rien.
Tous les coureurs, la frontale allumée. Allez, tous les coureurs, qu'on puisse vous voir. Voilà, tout de suite. X,
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance. Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course. Et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche. Et donc, ça me met un peu les poils. Mais... Parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc, non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier. Et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
En tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, j'ai le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui. Donc, c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, ça, c'était autour des pieds, ça. Avec ton gros que j'ai failli louper la course, mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sangué, je l'ai réveillé en entendant ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ et du coup il est parti le dernier. Ça l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sangué. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve.
Il faut avoir du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km de 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir?
Bravo! 140 km secs, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la fin des chemins pour accélération.
2000 meters, varying from 6 at It says to them, oh no.
Chef, tu m'envoies les violons, s'il te plaît, baissez-vous. Mettez la balance, baissez-vous. Ça va faire mal, je le sais, tu vas voir. Baissez-vous. Tu nous envoies la musique. Regarde maintenant. La balance, tu vas commencer tout doucement. Ok, on va faire une énorme relâche jusqu'à terminer. C'est la première fois qu'il arrive à l'entraînement jusqu'au fond. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, le fond là. Que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est possible.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là dans la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire que c'est possible. Kiffez, amusez, partagez. La liberté s'offre sur vos pieds.
Like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, but I gotta stop that.
Tous les coureurs, la frontale allumée. Allez, tous les coureurs, qu'on puisse vous voir. Voilà, tout de suite.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça, inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance. Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course. Et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche. Et donc, ça me met un peu les poils. Mais... Parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc, non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier. Et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah, en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, j'ai le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui. Donc, c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, ça, c'était autour des filles, ça. Avec ton gros moi, que j'ai failli louper la course. Mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sanguier, je l'ai réveillé. En entendant ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ. Et du coup, il est parti le dernier. Ça ne l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sanguier. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve.
Il faut avoir du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km de 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir? Comme un
140 km secs, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la fin des chemins pour excellentes conditions.
2,000 meters, varying from 6 up to which says to them, oh no.
Chef, tu m'en veux les filles, s'il te plaît, baissez-vous. Allez, retraitez la balance, baissez-vous. Ça va faire mal au genou, je le sais, mais tu vas voir. Baissez-vous. Tu nous en veux la musique? Regarde maintenant. Là-bas dans le fond, tu vas commencer tout doucement. Ok, on va faire une énorme relâche jusqu'à faire la première fois qu'il arrive à l'entraînement jusqu'au fond. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, le fond,
le plus
le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est possible.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners. Elles sont là pour la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire.
I want to say good morning because it feels like good morning over here as Randall Gaylord and myself, Corinne Malcolm, do some commentary from our homes in Washington State while the race that you are watching right now that is unfolding before your eyes, the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB, goes on in Switzerland. We're about to catch you up on what's been going on while our cameras have been moving rapidly around the course, trying to pick up our runners in the next locations. Again, we've been following 3 races, one of them for 2 days. The rest started this morning. That's the X Alpine, the Extreme Alpine race, 140 kilometers, 87 miles. The X Traverse, the 76K, 47-mile race, and the Marathon, or 45K, 28-mile race. If you are just joining us and you are not yet watching over at live.utmb.world, you can do so there at that page. You can join us on a live chat forum. You can't do that anywhere else. If you go to that page, that live.utmb.world, and you open up the live stream, you can go up to the right-hand corner of that stream and click on the chat bubble icon and join us there in the chat to pose any questions you might have about what's going on in the races as we try to catch up. Randall, what has been going on while you and I got to catch a tiny bit of sleep here over the last couple hours?
Well, for those who are on the screen, you're just seeing the start of the races over and again. We'll talk over the start of the races. The nighttime start is the the X Alpine race,
the X
and
Alpine.
and then the race in green is the X Traverse, and of course the marathon. But what we see is that the X Traverse runners have now caught up with the X Alpine runners, and so the lead runner of the X Traverse is ahead of the lead runner of X Alpine, and they did that on the push between the Cabine Brunet and onto the Cabane Panocer, and that's the place that they're headed to right now. In the men's race, the leader is Martin Lustenberger from Switzerland. The second place runner is, and I'm talking about the Extraverse, by the way, the one that's caught up with the other race. The second place runner I'm trying to find is Bastien Quinodos. And the third place runner is Pierre Gapehan. So that's the men's race in the Extraverse. The women's race, you may recall that there was a woman who was close behind the lead men, Magnon Bohard, and she indeed is still there, remains very close, and generally behind the men coming up to the Cabine Brunet. So she's there. The other women are further behind. The second woman appears to be Melanie Delassoy, and from Switzerland, and the third woman is Clara Gasser from Switzerland.
The race that's going to be catching up to them as well is going to be that marathon that we saw start after all the races from Ladies. The marathon, again, is the 45K race, and they will also be starting to kind of overtake the original starting race, the 140K, the X Alpine event. Leading the way in the marathon presently is none other than Shen Jingsheng, who we mentioned earlier. I believe that this athlete has probably overtaken the other racers at this point, because he, I think, is all the way down towards Lautier, that kind of like that low aid station before the big climb, the final climb of the course, really, before the final descent. So he has made it to that aid station. That, again, is Shen Jingshen of China, is leading the marathon. He is followed by Bastien Fleury and Raphael Collard. Kind of close behind. There's going to be a race for, really, it looks like 1 and 2 in the men's marathon is kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field, and then 3, 4, 5 are all within about 2 minutes of each other. So again, that's Raphael Collard, Jeffrey Bonnet, and Greg Mischer are going to be those 3, 4, 5 guys that are going to be trying to run each other down. In the women's race in the marathon, we also have some really tight racing with the top 3 women all within a minute of one another at the last aid station. Women that we mentioned earlier, again, led by Martina Patrick, Lucille Oaks, and then Cecilia Pedroni. So you've got 3 different countries represented there in the women's top 3, and they're all within a minute of each other. So that could be a tight race all the way to the finish that we'll have to be keeping our eyes on. Randall, do you know what's going on in the X Alpine event? Has that changed too much over the course of the last 2 hours?
Well, we didn't have a lot of information on the ex-Alpine event, but it appears that Antoine Boucher has overtaken Sanjay Sherpa. No, he was still ahead of Sanjay Sherpa. He was ahead as we took our break. So he remains ahead. Do you remember Antoine Boucher was in the blue kit, and Sanjay was wearing the red kit, and so he came through the Brunei station about 32 minutes. Oh no, excuse me. I can't tell how far ahead he is based upon the timing, but I can say that he's solidly ahead. Yeah, we're going to wait for the next aid station to tap those two. There seems to be some delay at the Brunei aid station. I just can't pick that up yet. But the order at the last time that they had a solid position, and third place was Bohidar and Antonov. Country BG. That's not
Bulgaria.
A name I was following. We'll have Bulgaria. Thank you. Jean-Grégoire Lucier from Switzerland, then followed by Gwenelle Langlois from France, Michel Defago from Switzerland, Florentin Goris from Belgium, and Serge Lation from Switzerland, and rounding out the top 10 involved Edouard Godinau from France and Philippe Donachal from France. So, yeah. In the women's race
remained largely unchanged, I think, at this point.
Yeah, Emily Vaudan is solidly ahead in the women's race. 14 hours, 17 minutes elapsed. Behind her, Stephanie Bourget Marmy from Switzerland. Both of these two runners are Swiss. She was about 50 minutes behind. And from the Czech Republic was Andrea Vladiskova. So she...
Brenda, I'm wondering what aid station is that coming from? Is that from Bourg St. Pierre? Because I have a slightly different order on my list, and I'm just wondering if I've got a less updated list there for those top couple women.
Did you? I had an arrival at Bourg St. Pierre. Did you have Natalia in third place?
Yes. But it looks like she.
That's because
it looks like she might have left right after Andrea.
All right.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc.
The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
Runner, and it shows her at Berg St. Pierre. Doesn't show that she's left, though it does show that Stefani did leave.
It looks like that Bazadar Antonov is expected to overtake Sengay Sherpa going into that next aid station.
Okay.
Projected estimate. Going into Renee.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sengay Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance, non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche. Et donc, ça me met un peu les poils. Mais, parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc, non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier. Et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah, en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, bah, le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui, donc c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, ça, c'était autour des pieds, ça. Avec ton gros que j'ai failli louper la course, mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sangué, je l'ai réveillé. On entend ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ. Et du coup, il est parti le dernier. Ça ne l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sangué. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve. Les clés de la maison.
Faut avoir du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km et 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir? Comme un rôle
140 km secs, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la fin des chemins pour excellence.
Regarde maintenant. Là-bas dans le fond, tu vas commencer tout doucement. Ok, il est là en relâche jusqu'à la fin. C'est la première fois qu'il arrive à l'appartement jusqu'au fond. Attention, messieurs, dans le fond, que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est possible.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là pour la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire que c'est possible. Kiffez, amusez, partagez. La liberté s'offre sous vos pieds. J'aimerais vous voir juste les mains en l'air. Attention avec mon bâton. Et encore une fois, un maximum d'applaudissements pour tous les bénévoles. L'organisation ici. Le marathon. Go! Et c'est parti pour ces 45 km de pistes et de sentiers s'offrir en toute liberté et à partager tous ensemble. Du premier au dernier kill. On ne lâche rien. On compte sur vous. Du premier au dernier, on ne lâchera rien.
Tous les coureurs, la frontale allumée. Allez, tous les coureurs, qu'on puisse vous voir. Voilà, tout de suite.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard by UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça, inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir deux grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance, non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche et donc ça me met un peu les poils. Parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc, non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère. Hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier. Et puis c'est une belle course. Hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
Bah, en tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens maintenant de faire un minimum d'ultra. Toi, tu viens d'en enchaîner un il y a une semaine. C'est ta façon de faire. L'entraînement, c'est les courses, c'est le plaisir. Mais c'est quoi ton secret?
Alors, est-ce que tu sais garder ce secret?
Moi, jamais, non.
Bon, bah, moi non plus. Alors, donc, je pense que c'est une expérience et puis feeling, d'aller au feeling. Du coup, bah, j'ai couru le week-end dernier, c'est super bien passé. Et puis là, j'ai vu que lundi, j'avais de bonnes sensations. Du coup, j'avais bien récupéré. Donc, je me suis dit, j'ai contacté Mathieu. Oh, est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Oui. Donc, c'est toujours un peu au dernier moment par rapport à l'envie, le feeling, en fait. Là.
Et puis là, je suis pas obligé de te réveiller pour prendre le départ. Tu es là à l'heure.
Oui, c'est vrai, ça, c'était autour des filles, ça. Avec ton gros moi, que j'ai failli louper la course. Mais c'est une belle souvenir et expérience au fil des années. Donc, voilà.
Ouais, parce que pour vous dire bien sûr, Sanguier, je l'ai réveillé. On entend ma voix parce que je faisais le décompte. Il s'était endormi sous sa tente à quelques mètres du départ. Et du coup, il est parti le dernier. Ça ne l'a pas empêché d'être sur le podium. Sacré Sanguier. Merci, je vais te laisser avec Patrick et puis et on se retrouve. Les clés de la maison.
Il faut avoir du cœur pour pouvoir entamer une course de 140 km et 9003. Il faut être tout simplement solide. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes solide ce soir?
Comme un gros 140 km secs, mais avec des difficultés mieux réparties tout au long du parcours.
On va se laisser dans la fin des chemins pour d'excellentes conditions.
2000 meters, varying from 6 at which says to them, oh now.
Chef, tu m'envoies les violons, s'il te plaît, baissez-vous. Même les retraités là-bas, attention, baissez-vous. Ça va faire mal au genou, je le sais, mais tu vas voir. Baissez-vous. Tu nous envoies la musique. Regarde maintenant. Là-bas dans le fond, tu vas commencer à courir tout doucement. Ok, il est là en relâche jusqu'à terminer. C'est la première fois qu'il arrive à avoir tout le monde jusqu'au fond. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, dans le fond, que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est possible.
Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, but I gotta stop that.
Tous les coureurs, la frontale allumée. Allez, tous les coureurs, qu'on puisse vous voir. Voilà, tout de suite.
Alors je ne sais pas si on la présente encore, hein, Catherine Poletti, la famille Poletti. On est là sur le trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, by UTMB. C'est la première saison avec autant de courses. Je vois que tu es tout sourire, heureuse d'être ici.
Parfaitement heureuse d'être ici. C'est une magnifique aventure. C'est quasiment une naissance à nouveau de pouvoir être présent dans tous ces trails autour du monde qui apportent une diversité immense à tout le monde du trail. On renaît une deuxième fois.
Et on se retrouve du côté du trail de Verbier-Saint-Bernard, UTMB, une première dans ce format comme ça inédit, 140 km pour 9300 mètres de dénivelé positif. On a la chance là d'avoir 2 grands noms de l'ultra. Un garçon comme Patrick Bohard, que j'appelle régulièrement l'un des meilleurs, hein, parce que maintenant Antoine le rejoint avec l'âge, à plus de 50 ans, les meilleurs ultramasters au monde. Et puis Sangué Sherpa, tout jeune, qui a trouvé le bain de jouvence parce qu'il a été capable de faire un 100 miles il y a une semaine et de venir maintenant refaire un 140 km pour se préparer à la fin du mois et retrouver du côté de Montreux une course de 390 bornes. Alors vous voyez un petit peu les spécimens. Qu'est-ce que Patrick, après avoir gagné le Tour des Géants, Swiss Peak, la TDS et plein d'autres courses, qu'est-ce qui t'a attiré pour venir sur ce 140 ?
La vengeance. Non, j'exagère. Non, mais j'ai fait cette course en fait il y a quelques années. Et malheureusement, j'ai fait une grosse chute tout à la fin de la course et j'ai jamais pu la finir. J'étais tellement mal, j'avais très mal à une hanche et donc ça me met un peu les poils même. Parce qu'en fait, je suis revenu ici vraiment pour la finir, quoi. Donc non, quand je dis vengeance, j'exagère, hein. Mais voilà, j'ai un petit quelque chose par rapport à Verbier et puis c'est une belle course, hein. C'est vraiment une belle course, une des plus belles courses de montagne. Donc voilà, ça va être chouette.
En tout cas, on espère qu'on te verra à l'arrivée. Ça, c'est une certitude. À quelle place on verra bien, en espérant que tu ne te perdes pas trop. Tu écouteras ma voix au loin dans les montagnes et j'espère te voir. Et puis, Sangué, c'est quoi le secret? Comment on est capable? Je sais que tu n'es pas un exemple pour les autres parce qu'on dit aux gens
live, and we have footage of the X Alpine on your screen. I'm Corinne Malcolm here with Randall Gaylord, getting ready to catch you up on what's going on, but it looks like we're going to get some X Alpine footage here momentarily. Very, very excited about that. We've been waiting to catch up on these runners. Okay, so while this replay is going on, because I think in the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to get good footage of our X Alpine runners. Let's update folks watching at home as to what has been going on. Why don't we start with the X Alpine event? It's been an event that's been a little bit hard to track, but we think we kind of know what's going on. Randall, I'm wondering if you can catch up our viewers watching at home as far as the 1, 2, 3 in the men's and women's races in the X Alpine event, because that should be the first race we see on our screen here as we get new images of our runners in just a couple minutes.
Hey, welcome everybody. Corinne, nice to see your face, and welcome back to the channel here. And we are following 3 races in the Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. We are following the race, as Corinne said, the X Alpine race, the X Traverse race, and the Verbier Marathon. They're all different distances. The X Alpine is 140 kilometers, the X Traverse is 76 kilometers, and the Verbier Marathon is 45 kilometers. We're expecting the first runners into Verbier this afternoon, local time, and so mid-afternoon between 3 and 5 p.m. or so. And so we're keeping track of them as best we're able on the where they've been to the last checkpoint. The men's race, so we'll talk about each race and go through each one of them one at a time. First, the longest race that started in Verbier, the X Alpine race. They have a total of about 30,000 vertical feet up and down. In the men's race there, Antoine Boucher has stayed solidly ahead of Bozadar, of Sanjay Sherpa through much of the race, and we've been watching them in earlier footage, and now Sanjay Sherpa has fallen behind Bozadar Antonov from Belgium, and so
Bulgaria.
BG, Bulgaria. So, so we have Sanjay Sherpa in 3rd place right now. We'll see what he's doing. And rounding out the top 5 are Jean-Grégoire Lussier and Gwenelle Landois. Jean-Grégoire is from France, and Gwenelle is from Switzerland, and Gwenelle is from France. I'm in the top 10. There are other runners from France and Switzerland, and one runner in 9th place from Germany. So that's the men's race. In the women's race, the X Alpine women's race, Emily Vaudan is in 1st place in the running right now, with Natalie Roman Lopez behind her. Emily is from Switzerland, and Natalia is from Spain. Stephanie Bourget Marmy is from Switzerland, and she's in 3rd place. Andrea Valiskova is from Czechoslovakia, and she's in 4th place. And Konoka Azumi from Japan is in 5th place. There are other runners from France, Germany, Romania, Switzerland, all rounding out the top 10. That race, in terms of time between the runners, the first runner, Emily, is about, I'd say 50 minutes, it looks like. Oh, no, more. More than 50 minutes ahead of Natalia. Natalia is... last checkpoint was Berg St. Maurice, and she was about 15 minutes ahead of Stephanie. And then it was close for third and fourth. That's where the competition is. And fifth place was behind by about 10 minutes. So, yeah, the closest runners there in the women's race on the X Alpine are for the third and fourth position right now.
Yeah, it looks like coming out of Bourg St. Pierre, Emily had almost an 80-minute lead over the second place female, which is a sizable lead at that point in the race. And I imagine unless something goes terribly wrong for her, she will be able to maintain that until the very end, getting back around the circuit all the way to Verbier. We'll move over to the X Traverse race, which is the 76-kilometer race, or 47 miles for those of you watching stateside. It's got 5,300 meters or so of climbing, which is over 17,000 feet of climbing. It looks like our lead male, Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland, has come through Panossière just, in the last 30 minutes or so. I'm wondering, I don't think if that is the case, he's opened up quite the lead. He was only about 4 minutes ahead of second for a long time there, but right now it looks like Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland has a good, 20-minute lead or so over second place. Fellow Swissman, Bastien Quinendos. Behind him, there's, maybe another 8 or 9 minutes or so to third, which is Pierre Gaffinan. Arnaud Ray is in that group as well, followed by Aurélien Charit. So, and he's followed very closely by the next couple men. But in that mix is going to be our lead female runner in the X Traverse. She's been running as high as fourth overall in the scratch. I think scratch is a very British term, probably, when we are referencing the overall category. But that's essentially what it means as well. Running fourth scratch means that she's running fourth in the overall race, including all the men. She has a 32-minute lead or so over the next closest woman, and that's Manon Behard is leading the women's race. Hands down the favorite to win this race from the gun, has been leading from the beginning of the race. She's followed by Melanie Delassoy, about 30 minutes behind her, and then about 15 minutes behind Melanie is Claire Gasser. 8 minutes behind her, Elizabeth Borgersen, who's the Swedish woman living in Norway. There could be some movement in that 3, 4, 5, 6 spot in the women's race, but really on both the men's and women's side right now in the X Traverse, there is a clear favorite at the front with either, a 20 to 30 minute lead on either side. And we should now move to the shortest race distance, the one that we think the one that should definitely arrive into Verbier first. That is the marathon. Randall, how are the men and women doing in the marathon race this morning? This afternoon,
this is the race that's really going to be fun.
Local time.
The marathon race is the race to watch here. It'll be really exciting from a viewer standpoint as we watch the runners come in. There's some that are quite close to each other. The leader, Shen Jieshang from China, is solidly ahead by at least 15 minutes. And in a race of that speed and that distance, that's going to be quite a solid lead. So he's ahead of Bastien Fleury from France. Behind Bastien, just 6 minutes behind, is Anthony Bougard. Another 5 minutes behind him is Jerome van der Schwage, who we saw leading earlier. And next after Jerome is our own American runner, Sage Canaday. So Sage is in 5th place right now, 30 minutes behind the race leader, but just 4 minutes behind the fourth place finisher, and predicted to still hold that position at least till the next checkpoint. It's also worth noting that in the top group, we have the Great Britain contestant Tom Cruthall is in 14th place, and he's been over the top of the high point at the Panosier hut or cabane, and right up there by the glacier, and he's now on his way down to Lourtier. In the women's race, the women's race is tighter even than the men's race. Martina Potrek is in first place with a time of 3:41.13 at Panosier, and Lucille Oakes departed 3:41.55, just 40 seconds, essentially the same time. And just a minute after that was Cecilia Pedroni. So here we have three runners just within a minute or so of each other at the front of the marathon race. So we'll want to follow that really closely. And then 10 minutes behind that trio is Sophia Velitscher from Switzerland and Tiffany Trollet from Switzerland also. So, they're close. But then the next runners to round out the top 10 are clustered also within a couple of minutes of each other. Gaud Catho, Lara Drodes, Rochelle Doty, all within just a few minutes of each other, and then the others are at the prior checkpoint. So hard to say exactly where they are on the course. You can
and right
follow
now
along.
Cameras.
Yeah, we have some runners from Bulgaria listening in and following on the live chat, supporting their runner. Thank you. And if you want to follow along on that live chat and get us feedback to us who are here making this presentation, go to the UTMB live.utmb.world and follow the online screen. You'll see a little bubble on the upper right side for a chat, and click on that, and we're right there following along. So we welcome your participation in this race. There are 1,702 runners on the course at the start of this race. In the marathon, there were 725 runners. In the X-Traverse, 703 runners. And in the X-Alpine, 274 took the start line this morning. We're continuing to watch replay. Live start will restart in just a few minutes. We believe they'll be in Lourtier, and we'll get some idea.
We're up at Panosier. It should be up at Panosier.
I think this is the live.
This looks like this is the men's leader. This is the men's leader of X-Traverse, so it is down at Lourtier. You are correct. I think they're waiting.
Yeah, here we are.
X-Alpine leaders up at Panosier.
Okay. So, welcome back to the live coverage of UTMB, and we are bringing you the runner cam, bringing in the first runner in the X-Traverse race, the first man in X-Traverse, and he's just cruising down through this open field to the small town of Lourtier, the lowest point of this race. But not the end of the race and not the end of the climbing by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep, so this is Martin Lustenberger, Swiss runner, very local runner. Most of his results are also very local. So this is I keep saying a gold star day, but it truly is a gold star day. He's overtaking a runner just in front of him here. Wondering if it's some of the marathon runners that are ahead on course.
Okay.
Because the X Alp are behind them. The X Alpine runners are behind them, so that would be a marathon runner that he's overtaking.
Very good. The X Alpine runners are behind. The marathon runners are ahead. And please bear with us as we struggle to identify them for you and help you understand what you're seeing in this running race. Fabulous competition. Having started this race at 8 a.m. local time, he's been underway for 6 hours and 50 minutes, been up in some fabulous country, the high Alps of Switzerland, crossed over into Italy for a short bit, and at the Grand Col de Saint Bernard, and then now back into Switzerland.
He still looks good. He looked really smooth when we got to see him last leaving Bourg Saint Pierre. We got good footage of him leaving that aid station. He looked really smooth on the road section there. He continues to look really smooth on the road section here. He's got a nice forward lean, running really well. Doesn't look like he's moving too gingerly by any means. 6-7 hours into a race is when things can start to turn for a runner. Their stomach can start to get really bad. That kind of thing. He's descending down to as you mentioned, the lowest point of the course before what they go up, I believe is called the wall, leaving this zone, which is very, very steep, which you can see on that little course profile up in the left-hand corner of the live screen there. The green shaded part is the bit of the course that he has already covered. So he's going to descend down into this aid station, get what he needs from there, and probably get out fairly quickly. But at this aid station, people will be able to tell him too that he has a lead, and probably tell him that he's got a fairly sizable lead. I don't think he's going to let off the gas by any means because of that, but he is moving incredibly well down into this aid station, picking off marathon runners who started in Liddy's ahead of these athletes. Remembering all the races had different start points, but they all finish on the same route in Verbier this afternoon, all the way until I think the final cutoff is Sunday local time. So while these runners will be finishing this afternoon and this evening, there will be runners out on course all the way until Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. When they have to be back to Verbier in order to get that official finish.
Yeah, I love how these courses take these cheeky little dives off the switchbacks and down these little goat trails. And boy, when you've got hours on your legs, that just seems to hurt more than ever. But look at these front runners just take it all in stride.
Yep, you got a bike.
Down again, another one.
Camera following.
Yeah, terrific. Great images. Thank you to our production team for bringing this to us and sharing this. It really makes you feel like you're right there in beautiful Switzerland, following along these trails.
Yeah, there's also a lot of skill involved. Yeah, a little bit of a bobble there between the rocks for our camera person on the e-bike there. A very technical little section for someone to be maneuvering.
Okay, it shows you that bicycles aren't always faster, but we have terrific riders who help out on this. So thanks to the bicyclist as well as everybody else on the team here. The runners, the bicyclists, the team back in France who are working on this and helping us bring you these images and the commentary. I'm Randall Gaylord, and I'm here with Corinne Malcolm, and we are bringing you live coverage of Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB, one of the races, part of the road to the UTMB World Series Finals, the UTMB Mont Blanc. And it's just a pleasure to be out here sharing this with you.
Yeah, this bike is going to do what they can to catch back up, to try to pick up our lead male as he makes his way down into this aid station here. It's nice that we get to see a bit of the trail here. I'm glad that I'm not riding the e-bike on this But we'll catch back up with that runner as they descend down into the aid station, down into the city here before they head back out the wall on their way up the final uphill of the course before the final downhill to the finish line.
Yeah, for those of you who've been to Verbier, we're in one of the valleys that are separate from Verbier, so we have to get all the runners over the hill and into the next valley, and that's where they go up to the top of the La Chaux lift, the gondola up there. So they will climb up to the top of the gondola lift and then down into the Verbier ski resort, a tremendous, huge ski resort here in Switzerland. We're located in the places between the Matterhorn and the Mont Blanc, and the runners have been around a big mountain called the Grand Combin.
And what's going to happen for a runner here, particularly leading the extraverse race? This is, again, Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland, your leading male in the extraverse, the 76-kilometer race taking part this weekend. Looking kind of ahead at what is ahead of him. The lead men in the marathon have made it out of this valley and have made it up towards the top of the final climb, which is very, very exciting. They'll be making their way expeditiously down to Verbier, and the lead women are just out of this aid station. So pending how quickly he moves into and through this aid station, I wonder if he'll reel any of the lead women in the marathon in on his way up the climb towards the finish line. But those are the runners that he is picking off are people within the he's worried that he missed the trail there, so he's going to climb up that little head wall to get up onto the grass.
Oh boy. And the bike went back too. So, all right.
The road feels pretty good.
Always easy to see.
Feel a little bit better.
I would think so. I agree with you there, Corinne. And what a pretty way down through the valley. I mean, they've seen everything today. They have touched the toe of the glaciers. They have been at these high mountain huts. They've been on rocky, very steep, edgy kind of terrain where you just need to be on mentally and physically. And now he's just in cruise mode, cruising, trying to cover time as fast as he can. And it's a great place to be when you've got your running legs.
Yes. Yeah. This is a much more painful place to be when your running legs aren't working, which we might see from the ex-alpine athletes as they descend down into this valley as well. When he gets to this aid station, he'll be at the 64-kilometer mark of the extraverse race, which means that he will have just about 14 kilometers to go to the finish. We got a little camera shot of the e-bike. Looks like this runner is moving at about 14 kilometers an hour right now on the road. The e-bike camera person was able to show us the speed presented on the handlebars there. So as he makes his way into this aid station, it looks like he's still probably about 2 kilometers out from the aid station. It's kind of a long run-in to this aid station in the valley here, which I imagine feels longer. We joke that there are trail stretching trolls out there that make these feel like a very, very long approach sometimes into the aid station. He'll be looking for it, kind of wondering where it is. And then as he leaves there, he'll only have 14 kilometers to go to the finish, which I imagine has to feel pretty good. You get to start counting down the kilometers instead of counting up at that point, which, I don't know, from a mental perspective, all of a sudden I think puts you into a totally different place. Yeah, 17, 14, like up to almost 18 kilometers an hour there, just letting it rip on this road section. Your men's leader in the extraverse, again, is Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland, making it look very easy right now, I would say. Yeah, I'm just checking on that conversion. I
I think if they can cover 6 miles an hour, that's exceptional. But he's running much faster than that. Perhaps that's kilometers. Yeah, 16 kilometers per hour.
An hour, yep.
Converting to miles, that's about 10 miles an hour. It's a fast pace to be running after 7 hours on the road and covering this many miles. So that's just exceptional running. So fluid, so dialed in, just really nice, exceptional, extraordinary competition here. So we'll just keep watching this as he comes down. He's getting very close now to the town of Lutier. And so we've got some other folks listening in now. It's daylight hours in the United States, and we want to welcome you, English-speaking listeners, and let you know that you're welcome to join us on chat. And the chat location is at live.utmb.world. And if you find the video screen, get that going. And in the upper right corner, you'll see a little bubble, and you'll have the chance to click on that bubble and let us know what you're thinking about. And keep moving from there. So I heard from somebody who spent a lot of time in Switzerland, Keith Byrne, who, Corinne, you know, and he says this area is absolutely fabulous. He loves it. It's so pretty. It's a wonderful place to be running in and commenting on. So just to let you know, we have some listeners out there.
Yeah, they've got to split their attention this weekend, though. There's so many exciting races going on, many of which are hubbed under the By UTMB logo and the UTMB World Series, including our colleagues that are covering races over in the Pyrenees this weekend. They've had an exciting weekend of racing with a 50K and a 105K. I believe also a 160-kilometer race going on over there this weekend. So there are a lot of big trail running events taking place this weekend, particularly in the European scene. Some of these runners will be doubling back for UTMB, the grand finale in August. But we just got really exciting news from our technical team that Manon Bohard has moved into third overall in this race, in the X-Traverse race. She's overtaken the fourth place male and is currently running in third position overall. What an exceptional athlete. It'll be very exciting to see if she can land on the overall podium as she makes her way down to this aid station as well. That would be quite a run from the French runner, Manon Bohard.
What an extraordinary performance by her. Just outstanding. And as you said earlier, what are these folks going to be thinking as she was passing them? And she's just equally strong. I hope we get some images of her running. I just am anxious to see what it looks like and how that compares to what we're seeing here. So that is terrific news for Magnon. So that's we're headed that way. And let's see what else. Great.
So I had been looking
Great
just
running
to see
here.
trying to find a little bit more. So I was looking to see if I could find a little bit more on Martin Lustenberger, because his UTMB index score, didn't put him on the very top of our list by any means. His race list is pretty short, including this race last year. And I was looking to find more, and it really that seems to be, most of his races have happened in Switzerland. Only a couple races, 34 years old. I'm sure there are races that we are missing in his resume, but clearly quite a good athlete, having a very good run here today. So I am excited to see, what he can put together, how how fast he ends up covering the final 14 kilometers or so, because this is definitely a surprise name for me. It's probably not a surprise name for his friends or local community, but I am excited to see, new names come to the top of our list, because this will be someone to watch out for later this summer in August if he takes this ticket to UTMB for this year, or if he takes it for next year, for 2023. Because again, the front runners of this race are trying to gain entry directly into the elite fields for the UTMB series finale, happening in Chamonix in August, as always, where everyone else running the race this weekend are collecting stones. The race that we're following right now, the Extraverse, is worth 3 running stones. So everyone who finishes that will collect those 3 stones to go towards the 2023 race lottery. The more stones you collect, the more tickets you have in the lottery. Overtaking, watching hikers coming up the trail at him. It's just after 3 p.m. local time there. He's getting cheers from people as they head up the hill. It's got to feel pretty good. A lot of this course is, I feel like they've probably been alone for quite a bit of time. So getting to come down into civilization, down into town, and to see a lot more people out on their hikes, their Saturday afternoon hikes and walks with family, has to feel fairly welcome at this point in the race, I imagine.
You bet. That's the great part of being out here in the Alps, is that you see the extent to which families do get out and about. Families of all sizes, doesn't matter what country you're in, Switzerland, France, Italy, they're all have this mountain ethic that brings the children to the mountains. You go there for holiday, for vacations, and to get close to nature. It's part of the ethic of these races to encourage that and to respect nature and the environment. And so the runners know that we can have these races through this area and still share it with everybody else too. It works great. That's one of the beauties about trail running, I think, and the organizers of this event and all of these events make that a real priority. So not clear what this is, perhaps part of his team?
I think it is his family. I think that's his crew. I think that's crew outside of the aid station there, where he's probably allowed to receive. Yeah. There's specific regions where they're allowed to receive. Yeah. It looks like he's just a bottle with them.
He's just on his way into town. Here we are, just cruising into the town of Luthier. We're following Martin Lustenberger from Switzerland, the leader in the Extraverse race. The Extraverse started in La Foulie, over in the Ferret Valley this morning at 8 a.m. And here it is 7 hours and 9 minutes later, cruising through here after getting up into the high country, up into the areas above tree line, up to the snow, up to the rocky cliffs, and then down into this country where the runners are able to just cruise. We're able to be with them and bring you these images. So we'll have other images on the replays of the runners at other locations. So stay tuned on this channel. And this is the race leader. There are, in this race, about 700 people behind him, some of whom have probably retired, but we'll give you a retired report later, and we'll not finish this race. So, yeah, at the race start this morning, there were about 585 men and 118 women, and they're all out there trying to get through their day, and most of them are doing really well on the route. So
as
here's
he
some.
descends into this aid station of Luthier,
All right.
we're also going to try to go back up towards Penosier to find our ex-Alpine athletes who should be coming through that zone. Here's an overall ranking of the men's extraverse as of the last aid stations. So once again, pretty sizable gap there between Martin and Bastien in second, but racing to be had between third, fourth, fifth, etc. It's going to be a fight to the finish for people.
For those who are watching, the runners, you may notice, unlike in the United States, some of the marathon races, where there are cups available for every runner to refill, no cups are provided in this UTMB series of races. All of the runners bring their own flasks and and sometimes a cup, and they must use that in order to take on the drink at these small aid stations.
I think it's
Let's see if
pretty
he has anything
uniform
to
now
say.
across most U.S. races, though, too. Most things have gone cupless as a way to be a little bit more environmentally conscious. I don't think I've run a race in the U.S. or otherwise that had cups at this point anymore.
How about the marathon races?
I mean, road marathons, yes, but road marathons are an anomaly. I would say in trail running races, that is not.
Yeah, trail running
even
races.
in the U.S. at trail running races, gone cupless. I love the glass containers there with a soda, some water, some electrolytes. Gonna go through the aid. They might do a mandatory gear check in one of these aid stations. That's not uncommon for there to be an aid station where they're required to show, hey, your rain jacket, or hey, your headlamp. We have to see that before you leave here. And they make all the runners go through that mandatory gear check at an aid station. Is not uncommon in these races when they have mandatory gear. And I would not be surprised if that is happening at that aid station there.
All right, we're following Martin Lustenberger at the aid station in Luthier. So, yeah.
Wait for updates of our next men coming back down into this valley here. I believe they have crested the top, and we should be seeing our next two men coming to this aid station shortly, and our first female runner in this race, Manon Bahard, who is either in third or fourth overall in the scratch, putting on quite an impressive run, running within the top 5 of this group. She should be coming into this aid station shortly as well. She has crested the top of the previous climb and will be making her way from Penosier down to this aid station in Lotulé. It looks like, though, our male leader is off again, pulls out of the pack, ready to go attack what is known as the wall. Going to head out of the low point here and
oh boy, look at that.
The final climb of the course.
Boom.
That road is steep even at this point.
Boom. That just looks brutal. Yikes. So steep, so fast. Yeah, that's so hard on the legs. That painful change of muscle contractions from extension and downhill running to going uphill. But he'll get into it in no time and get some rhythm and pound right up this last hill to the aid station or the gondola station at La Chaux. And then he'll have the town of Verbier in sight.
I do believe that our lead marathon runner in Shen Xingzheng has made it through Le Show and is on his way down to Verbier, and we expect him at Verbier in the next 30 minutes or so. That is the anticipated finish time. It looks like they have his estimated finish time actually 22 minutes from now, so just ahead of that 4 o'clock local time hour. He has crested through Le Show as of maybe even, that's elapsed time. Hard to say. Not all that long ago, but is about 21, 22 minutes from finishing in Verbier. Again, that's Shen Zhisheng of China is still at the front of the marathon, putting on a really, really impressive run in the Verbier marathon that started this morning as well at 10:15 a.m. local time. It's clear why he has such a high UTMB index number. Very, very talented runner. So we'll be keeping our eye open to get footage of him finishing down in Verbier. He's being chased by, 2 runners running pretty closely together, but they have not yet come through Le Show. So he has a sizable, one would say safe lead going into the final descent at this point.
Yeah, Corinne, I'm on the live.utmb.world website, and following the runners in this specific race, I choose this Trail Verbier by Saint Bernard by UTMB, and then you choose this one race, the marathon race, the third of the races that we're following, but with the first finisher here. And you can see he's halfway or a good way down to Verbier. He's almost at this first low point, and then he's got a little pop up a little bit, just a little crest over a rise, and then makes his last way down. It looks like a very runnable pitch, and the first in the open area, and then in the trees, and then into the town. So, yeah, he's on his way.
Yep, so we're still continuing to follow our lead male in the extraverse. Our cameras will go backwards on course to try to pick up our next runners coming in to this aid station here in just a little bit, as well as we believe our lead men in the X-Alpine. Again, we're tracking 3 different races today, all going on simultaneously. The X-Alpine was started Friday evening in Verbier. They will complete the full circuit, the 140-kilometer loop back to Verbier. They are behind this runner at this point and will be making their way down to the low point aid station here probably in the next hour or so. The extraverse race, we're following the lead male runner, again, putting on a great performance today. He's working his way up this climb. He's got, just about 11 kilometers to go. He's got to make it up the wall portion of this course, and then he will kind of get to slowly descend more or less down to the finish line. And based on how we saw him run that road descent, I feel like if he can get to that descent, he'll be in a good position. He just has to make it up this last climb. And then our marathon runners are up in front of him yet, our lead men and women. He might overtake some of the women on this climb even. We might get some images of them, but they are also on their way down to Verbier to finish out their marathon performances. So there's a lot going on. There's I would describe it as a little bit of chaos, but we are slowly figuring out what is happening in all of these races as well.
All right. So we have an invitation to talk about the UTMB index. And the UTMB index is something that is found at the live.utmb.world. And it is a number that takes into account all of the runners' previous performances and the types of races they've been in and the level of competition in those races, the distance involved, and the level of performance by the athlete in that race, and creates an algorithm that leads to a number and then ranks all runners according to that number based upon their performance. And it includes, for now, these races that are UTMB races, as well as other races that the runner asked to have chosen and used for the index. And but with that information, we get a very good prediction prior to the race of the relative strength between the various runners. But even today, sometimes the racers with the highest index may fall behind. Other racers may rise ahead based upon training, injuries, and so on. This runner index, I haven't checked in a while. Let's see, 825, which is a very high number. The highest is in the mid 900s, I believe. And if you go to the live.utmb.world, you can see all the runners with any that have an index number for them, and you can see where they fit with among other runners. They have a little graph that shows that, so you can see where that goes. Well, here's our front runner in the extraverse passing other racers. Looks like who are part of the marathon.
Yep. Only will be marathon runners in front of him at this point.
Yeah. So he's got other marathon runners. These people have done a great job, and there's no shame in being passed by the front runner of the extraverse race. That's you're a great athlete either way.
Yep. So if we look at those UTMB index scores, it's definitely favored a little bit when it comes to what races you're entering and time back from the leader. So if you're always racing against Jim Walmsley, your UTMB index score might be a little bit affected by that as opposed to other races. But the highest UTMB index scores in the world are going to be held by men due to that algorithm, with Jonathan Albon, who is a Brit living in Norway at 9:45, just ahead of the king, the great Kilian Jornet, with a 9:34. So an 8:25 for Martin is very, very high. Again, part of that is going to be favored over what type of races the athlete has participated in and how well they've done in those races. And so it can be favored by maybe not having a large race history as well. So that's why sometimes those numbers can get a little bit funky as far as being perfectly predictive. Because if you've competed in a lot of races and a lot of very competitive races and have, maybe not won them, but have been on average, let's say, in the top 10, but maybe you're 6th through 10th a lot, that is going to greatly impact your UTMB index score. But it's a fairly good predictor, at least allowing us to pick out who we think the favorites will be. It's not perfect by any means, but it gives us a good sneak peek, hopefully, into what might happen in the race. And again, this race, like many other races going on this summer and this weekend, are part of that UTMB World Series event. It's, a great way for many new trail runners to get into the sport. You've got to do other races that are considered UTMB qualifiers. Many of the races that I think most of us are doing locally fall into that category, which allows you to kind of establish an index score and enter a race like this, which then can get you those stones or that elite entry as well into the UTMB grand finale in August, which I think, is a bucket list race for many of us, for most of us, as we try to build a trail season out. It looks like we're going to take a quick break here. A word from our sponsors and our support, and we'll be back in just a little bit. It looks like we are back live again. You're joining us at the UTMB World Series race, the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. Our camera is following the lead male runner in the X Traverse. Kind of looks like we're going to be bopping around. That camera was definitely going out a signal up the wall climb, which is not that surprising. We're going to run out of 4G, I think, in that zone, which is, the bummer of, or the logistical thing that we have to work around trying to live stream these oftentimes remote and rugged trail and ultra races. My name is Corinne Malcolm. I'm joined in my virtual studio by Mr. Randall Gaylord. If you want to join in, if you want to join the chat, if you want to ask questions or cheer for one of your runners, you can join us over at live.utmb.world. You can click on the live coverage. Again, we are the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. Watching from that platform allows you to access that live chat and that live chat window. There's a little chat icon that will appear. You can join us there. We're getting a lot of shout outs from Bulgarian running fans because there's a Bulgarian runner moving his way through the field in the X Alpine, the 140 kilometer event that is Bozidar Antonov. He's getting many cheers in the chat. It's his 7th time in the X Alpine. He loves this race. And I wonder if this will be, we should look, will this be maybe his best finish in this race? That is saying something if this is his 7th time to toe the line here. So way to go. Big cheers to the Bulgarian runner who's part of this. I believe that this will be his best performance in this event to date if he can hold on to a second place. Again, that's the X Alpine, not on our screen right now. That 140 kilometer race on our screen right now. We are still following the runner, the kit of our lead male in the X Traverse, the 76 kilometer race, Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland.
So, if that sounds confusing, because it is confusing sometimes, we follow 3 races here that are part of the Trail Verbier St. Bernard. So, we're kind of mixing it up for you sometimes. And when you get the rhythm of it, like we have, you will be able to follow along and see what we're doing. And you know that we're following the camera here of the X Traverse leader. But at the same time, we want to tell you what's happening in the other races. So we'll try to make those as clear as we can. And of course, the X Alpine race was the race that we were talking about with the Bulgarian runner. We're also following a marathon race, but I'm just want to let you know that on your screen, on the top of the screen, there's the X Traverse word in the green box, and you'll see the profile of the race and the area covered in green. The area left to go is in white. So you see that this runner has one last big climb up, and then the descent into Verbier. And he's in the middle of that right now, the steepest part. And as he gets up here, it'll flatten out a little bit, and then he'll reach the gondola top of the gondola at Les Chaudes and in Verbier, and we will follow him down into the resort. So we haven't talked about the marathon runners in a while. I think it would be good to catch up on them as we watch our Traverse runner head up the hill. Yeah, a little update on the marathon. Let's see. Our race leader, because we're going to switch to that soon. The race leader is through Les Chaudes and through the next small aid station as well. La Combine. I'll have to check the name of that, but in any event, there is another small aid station on the way down, and it looks like he's passed that and is now in the last 3 kilometer segment to the finish line.
Yeah, and I've asked our team behind the scenes to make sure to see if we've got a camera that will be making sure that we catch those runners, because we do know that Bastien Fleury has also come through Le Show. He came through Le Show, a good 15 minutes or so behind Shen Jingsheng. So there's a bit of a gap there for sure, but very, very exciting to see those men and women work their way to the finish line. I think there'll be some pretty close racing for 3, 4, and 5 in the men's race, as well as the top 3 women have been within a minute of each other until recently. It looks like there might be some separation leaving this last aid station in the women's marathon race. It looks like Lucille Ox got out of there first, separating herself by about 3 minutes over Martina, the Slovenian athlete. And it looks like another little gap has formed back to third in the women's race of Cecilia Padroni. Maybe another, let's say, call it 8 minutes back from there. So the women's race has opened up a little bit. I wonder if Lucille was like, I've got to get out of here ahead of Martina. I've got to separate myself if I can in this final climb. So it should be a very exciting race, and we'll look for splits from them at the show to kind of paint a picture of how that climb went for them. But we are expecting our race leader into Verbier very soon in the Verbier Marathon, the 45-kilometer race that has been running since about 10:15 a.m. local time.
The prediction is, stay tuned here, because the prediction is that he'll be here, arrive in the next 10 minutes or less. So we are
5 minutes.
following
5
that.
minutes is the current prediction.
5 minutes is the current prediction. Okay. So great. And there we're trying to get some idea about whether we'll have cameras available for that finish. If not, we'll be following along in this 76-kilometer race, the X Traverse. And so this race, the X Traverse winner will have, and the finishers will be able to acquire 3 running stones, the stones that contribute to your chance for entry into the UTMB Mont Blanc race. So this kind of these kind of camera images that fade out are typical in, as Corinne said, in the place where we are. Okay, here is the image of the ski resort of Verbier. It was the start line last night for the X Alpine race. This is the finish line for all races. And the first finish will be for the marathon race that started in Lidis this morning at about 10:15 a.m. So here we are. Verbier, Switzerland, on a beautiful sunny afternoon. You can see there's some overcast, which is just comfortable to the runners. Temperature in the 70s, and a great mountain town. Boy, this is one of Europe's most beautiful ski resorts, and with tremendous open-piste skiing. Glaciated landscapes, high summits all around it. It's just a fantastic place to be and to ski, and they attract people from all over the world. Just as this race has attracted people from all over the world. You've heard us talk about runners. Okay, This race, each of the finishers who made it up and over Mont Rognu will get 2 running stones. And because the number of running stones is a factor of the distance in the race. So this is a 2 running stone event, but all finishers get those running stones, not just the front runner. So there's a lot of different ways to get prizes here. Prizes are not the main thing in these trail running events. Just the opportunity to be out here, to have support along the way with aid stations, and to make the way in one day what would otherwise take many days is just such a fun thing to do. So, Verbier. The live trail shows Shen Zhengshan finished at 3:49. That's right now. Oh no, that's his expected arrival. Excuse me. So he's still expected to arrive at about this time right now. And there's Verbier. Elevation here is 4,101 feet, 1,250 meters. The top of the ski area is about 3,330 feet, 11,000 feet or so. You know, that's the benefit of having these cameras on the trail. You get to see these kind of moments when that are part of every runner's time on the trail. It's part of being safe. It's part of being fueled up and supplied and rested enough to always make it the next step. So, yeah, this runner seems to be comfortable and doing fine at this point. All right, question from the audience. While we're looking at a frozen screen, how many stones does it take to get into the UTMB Mont Blanc? There is no correct answer to that. Just that the more stones you have, the better your chances. And the stones that you acquire.
In this aerial shot, you can see right now, Shen Zhengshan in this aerial shot. There's a tiny runner blasting down this street from our drone footage. We'll see if we can if there's a camera on the ground there, but that is who we are following. That runner making their way down the hill, down the road into Verbier is our men's marathon
Flying, here
winner.
He comes. This is it. The finish of the marathon. Shen Zhengshan from China. The first runner.
North Face athlete had a great run at Lavaredo, showing up here. Another outstanding run for Shen Zhengshan.
First place overall, first place in the men's. And there's Catherine Poletti to greet him.
What a great race finish for him. He made moves on that downhill. Exciting to see these Chinese athletes really shine. Getting a chance to come over to Europe to race, getting those visas to come race and show up at these big events is huge. Congratulations, Shen Jingshen, on an outstanding marathon race here today.
Okay, 5 hours, 34 minutes. Five hours and 34 minutes. That's just phenomenal.
This race has been revamped with it coming under the UTMB umbrella this year. So this will be one of those things where it's like next year, what will it be that finishing time? There's not really anything we can compare it to per se this year, as the courses and the races were revamped to create this by UTMB event as part of the UTMB World Series. But we'll see if his performance here stands the test of time with runners coming back to this race next year. But taking a victory lap here, congratulations. What a phenomenal performance. He will have had a sizable margin of victory here by the time our second place male makes it down the hill. Very cool to see him pull that off. And I imagine that we will be seeing him again at UTMB in August. Question is, will he be racing OCC? Will he be racing CCC? Clearly has some speed. I will be exciting to see that happen. It sounds like we might get an interview here at the finish line. We'll listen into that.
Ji Yi Ming in the marathon place. How did you feel your race today?
这是我跑过最难的马拉松。的美丽，然后今天的状态也特别的好，谢谢大家。
Yeah, maybe this is the hardest marathon he ran before, and he thinks the course is very beautiful today, and he feels his body and his everything is very well today.
Voilà, un des marathons les plus durs qu'il aura couru, qu'il n'a jamais couru, en tout cas un des plus beaux également, avec un parcours assez technique. This is not your first place, the first place. We hope you for the World Series in UTMB and for the OCC race, or something more longer.
这不是你的来 Verbier 的第一场比赛嘛？然后之前是跑过OCC UTMB 的 OCC， 那你觉得这两个赛道有没有什么不同？
我因为 OCC 的比赛距离会更长，然后爬升比这个会小一些。然后我觉得这个赛道会比那个更难，然后更有挑战性。然后相对来说，我会更喜欢这个赛道。
Yeah, you know, compared to the OCC he ran before, today the courses may be a little harder. Yeah, and a little challenge for him, but maybe he likes it so much.
We'll really hope to see you on the CCC in 2023. I think we have a pepite. This is a golden boy from the trail running. Thank you so much, Cheng Jackson. Thank you so much, Cheng Jackson.
It sounds like they were hoping, they said, we'll hope we'll see you at CCC in 2023. I think that we should expect to see a lot out of this young athlete after a phenomenal performance here today. Someone to keep our eyes on moving forward. Clearly a rising star in the sport of trail and ultra running, in the young Chinese athlete. Really making waves, I feel like, this summer, racing in Europe.
Yeah, based upon the distance he just covered, and you would expect him to perhaps jump up to the CCC race in the Ultra Trail UTMB Mont Blanc, the 100-kilometer race, though the OCC would still be in play, but he's such a solid runner. So, yeah, this is a name we're going to keep our eyes out for next year, for sure.
I mean, he was just third at Lavaredo just a couple weeks ago in the 120 kilometer race at Lavaredo. So that is quite the back-to-back. That is what, 2 race weekends apart, essentially. So that is a pretty outstanding performance. I wonder if this is part of a quick trip to Europe, get in a couple of races while he's there. He's got quite a long race history. He actually was able to race quite a bit in 2020, it looks like, in China. And then a lot in 2019. Ran CCC that year, finished 5th in 2019, won the Hong Kong 100K in 2019, was 2nd at Lavaredo that summer. So once again, not a stranger, but I feel like his summer is off to a really, really good start with a 3rd at Lavaredo in a record-setting day for that men's field, and now a seemingly easy-looking win for him here today in the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB Trail Marathon.
He was wearing North Face equipment. Do you know if he's sponsored by North Face?
He is. Yep. He came on. He's part of the official North Face team. He was representing them at Lavaredo as well.
All right. So North Face runner
really the
finishing
only way
first.
For Chinese athletes. I was going to say, really the only way for Chinese athletes to race outside of China is to have a professional sponsorship, because that is a big part of them getting visas in order to compete outside of China. And so it's a pretty huge deal for those athletes to lock down sponsorship. That's why we oftentimes see athletes who have a long race history in China, when they finally make that international jump, we think they're brand new to the scene, but really they're only brand new to our scene in Europe and in North America, or outside of the Chinese racing walls. So those international contracts become of the utmost importance when it comes to getting visas in order to race in mainland Europe and in the US. So again, we're following the lead male in the X-Traverse. He's well on his way towards the top of this climb. He's going to top out at that lift station at Le Chaux. Our next male in the marathon, who is out in front of this gentleman here in the X-Traverse race, will probably be at the finish line in the next 5 to 7 minutes. That's Bastien Fleury, is looking to hold on to a 2nd place in that race. Descending down the hill behind him is Anthony Bocard. He's probably another 20 or so minutes back. So really, pretty sizable gaps have opened up in that men's marathon race. And now we are following our lead male in the X-Traverse up the wall, up towards the top of this climb, trying to top out at that gondola tower in order to make your way down the hill towards Verbier. You have to get to the bottom. You have to get to the top of the ski resort and then the bottom of the ski resort to finish this race out.
So this is Martin Lustenberger from Switzerland, and he left. You may recall that we saw him leaving Luthier and then making the right turn and heading up the steep hill on his way up to this location. And he's been doing that for the last 40 minutes or so. And the next runner behind him has not yet departed from Luthier. So that just gives you an idea of the extent of his lead at this point. It's a pretty solid lead. We expect that we will watch this runner arrive in Verbier within an hour or so, within the next hour, and make his way to the finish line. So for the X-Traverse race, we're following 3 races here. We just show the screen at the finish line was just showing you the finisher of the Verbier Marathon 4000, a 45 kilometer race with tremendous amount of up and down. And they started in Liddies this morning, and they're finishing in Verbier. We're also following this X-Traverse race that started in La Foulie this morning and is finishing in Verbier. And we are following the X-Alpine race a 140-kilometer race with a massive amount of 9,300 meters up and down, 30,000 vertical feet, starting and finishing in Verbier. And it's a grand loop that covered all of these mountain huts and the toes of glaciers and crossing a fantastic suspension bridge, 190 meters long. Just a fantastic day they've had out on the trail today. So the next runner we expect in this race after Martin is Bastian Cunedos from Switzerland, and behind Bastian by about 10 minutes, we expect Pierre Gatpehan from France, and then Arnaud Ray from Switzerland. So these are the top 4 runners. And you get these little updates on how to acquire running stones and where the races are. There are 25 races in 16 different countries to go to acquire running stones. They're all over. We'll talk about them. The next one in the United States will be the Speed Goat race starting at the Snowbird ski area in the 3rd week of July of this year. And Corinne, you were just at a race doing the same work of about what is going on in the race. The last race that had a part of the UTMB World Series, one of the majors, I believe, was the Western States 100.
It's not a major. The majors are a continental championship, and the continental championship is going to be a race that needs to include, I think, more than one distance. And so the U.S. Continental Championship, the major, has not been announced yet, and we expect it to be announced soon and take part in early 2023. The other race going on this weekend, Val d'Oran, is the European major, the European Continental Championship, and then I believe the race in Thailand this fall is the kind of Asia Pacifica major, and then we're looking for the Americas major to happen in early 2023, but that race has not been announced yet. While Western States is part of the World Series, and it is worth stones for every finisher and worth elite entry for the very top finishers. The majors, I believe, are there are only 3 of them, and there's kind of one for each continental region, and we're still waiting for the Americas region to be announced at this point. But we should know soon, I believe later this summer.
All right. Well, stay tuned at live.utmb.world for more information on the next major coming to the United States or to North America somewhere. It could be anywhere on the continent, so we'll wait and see. Okay, tapping it out here. As the trail starts to level a bit, is Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland, first man in the X-Traverse race. And he's bib number 1660.
And down the hill behind him are 2nd and 3rd place men are about to enter or have just entered. I don't think we have an official split for them yet. That's Bastien and Pierre should be at that aid station imminently if they are not already there. And then just behind them, we believe, is the women's race leader, Manon Bohard, should be at that aid station within the next 5 minutes or so, based on kind of how fast and how quickly we're getting those live updates. So there's a race unfolding behind him with another couple of runners that are going to battle it out, I think, for 2nd and 3rd. I think their race is going to be a little bit closer together while Martin is pretty safe out front. Even though this uphill is looking a little bit hard, maybe we're over climbing at this point. He's got almost 17,000 feet of climbing in his legs at this point, having done almost all the climbing in the race. So I'm sure that he is happy to be done soon. This looks like our next two men are in fact in that aid station together down the hill there in town. That looks like that orange shirt is Bastien again. And I believe the blue shirt there was Pierre. So I do think that both, it might be a marathon runner actually. I keep forgetting that there are marathon runners out in front of these men. So for sure, our second place man is down in that aid station. Bastien is in that orange shirt, and we're waiting for confirmation to see if Pierre is also in that aid station. We expect them to be pretty close together at this juncture. So second and third should be down the hill in that aid station, loading up on some fuel and some fluid before they make their way up the wall of the course, the final climb, before they descend the ski resort down into Verbier.
All right, so Bastien Quinados has arrived at the Loutier aid station. He has not departed yet, but he is in the aid station.
We're watching him leave right now on your screen. The left-hand video.
Oh, all right.
Left-hand video is Bastien running out of the aid station.
Oh, perfect.
Getting out those poles immediately, as we saw with Martin. This road gets super steep immediately. The camera angle is kind of wonky right now, but it's actually doing a pretty good job of just showing how steep this paved road out of town is. Poles are out. He's going to clip in to those to make his way up. I think this is our second place male finisher though now. Yes, it is. This is second place in the marathon. Right. Happy to be finishing. Bib number 2004.
That should be Bastien Fleury from France. Bastien Fleury from France. Congratulations from Catherine Polati.
What was that, 14, 15 minutes, 16 minutes behind the leader there? Not a bad day. He looks pretty happy. Doesn't look completely spent by any means. Ready to take that pack off though, for sure. Happy to have made it down into Verbier, getting congratulations from the race organizers. They are happy to see him there. Ludo. That is so great to see the celebration. And I believe we'll get an interview with him here as well. And our French colleagues will have to help us translate so we can tell you what he said.
Du public, on nous entend sur la web TV. Il aurait fallu peut-être que je prenne le micro de Grand Seb. Voilà, avec Bastien, une course de... C'est bon, ok, à côté de toi. Une course de solide. Notre ami chinois a été impérial et parti, mais il n'y avait jamais beaucoup de temps entre vous deux. Tu as réussi à tenir ces 15 minutes.
Ah bah ouais, je savais pas. Mais en fait, j'ai fait ma course, je me suis pas trop soucié de lui. Je savais qu'il était très fort, du coup, je pensais bien que j'allais finir derrière. Du coup, je me suis concentré sur mon effort et je suis vraiment très content de ma course parce que je me suis fait super plaisir. Et du coup, ouais, belle performance, c'est cool.
Exactement, belle performance. Bien sûr que dans ton CV, on voit une première place, des troisièmes places, des quatrièmes, des cinquièmes, passionné de montagne. Mais là, tu nous as sorti une course vraiment très complète aujourd'hui sur un marathon très exigeant.
Bah ouais, c'est vrai que je fais du trail depuis pas mal d'années, mais c'est la première année où je m'entraîne vraiment. Et du coup, bah, ça fait la diff, quoi. C'est cool. Ça vaut la peine de s'entraîner.
Eh ben, c'est un beau message, mais ça m'étonne pas avec le métier que tu fais, la passion pour la montagne, la passion pour les autres, et d'aller les sauver et de pratiquer la montagne comme tu l'aimes faire, été comme hiver. Mais c'est vrai que c'est une constante dans ce sport. Si on s'entraîne pas, ça marche pas, comme dans beaucoup de sports. Et comme tu le dis, il y a un moment, il faut travailler très très dur.
Ouais, exactement. Et moi, j'ai la chance d'avoir un peu de temps quand même pour m'entraîner. Et du coup, j'en ai profité cette année. J'ai un peu fini mes stages et tout ça au boulot. Du coup, j'ai un peu plus de temps et j'avais vraiment envie d'essayer de passer un cap en trail. C'est en train de le faire, donc c'est cool. Ouais.
Mais j'en doute pas, hein, je te suis et j'ai la chance de te suivre depuis que tu es assez jeune. Et tu étais presque ado les premières fois que je t'ai vu courir avant qu'après tu décides d'aller faire tes formations en montagne. Mais c'est quoi le prochain objectif? Parce qu'au vu de ce que tu viens de réaliser aujourd'hui, il y a de belles choses à attendre.
Et oui, ouais. Là, mon prochain objectif, c'est la Swiss Peak, début septembre. Donc ce sera un ultra, je vais me tester 170, je fais le 170, ouais, le 100 miles, donc je vais me tester là-dessus. J'y vais pour essayer, mais bon, avec quand même un peu des ambitions derrière la tête. Et puis essayer avant tout de me faire plaisir sur une distance aussi longue, je sais que c'est très compliqué. Et puis après, j'aimerais bien essayer d'aller sur l'UTMB l'année prochaine.
En tout cas, ça part bien. Tu engranges des running stones, des podiums. Donc félicitations, nous les Chamonniards, on est très fiers de toi.
Merci, c'est sympa Ludo. Et puis c'est toujours un plaisir de te voir sur les courses. Et chaque fois que tu es là, je me dis, faut bien que je tourne pour qu'ils soient fiers.
Je le suis en tout cas, mais on est tous très fiers de toi. Voilà, je crois qu'on vous pouvez l'applaudir très 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 fort. Et on était sur la Web TV avec Monsieur Bastien Fleury.
All right, that's the interview with the second place finisher, Bastien Fleury from France. Just came in at with a time of 5 hours and 52 minutes behind the Chinese runner who was in first place. And now they're 1-2 on the podium, and he's looking pretty comfortable, pretty happy. 12,739 feet, up and down. That's 3,883 meters, if that's your way of thinking of it. You had a lot of up and down in addition to covering 45 kilometers.
I think it was 4,000 meters because they had to hit the high point, which is about 15K of climbing or so, just under 15K, I think. So that's quite a lot packed into 45 kilometers or 28 miles, just under 28 miles. It looks like our race leader in the men's race, Martin, is also just taking another break on this climb. I wonder kind of what's going on there, if he's unraveling just a little bit. I do think that he is far enough out ahead that it does not matter at this point, but there could be a very different story if someone was closer, given that we've seen him sit twice now on camera on this final. He's cramping, right? He was sitting pretty comfortably. It looks like he's tired, maybe feeling a little bit hot. It's not terribly warm out, but when you've been running for over 8 hours and you're going uphill, you're not getting a lot of breeze on you. It can definitely feel very, very warm. So saw him sitting again there, wondering if wondering what's going on. But I think he is far enough ahead that he is probably pretty safe to hold on to this position, even if he bleeds some time on this final climb. But here is our leading lady in the extraverse. She's running, we believe, fourth or fifth in the scratch or in the overall positioning. She should have come into this aid station, though, possibly with or right near third and fourth place, the third and fourth place men in this race. She's looking really comfortable. She's here with her crew, getting some fluids. It looks like she had a bottle maybe of Coca-Cola that went into that one soft flash. She's going to have some sparkling water, which will help settle the stomach a little bit. She seems otherwise, pretty put together at this point. This is Manon Bohard of France, leading the women's race and running well within the top 5 of the overall race. If she's feeling good, she could be giving the next couple men a run for their money heading into the final climb of the course for sure.
Yeah, she's arrived in Magnon has arrived in 4th position here into this aid station in Luthier, and she is about half a minute behind Pierre Gapahan, the 3rd place runner. So she's right there with him, and there's still significant terrain to cover, both up and down, as we've seen from the 1st place runner, Martin Lustenberger. And so we have a race in hand here for the scratch overall position. And I don't even think 2nd place is out of the out of a possibility. That runner left at 8. Oh, let's see. I can't tell exactly, but just a few minutes ago. So, yeah, we'll just see what happens here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place in the extraverse.
Yeah, it looks like the 2nd place male runner left there about 4:07 local time. It's now 4:18, so about 9 to 11 minutes ago. 3rd place left there about 4 minutes ago, 3.5 minutes ago, as you mentioned. So Manon Bohard could be moving up well within that top 3. If 2nd is having an off day at all, she could definitely close a lot of time in this final climb and descent down into Verbier out of this Lottier aid station there. Super, super impressive run. I think as soon as we saw her on the start line this morning, we knew that she was going to be someone to watch, kind of a later entry into this race, but she is making quick work of this course, and I think will hopefully enjoy this climb and make quick work of it as well.
Well, I can see why they call this the wall. It just doesn't stop going up steeply. I thought that there was going to be more of a plan or a flatter area where there would be a little bit runnable when they reach the gondola, but it's just going up step by step. And with this exposure in the sun, it's got to be brutal out there climbing up. But okay, there's something you see of somebody who's strong. He took the direct route up and over the rock instead of walking around it. So stepped right on the trail marker. He's on his way up. He's feeling strong. This is on our right, Martin Lustenberger, the lead runner in the extraverse race. And on our left, the lead woman, 4th place runner in the extraverse race. So let's just watch Magnon as she climbs here and just get some idea for her rhythm and her strength. It just looks quite good. I don't know what else to say. You've got some perspective there, Corinne. Any additional thoughts?
Yeah, I was gonna say she doesn't look like she's defeated. She doesn't look, you can definitely tell body language wise when a runner is kind of falling apart. And honestly, I'd be worried if someone was closer to Martin, because his body language has not been great. Having those moments where he's just sitting down on the trail is not a good sign. A little bit slower cadence, right? Like obviously this is very steep terrain, but we've kind of, our cadence in general has slowed down. Not to say that it doesn't look like he's moving intentionally, but it's just a little bit different of a rhythm at this point than what we've seen from him earlier in the race. Manon's rhythm looks really intentional, like she's making, that she's got energy and pep in her step, which I think, is a good telling sign. Obviously, she's just entering that uphill. She still has, 14 kilometers to go, with, a good portion of that being this burly uphill up to the gondola station. So who's to say what she'll look like when she gets to this point? But you can see the energy that she's putting out still looks pretty high. The cadence is high, the tempo is high. Obviously, that can also be due to just the stature of the individual, right? A longer, taller person might have a slower cadence there, but I think that she looks like she's moving with really great intentionality, a lot of focus, a lot of pep in her step, and I worry a little bit about Martin, although I don't think anyone is really within striking distance, unless he took a big, long sit down, and started to bleed 10, 20 minutes a time, would that really become an issue, I think.
All right. We continue to watch the first woman, Magnon Bohart from France, as she has now left the Loutier aid station, heading for the La Chaux, top of the gondola for the La Chaux area of the ski resort of Verbier. So there she goes onto the single track, and step by step, one step at a time, up the wall, as it's referred to, the direct line to La Chaux. We're hearing in the background the finish line and Verbier, and so here's the front runner in the extraverse, and the front runner men on the right, and the front runner women on the left.
Here comes our third place finisher in the men's race. This is Anthony. Bib number 2007. Anthony Picard is making his way to the finish line, finishing third on the day in 6:07. It looks like, and maybe a few seconds there tacked on. I'm not sure if that was the day he wanted. He looks a little bit more worked than Bastien did coming in, but if you've tried to make moves coming down that climb, I think it's very normal to look a little bit worked at this point, but we'll probably grab a finish line interview with him as well. Maybe let him catch his breath for a second before they make him answer any questions.
So he spent 32 minutes behind the first, and ran at an average speed of 7.57 kilometers per hour. Underway with a total rest time, they calculate, of just 53 seconds. Wow. Great job. Very impressive.
Avec Anthony Boucard. Déjà une magnifique 32e place au marathon du Mont Blanc, c'est il y a 15 jours, il y avait une grosse densité. 15 jours après, tu décides de faire un marathon, l'un des marathons alpins les plus durs au monde, on peut bien le dire. Et là, tu prends une super belle 3e place.
Ouais, je vais aller la chercher quand même la 3e place, parce que là, il y a deux grands qui arrivent, et je pense qu'ils sont pas contents que j'arrivais devant, parce qu'ils étaient meilleurs que moi en montée. Et ouais, au marathon du Mont Blanc, en fait, par contre, je suis déçu. J'espérais faire un top 20. Donc, en fait, je viens me venger ici, en fait. Mais il faudra applaudir les deux derrière aussi, là. Parce qu'on a couru quand même globalement tous les trois, et ils ont un peu craqué dans la montée de la Chaux. J'ai cru qu'ils allaient revenir, mais j'ai pleuré et je me suis arrêté beaucoup aussi. Mais moins qu'eux, apparemment. J'ai pleuré et je me suis arrêté beaucoup aussi.
Voilà, mais... et voilà, mais ça c'est assez formidable et c'est ce qu'on aime dans cet état d'esprit. On l'a dit, nous on le sait que depuis des années, le juge de paix c'est la dernière montée à Lourtier puis la descente, et que tout peut basculer, on peut être 3-4 et on sait jamais qui va arriver. Et au coup, c'est toi qui prends une magnifique 3e place.
Ouais, c'est vrai que il faudra voir les chronos, mais je crois qu'on était vraiment pas loin au début à Lourtier. Et après, ouais, dans la montée, en fait, je faisais que regarder derrière. Et je me suis vraiment arrêté 2 fois pour m'asseoir 1 minute, faire un point sur ma vie. Et après, je suis reparti.
Mais j'ai commencé à les voir remonter sur moi un peu avant la chaux, c'est ça? Donc là, j'ai dû pousser un peu plus dans la montée. Mais dans la dernière descente m'a fait vraiment mal par contre. Je pleurais à moitié en descente.
Et une question du coup, une question un petit peu indiscrète puisque tu nous as dit, là tu viens de nous dire que tu t'étais arrêté pour faire un point sur ta vie. Comment va ta vie?
Bah, maintenant elle va bien, mais ouais, non, mais en fait il faisait très chaud. C'est tout le monde le connaît ici, le mur. Je l'avais déjà fait de toute façon en 2019 avec la X-Traversée. Mais ouais, eux, je crois qu'ils ont les bâtons. Et moi j'aurais peut-être dû les prendre finalement. Donc je pense que pour les prochaines éditions, il faudra vraiment se poser la question pour tout le monde si on a besoin des bâtons. Je pense que j'en aurais eu besoin pour faire un plus gros écart. Et après, voilà. Je pense que j'en aurais eu besoin pour faire un plus gros écart.
Exactement, mais quelle lucidité, exactement Anthony, si on décide de faire la diagonale, c'est bien de se préparer sans bâton, mais oui, il faut sur ce genre de parcours très alpin avoir des bâtons. En tout cas, félicitations à toi, tu peux être fier de cette belle 3e place. Bravo Anthony Bouka.
All right, that's Anthony Boucard from France. And he, what he was explaining is that he ran a lot with the 4th and 5th place runners. And if you look at live.utmb.world, you can see the ranking of the runner, and you can see that for a big section of the race, as he came through 8 stations, he was in the 4th place from kilometer 14 through kilometer 33. And then kilometer 33 finally moved into 3rd place, position that he held to the finish. So the good time running with the 4th and 5th place ranked runners at this point, and decided to push ahead and finish in 3rd place.
Yeah, it sounds like he was maybe a little bit bummed that he didn't have his hiking poles with him, that he had to push really, really hard today. It sounds like he did not have the day he wanted or expected at the Marathon du Mont Blanc just 2 weeks ago. And so this was kind of his revenge, that he needed to come back and have a good day today. So congratulations on a run. We're also going to have quite the race, I think, for 1st and 2nd in this women's race. I think they are only separated by a couple minutes up at Le Chaux. We do not actually have an official split, I think, for the 2nd woman coming through Le Chaux yet, but I believe she's basically there or very close to there. I just think we're getting a delayed update on that, and it could be, only about a 3-minute spread at that point, which means that they kept that gap. Like they climbed at the same rate. So really, whoever's descending better is going to be probably the victor of the women's marathon potentially, and we could see that go back and forth between Lucille and Martina, potentially duking it out in the women's marathon today. I think it is going to be very, very close. We'll keep our eyes on that. Lucille is running in, I think, 9th overall in the race, so the women are running very well near the front of this race. I think the official split is 3 minutes at Le Chaux officially, so we'll see what Martina has in her legs for the downhill, but we could have a really epic battle in the women's marathon for that 1st and 2nd position. I think they've got a pretty good little time gap back to 3rd in that field, so we'll be keeping our eye on the 1st and 2nd women in the marathon race, because we do think it's going to be very tight all the way to the finish, having kept it very, very close together all the way up that very large climb. Currently on our screen is the leader of the Extraverse, Martin. Looks like he's moving better now than he was in the steeper part of the climb, I would say. It looks like this terrain is suiting his style better. We saw him descend in absolutely mad fashion earlier, running incredibly fast. So maybe when he gets to that downhill, gravity will take over and he'll feel a lot better. We briefly saw on our screen there our women's race leader in this race running, we believe, in 4th overall in the field, Manon Bohard, who could move up to 3rd, maybe as high as 2nd if the men in front of her falter at all. They're going to have to stay on it all the way to the finish to not be overtaken by her. But what a beautiful place to be running. This kind of high alpine basin of sorts looks like an absolute dream of an afternoon to be having there. It's 4:30 or so local time in Switzerland. it seems like a pretty perfect place to be spending your afternoon moving through.
Yeah, what a great place to go skiing. Holy smokes. These are just these great open piste ski runs. There are 93 ski lifts in Verbier, and we're going to see some of them. 410 kilometers of piste. Well, here we are. Let's get back to the race. This is the next runner in the marathon. And the next runner in the men's edition of the marathon.
This is Jerome.
And it looks like
yes,
the fourth place finisher.
2001, fourth place finisher, Jerome van der Scheng of Belgium, rounding out our fourth place finisher. We do believe that Sage Canaday of the U.S. should be our next finisher, and honestly might be very close. I do believe the fourth and fifth, who Anthony said he spent a lot of time racing with, are probably pretty close together. So Sage should be finishing any minute now here behind the fourth place finisher, Jerome of Belgium.
Yeah, Jerome was in fourth place at the Panos as they went over the high mountain, Wagnu, and then by the time he got to Caban Brunet, he was in third place, but the prior runner took over. I'm going to take a short break during this interview. I'll be right back with you, Corinne.
Et donc je savais que si on était en même temps au sommet de la dernière montée, bah, normalement ça passait à la descente. Mais ouais, j'ai dû batailler, ouais, il était tout le temps derrière et puis il montait super bien. Ouais. Donc c'est cool. Ouais, j'ai dû batailler, ouais, il était tout le temps derrière et puis il montait super bien. Ouais.
Tu t'attendais à un marathon avec autant d'intensité dans la course ? Tu t'attendais à un marathon
non, pas vraiment. Moi, je venais pour un peu plus me balader que me mettre dans le mal comme ça. Mais bon, voilà, c'est comme ça. Ça fait partie du jeu. Et puis voilà, c'est la course et c'est amusant aussi. On se prend au jeu.
Et c'est parti très très vite avec la Chine avec Mr. Cheng qui a lancé un rythme assez flagrant. Bastien Fleury qui a bien suivi derrière. Et puis il y avait un top 5 qui avait un fort niveau cette année sur ce marathon.
Oui, très impressionnant le Chinois. Ouais, j'en reviens pas. Je sais même pas, il met combien de temps ? Très impressionnant le Chinois.
En tout cas, merci à toi de ta présence. En tout cas, merci à toi de ta présence.
Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, une quatrième place pour Jérôme van der Scheng.
A great race by Jerome of Belgium there. He said that did not expect quite so fast intensity from the marathon, but it was super exciting to have that very hard race. Oh, it looks like he's there with his wife and daughter. That's pretty exciting to see Dad finish. Congratulations to Jerome on a fantastic fourth place finish. Again, he said that it went super, super fast. Top three, super intense. That Shen, who led the men's race, is incredibly impressive. Was also his impression that it went out so fast and was a fight from the very beginning. Very cool to see. It sounds like he ran a very, very fast downhill, closing 3 or 4 minutes down on the third place, but not quite enough to close that gap. And again, we do think that the next finisher in the marathon will be American athlete, Hoka athlete, Sage Canaday. So we'll look for that finisher here. Again, we're following Martin, the leader of the Extraverse, the 76-kilometer race that we are following today. We did just see moments ago during that interview that he was sitting down once again. I don't know that I've ever seen an athlete sit down quite so much in a race because they're not without sleeping, without cramping of some sorts. I just think his energy is probably very low right now. But when he gets into a run on these kind of flatter traversing sections, he does move pretty darn well. And I'm hopeful that he can keep that pace up over through Le Chaux and get to that downhill section where I think he just seems to be moving a lot better on. We'll see if he can keep that up. But The more time he has to spend sitting down, the more time he is bleeding to the chasers. I don't think that they have enough distance left to close it on him, but you never know. Crazier things have definitely happened.
Hey, c'est bon là? Ouais. Bientôt la bascule.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc. The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, stop that.
Oh, there he is, Sage Canaday, our 5th place male finisher, has made his way to Verbier. Oh, looks like with 6th as well. I wonder who got the 5th and 6th. It looks like it was possibly a sprint finish. We're going to have an interview here we're going to listen in on.
How was your run today?
It was a very beautiful course, very challenging, beautiful day. It's like the views were amazing. The mountains just spectacular and really well organized. I love the aid station support, good food, good drink, good competition. I'm running so close to this guy, so many guys. I think 2nd through 6th were pretty close together. So a very nice race, good experience.
Is it a perfect race for the Hoka One? Is it a perfect race for the Hoka One?
I wouldn't say it was perfect, but it rarely is. It wasn't too bad though. It was very challenging. A lot of competitive athletes here and great performances. So congratulations to all the runners.
Geoffrey, toi tu arrives
main dans la main avec Sèche Canadet. Tu imaginais une arrivée comme ça sur le marathon de l'île Verbier? Main dans la main avec Sèche Canadet.
Non, c'est c'est un peu une légende, donc ça fait super plaisir et c'est dommage, il s'est perdu à la fin. Et moi je croyais m'être perdu. Et en fait, au moment où je commençais à chercher, je le vois qui était en train de remonter. Et là, on a retrouvé le chemin et du coup, on a fini ensemble. Donc c'est cool, ouais. C'est une belle histoire.
Tu t'attendais à un parcours aussi difficile sur un marathon?
Je savais que le parcours était dur, rien qu'à cause du ratio distance dénivelé. Mais je pensais que c'était... on m'avait dit que c'était roulant tout le long. Mais il y a quand même des beaux passages techniques. Et puis l'altitude et les longues descentes qui tapent. Donc ouais, très dur, très dur. Mais très beau.
En tout cas, merci à toi, Geoffrey Bonnet et Sèche Canadet pour la 5e place ex aequo. En tout cas, merci à toi, Geoffrey Bonnet et Sèche Canadet pour la 5e place ex aequo.
So while these runners finished more or less hand in hand, we believe that Sage Canaday was awarded the 5th place finish here, and the 6th place finisher right alongside him. That 6th place finisher is, I think, Jeffrey
Bonnet or Bonnet.
Bonnet.
Yes.
Finished together, hand in hand. They've got them listed in the opposite order on the live tracker, but it sounds like Sage actually got a little bit lost towards the end, and they finished together. That's why they finished together, it sounds like, is because Sage got a little bit lost. He stated that the ratio of the distance to elevation, again, a 45-kilometer race, a 28-mile race with 4,000 meters of climbing or 15K of climbing is a pretty good ratio of climbing to distance. And he stated that it was, it was very difficult, but also very, very beautiful. And that this is the best kind of sport, which I think is a sentiment that we all have felt before at a race event. So thank you so much, Jeffrey, for that sentiment about racing and about this race in particular. Congratulations on both of your races. We'll keep our eyes peeled for our first and second female finishers in the marathon, because we do think that they will be coming up in not that long. That's Martin almost going off course there around those rocks, it appears. Closing in on the top of this course. He's just about 70 kilometers in of a 76-kilometer race. I do think that this gentleman will be very, very happy to be getting to the downhill here soon.
Yes, Sage Kennedy also gave a shout out for all the people that helped make this race work. It's the volunteers and the supporters along the way. He enjoyed the aid stations, the ambiance, the scenery, all of it was just terrific. A well-executed race here at the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB.
Our next finisher is coming in with his 2 kiddos in hand. Oh, that's amazing! The kids got boosted over the barriers there over the sides to finish with Dad. That is very, very cool to see. That was our 7th place male finisher in the marathon. That briefly showed up in that split screen there.
And here's what we've been waiting to see: the top of the lift. And with the top of the lift comes the bottom of the ski hill. So, yeah, that's the top of this lift. This is just one of several lifts, many lifts, 93 ski lifts at the Verbier ski area. So this is a gondola. It's a big lift, and it comes from the base up to this midpoint at La Chaux. So you can just imagine these slopes in the wintertime filled with skiers, and now a playground for the runners and a place for this race, the Trail Verbier race. Terrific. A little spark coming back here to the front runner in the X Traverse event. We're looking at Martin Lustenberger from Switzerland.
It looks like we should expect our first female finisher in the marathon in about the next 9 minutes or so. We're not sure if it'll be Lucille or Martina making their way to that finish line first, but we'll be keeping our eyes peeled on our first and second female finisher of that marathon, who could be duking it out. The estimated projected time for Martina is about 12 minutes away right now. I believe the estimated projected time for Lucille is 8 minutes away, so kind of holding on to that 3 or 4 minute gap. That is going to be quite an impressive finish, quite a tight bit of racing for both of those ladies out there, and we'll be expecting them to be finishing in the next 8 to 10 minutes or so.
As you expected, Corinne, and predicted, here is Martin Lestenberger traveling quite comfortably on the downhill. So it looks like this is the aid station. Yep. And he's so happy to be here.
Show there. Big kudos to the camera guy who I think went up that entire climb with Martin as well.
Yeah, stayed right with him. And looks like the cafeteria for the skiers in the wintertime has been trained. Oh, boy. What a choice of great food here at this location. This is not just a simple aid station. There's a lot of great choices. He's putting away his poles because it's downhill from here. Yeah. Putting the poles away. These are downhill from here. Another runner ahead with the white cap on is a marathoner who is working through the same aid station. So working with the volunteers. That's terrific.
Vous êtes en live là. C'est bon, hein? Bah mettez-vous dessus. Ah mais les bénévoles, c'est le meilleur du monde. Bah oui, c'est le plus important.
That's a tired gentleman there. The full lean to get that snack in. They've been running for over 8.5 hours for the Extraverse race. Some of these kilometers are not coming quite as easy as earlier kilometers, but he's getting some snacks. Looks like some watermelon. Pretty easy food to get down. It's not very calorically dense, but it's a great palate cleanser. It's pretty benign on the stomach. Although I will say I have vomited up watermelon during UTMB before. So, you never know what you're going to get out there. But he's got some watermelon in. He's going to maybe fill up a flask, take some Coca-Cola in the flask to go. That's a great idea. Super easy sugar to ingest. He's got a cup pulled out that they're going to put some Coke in for him. It's a really easy, simple bit of carbohydrate to get in. It's a good bit of energy. It's not uncommon to see runners filling their soft flasks with Coca-Cola to take on the road with them to just kind of sip on, to nurse a little bit of sugar into their system all the way down the trail to the next aid station, just because it's hard to digest food because your blood supply is going everywhere else but your stomach at this point. You've been out in the heat, you've been using all your muscles, so all that blood flow moves away from your stomach and your small intestines towards your skin surfaces, towards your muscles, and so things like Coca-Cola, things like other liquid calories go down a lot easier at this point in the race, just because you don't need as much blood flow moving to your stomach in order to get that sugar in, get those calories in.
Okay.
Taking a sit down here.
Taking a seated rest again. As he takes his last drink, I'm sure he's been advised of what the margin is to the next, and he feels comfortable using a few moments to enjoy the ambiance here at the aid station at La Chaux, at the ski area of Verbier, the top of the gondola lift, and he's ready to go. There's about 6.4 kilometers to the next aid station, and a midpoint along the way at 3.5 kilometers, a little stop called La Combe.
Okay, so these are some interesting splits for us, kind of tracking our second, third, and fourth place runners of Bastien and Pierre and Manon. They are all working their way up the climb, but their estimated arrival times, Bastien, who's currently in second, is expected to arrive in about 75 minutes. Technically, Pierre, who's running in third, is expected to arrive in about 74 minutes, so clearly moving a little bit faster than Bastien. And then Manon Bohard is expected to arrive in 71 minutes. So it is very possible that Manon Bohard is moving well enough that she will actually reach this aid station in the next 60 to 70 minutes in second place overall. Can she hold that? Will she move past those two men? Will she get into that aid station before them? And can she hold the downhill? We will have to wait and see, but that is what the current estimated projections are to this aid station, which is kind of cool and very exciting. But that also means that Martin, even though he might not be feeling as peppy as he could be, even though he's a little bit tired, needing to take some time for some breaks, it sounds like he probably has at least an hour lead over the next runner, which is a pretty darn comfortable place to be, given that it should be more or less all downhill from here, and he only has about 6 kilometers to go at this point, or roughly, about 4 miles.
Well, Roy's looking for that moment of extraordinary performance by the athletes, and particularly here at the top of the elite athletes. And I think we're seeing it today by Manon Bohard. And boy, from how I'll acknowledge I did not see the second and third men traveling in the same distance that we did see Manon, but she looked really strong. And I would not be surprised if these predictions come to pass and she arrives up here at La Chaux in second place. So we've got an hour to sit it out and wring our hands and hope for the best, and wish the very best to every one of these runners who are just putting in the effort of a lifetime, an extraordinary effort. It's fun to witness right here in the Swiss Alps near Verbier, Switzerland. So this is the Extraverse race. We call it Extraverse because it's 76 kilometers long, 47 miles.
I'm going to try to get a camera. Obviously, we've got an e-bike with our leading man in the Extraverse right now, but our leading lady in the marathon should be making her way to the finish in the next minute or two. So hopefully we're going to get footage of our leading lady in the marathon making her way to the finish line in Verbier. We'll see if we can get a camera down there at that finish line so that we do not miss her coming in. Right now on our screen is our first female that we've just been praising very highly. I think our background text thread also is going pretty wild for this woman, as well as she is making good moves up this climb, looking really intentional, getting her poles way up in front of her and then double poling, stepping through. It's a very, very steep climb. This is the wall portion of the course. While we watch Manon go up the climb, we're going to try to find our leading lady as she makes her way to the finish line in Verbier. She should be there any moment now, running in what I believe is 8th or 9th overall. Again, right now, leading on your screen are the two top Extraverse athletes, Martin on the right-hand side and Manon on the left-hand side, your leading male and female runner in the Extraverse race. But we are looking for Lucille, our French runner, our leading lady in the Verbier Marathon, to see if we can get her finish line, because we do think that she will be finishing only 3 or 4 minutes ahead of second place, which is a pretty exciting end to this race. And also to finish top 10 in the overall, in the scratch, is really, really quite impressive, particularly as we go down in distance. It's much more common to see that in the 140, the 160K races. It's a lot more challenging, generally speaking, to end up in that top 10 group when the race distances get a little bit shorter. So we'll be waiting to try to find Lucille as she makes her way to the finish line in Verbier any minute now. Our studio folks are working on trying to get us that footage of her finish line of the marathon while we currently follow our male leader in the extraverse.
Yeah, I was just trying to follow along on the performance by Lucille Oakes and how she's been running.
There she is. So strong. Look at her go.
Wow.
Actually, this is Raphael maybe. Nope, she should be the next person to finish. This is not Lucille. We got really excited there for a second. That is Raphael Ploud, I believe, of Switzerland. We should be seeing, yep, that was Bib. No, that wasn't. That's Bib 2444. That's Thibaut, I believe. He must have made moves to move up into 8th overall. That is where that sprint came from. That is Thibaut of France making his way to his finish. So the next finishers coming in, we're looking for Raphael Ploud and Lucille Ox to make their way to the finish line. They're going to keep a camera down there for us because we do not want to miss her finish. Thanks to our studio team for that split screen. We do not want to lose sight of our leading lady in the marathon. She should be there any minute, which I've said for several minutes now, but that is the way these live timers work, is that you're waiting with bated breath sometime for minutes or tens of minutes on end.
All right, we're just getting an idea of the extent of how steep this really is on this last climb by the double polling being done here by Bagnon. And on the left screen, that's off. And now this is our front runner. And this is another pause. He has plenty of time to make these pauses and still make it first down the race. You can see he's...
So I think that's Raphael.
Okay, here's our first women runner.
Behind him.
And Lucille.
Is Lucille.
Lucille Oakes in the green. Welcome, Lucille, to Verbier.
Yeah, is that 2012? It is. Congratulations, Lucille, on a great run today, taking that win. We'll get an interview with her at the finish line, and our great team behind the scenes here will give us a little French translation, give us the Cliff Notes version of it for our English listeners. But she, and I do think our second place female should be here any moment as well. They were only 3 or 4 minutes apart at the top of the climb. So incredibly impressive running by both Lucille and Martina. They've gone back and forth all day, but Lucille made a move leaving that last aid station, well, the aid station at the bottom of the climb, to get out of there ahead of Martina, and was able to hold off all the way to the finish line, it would appear.
So Lucille Oakes has finished 10th overall in the marathon race. All men, all women, the scratch classification. She has finished 10th. And so that is just a fantastic finish, as well as being first in the women's classification. So, yes, congratulations to Lucille Oakes for a fantastic run today. And I can't wait to hear about your extraordinary day. Just delighted they're able to show us the way and show us how it's done. So that was a great performance. Holy smokes.
Yeah, and as our team is noting, that Martina should be finishing here very shortly as well. Martina of Slovenia should be the next finisher in this race. So we'll be looking for her to be coming down the finishing chute. Lucille's looking over her shoulder too, wondering if Martina's going to be rounding that corner here any moment. We'll get an interview with our women's champion in the marathon right now.
So this is Lucille's second first place finish in this race. She won last year as well.
Course formidable. Lucille, tu as mené d'un tambour battant. Il y avait un super combat avec la Slovène. Comment ça s'est passé pour toi? Comment tu l'as vécu, ta course?
Alors, au début, j'étais pas super en forme. Jusqu'à 1000, même Brunet, j'avais vraiment pas de sensation. Après, vers Panossière, c'est revenu. Et après, j'ai pu faire ma course toute seule. Et vraiment, là, je me suis fait plaisir sur la fin.
Les objectifs, est-ce que ça faisait partie des objectifs pour toi de saison ici, ce marathon aussi difficile?
Ah oui, c'était un des principaux objectifs que j'avais, ouais.
Et du coup, c'est quoi la suite? Est-ce que tu fais une pause en te disant, ça y est, j'ai pris le Graal ici du côté du trail de Verbier et Saint-Bernard, by UTMB, ou alors il y a des gros objectifs qui arrivent?
Après, fin août, je vais à Chima, en Italie. C'est un type skyrunning. Et puis là, je vais faire comme je peux, parce que je suis pas très fort dans le technique, donc on verra bien comment ça va se passer.
Eh ben écoute, félicitations, tu as fait une très grosse course, tu peux être très fier de toi. C'est une magnifique première place aujourd'hui sur ce marathon 4000.
Merci à tout le monde.
Lucie Lach.
Wow, she was really able to put a little bit of space on Martina too. She's been finished for quite a few minutes now. This was her main objective for the season. She put together a fantastic run. It sounds like she had a really great fight with Martina, who will be our second place female finisher. We're waiting for her to finish here. I believe that's actually, maybe that might be her in our little screen. We'll see. There we go. I think this is Martina of Slovenia finishing now. They had a super fight on the course, battling it out almost all the way to the finish line, definitely all the way to one of those last aid stations. Lucille said that she did not feel very good at the beginning, but felt better and better as the race went on. And Martina looks happy with that performance, arms up in excitement. Looking forward to hopefully getting a post-race interview with her to hear how that race went. She is fired up, as she should be. Congratulations, Martina, on a super run today in the Verbier Marathon. Congratulations.
Martina, comment c'était? How was your day today?
It was awesome. I've never been on 3,000 meters.
Est-ce que ça marche ça?
Because in Slovenia we have 3 gloves. And it's just 2,064. I'm bad downhiller. So the second part was a little bit hard for me, but such an amazing place. Thank you, Verbier. Thank you.
Thank you to coming and choosing the marathon lead Verbier to come run here. Look at this, the people of Verbier are here for you. La deuxième dame, mesdames et messieurs. Thank you so much, Martina.
Looks like she passed a couple of runners in the aid station at Lutier and then held her own right here to the very end, passing some more on the uphill and then holding steady for the downhill. What'd you hear?
Yeah, and she is a on-sponsored athlete. It sounds like she had a really good race, had a good fight out there, and was very, very pleased with that performance. She was quite out of breath. Yeah, she had to push really hard, it sounds like, but really enjoyed running in such an amazing place, which seems to be a common sentiment from all of the runners today, is that it was a truly spectacular course and that people enjoyed while they were suffering, got to enjoy, most of the minutes they were out there because of how beautiful it is out on the course. We are currently back following our lead male in the extraverse. That is Martin Lustenberger. He is the front of these two runners. I believe that's a marathoner that we saw in the aid station with him. And then on our left-hand side of the screen is Manon Bohard, who we think will arrive potentially with the second place male overall at the top of this climb in that Bain aid station. We'll find out in about 55 minutes or so. But we're going to take a quick break here and hear from our sponsors who make all of this possible, allow us to bring you all of this wonderful free coverage. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in just a little bit.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Okay, we're back live. Welcome. There you see on your screen the extraverse finishers and the ranking, of the extraverse athletes as they are on the course right now. And we're going to be following the front runner here as he heads down to the finish line in Verbier, Switzerland. We are in the Swiss Alps, and that's where we've been following these runners since their start in La Foulie this morning at 8 a.m. And I'm Randall Gaylord, and I'm here with Corinne Malcolm, and we are providing the commentary on the English language, and there is also a French language channel if you prefer. And here we're watching 3 races on the right side. There are finishers coming in at the marathon distance, and that was a race that started this morning at 10 a.m. from Lidis, Switzerland, and is now finishing also in the same ski town of Verbier. So we're here in the Swiss Alps watching the runners come down through the pistes or the ski runs of Verbier and into the town of Verbier. This is our front runner.
Part probably a blessing. I was going to say it's probably one part a blessing for our front runner here, Martin Lustenberger, to be on this downhill. He was really struggling on that uphill and seems to be moving well on the downhill, but sometimes these downhills are really darn steep, and it's almost too steep for it to be very comfortable for the runners out there. So we'll see how he feels about some of this. He's moving pretty well, maybe a little gingerly in places, but to be fair, he's been running for almost 9 hours, 73 kilometers. He's got about 3K to go to the finish. I imagine that we should be expecting him down in Verbier at that finish in probably under 15 minutes or so. So making good work of this final downhill. We'll see if he can stay on that projection or not. But I'd imagine in the next 15, at most 20 minutes, Martin Lustenberger, the men's champion in the extraverse race, should be making his way downhill to everyone waiting for him in Verbier.
All right. You probably wonder who we are. So we're going to there's Corinne Malcolm at the top. Hi, I'm Randy Gaylord, and here we are. and we are bringing you this race. And we have other people who are on the scene. You see a little bit of a bike there. There are bicycle riders. There are trail runners with cameras. And it's just a great production and way to watch the race along the way. So we aren't just stuck with watching fixed cameras as the runners go by. You get to experience the race just as the runners do. You get the sense of the trail here, the extraordinary trail, the steepness, the forest. And here our front runner is entering the forest part of the descent into Verbier, and he's looking really great.
Yeah, moving well, staying right with this marathon runner who he was in the aid station with. I actually kind of imagine that the marathon runner caught up to him and is just saying, you know what, this guy's moving pretty well. I'm going to stay right with him as we make our way down this terrain. They picked up the third with the cameraman on the e-bike behind them, which is, you know, no easy feat. We've seen our cameramen via bike get hung up a few times on some technical rocky sections of the running route today, but you know, have a lot of confidence in our volunteers, in our folks on foot and our folks on bike to follow our runners gracefully and quite quickly down and up all these trails. We saw like I just said, getting hung up a little bit there on that technical snag of rocks and roots, but they'll catch up in no time at all. They've got that e-assist on the bike once they can get over this little bumpy section there. But we did see, you know, a runner with a camera stayed with our lead man, Martin, all the way up that climb. That is no easy feat. That's quite the head wall to make it up to that aid station where he tagged off to a camera person on bike that is now working their way back towards the runner here to make sure that they can regain contact and picture for us. Pretty cool to see, you know, in a way, how the sausage gets made, how we end up with this really cool content for everyone.
There we go. And here these two runners are. They're in different races, so they're not competing for the same prize or position in the same race. They started in different locations. They're finishing in the same location, and they're all part of the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. And we're I think one runner just passed the other, if I'm right, and they're heading on. You know, we're following the next few runners in this race as well, and particularly the front runner in the women's race, Mignon Bohard, who has been advancing well, and there's a camera with her that we'll see from time to time when it's available, and she's just right there with the second, third men, and she's in fourth position overall. So we've got lots to watch here in the X-Traverse race. And so we haven't been talking to you much about the X-Alpine race because we haven't been following that as closely, but we will. We don't have the images to follow that as closely, so we will follow what the images show us, and there'll be lots of time to bring you the front runners in the X-Alpine race at a future moment. This is just too exciting to leave behind.
Yep, following along, that was that marathon runner that went in front of our lead male in the X-Traverse race. Again, Martin Lustenberg of Switzerland, making good work of this downhill. This is that little rise that you can see on the profile. If we go back to our full screen mode, we'll get a shot of that here in a second. And that will be that there's a little bit of a rise before that final descent down into town that we are about to see. And he's running it, which is good because we've seen him kind of struggle on that uphill until very recently.
Just arrived in Verbier is the third woman, or about ready to arrive, I guess, in Verbier is the third woman in the marathon race. The race that began in Liddies this morning. They covered 45 kilometers and about 12,739 feet up and down. So the women have started to arrive in that race. The first runner is in. The second runner is in. We're waiting for the third runner, Cecilia Pedroni from Italy. Here we have a beautiful overview of Verbier and the ski village of Verbier. You can see it's extensive because, of course, in the wintertime, there's a tremendous population of people. Back live with the front runner of the Traverse, the X-Traverse.
Yeah, well, we're pretty good at the French to English translations. We're not quite as strong at the Spanish to English or Italian to English translations on those finisher interviews, but maybe we'll catch a snippet of it later on for you. But yes, we're following the X-Traverse race. We believe that our race leader here, Martin of Switzerland, should be finishing in probably the next 10 or so minutes down in Verbier, which is very exciting. We will welcome him with open arms, hopefully hear about how his race went. I am very intrigued to hear what that post-race interview sounds like with Martin, as we've watched him kind of really have to work his way through this climb, fighting for every step of that uphill, it did appear. Here is our women's race lead. This is Manon Bohard. She's been leading from, wire to wire at this point. We believe that, we're going to get an interesting split here at the top of this aid station, i.e., where does she come in at the overall at that point in time? Are these men right with her also in that X-Traverse, or has she picked up some marathoners on her way up this hill? She is not a bad train to hitch your train car to, or your wagon to, I imagine. She's moving really well. I'm very consistent, not quite as Pep we saw her at the bottom, but moving very smoothly up this climb, using her poles, keeping her head down, overtaking runners all the way up it as our camera person moves up the field just a little bit to keep that image in focus for us against that incredible backdrop as we run through the Swiss Alps today.
Yeah, if we can just get the first number on the bib, we can tell who is what race they're in. I believe that those bibs behind her had the 2000 series, which are the marathon series bibs. So I believe she was passing some marathoners right there, though I couldn't see everybody's bib. All right, there's the gondola car coming down across the center of town. Beautiful drone footage from Verbier, Switzerland. And this is the final way into the finish line, what we see here, this boulevard, this street.
I believe we're looking at Cecilia making her way in, which would be officially our third female finisher, if that is the case. There's a runner with, I think there's a runner camera maybe with her, or another racer, but I believe that is the footage that we're getting right now, is our third place female making her way into the finish line here in Verbier. 7 hours, 3 minutes elapsed in their race today. They started just after 10:15 local time. It's now 5:20 or so in the evening, but that is who we are looking for. We are looking for our third place female finisher from Italy, Cecilia Pedroni. And her finishing time is listed as imminent. So I'm assuming that is the person that our aerial shot, our drone is following, which is a pretty cool way to visualize it.
yeah, making their way down the street to the finish line. The finish line's still not in sight. Oh, here it is. Sure enough. There's this white runner in a white outfit. That's what we saw.
Mesdames et messieurs, make some noise for the third lady on the race, Cecilia Pedroni.
Happy with that finish, it looks like there. I believe she's our first Masters female athlete.
Compliment pour une course merveilleuse. Cecilia Pedroni, mesdames et messieurs, la troisième dame. Merveilleux. Exactement, merveilleux, elle a dit, en tout cas un pays merveilleux. Et c'est Jean Singria qui va venir nous rejoindre. Félicitations à toi, Jean Singria.
This is the runner she was with, as it finished just behind her. They congratulate each other because they certainly made some friendship on the trail. You could see that. A great part of trail running is to make the friendships with those around you. So this is a terrific, extraordinary race. And we're following on the right side of the screen, the front runner in the X Traverse race, Martin Lustenberger from Switzerland. And on the left side, we had the front runner in the women's event, the women's competitor, Magnon Bohard. So, yeah, from France. So they really continue to make their way to the finish. We're trying to give you some predictions here. Martin Lustenberger is expected to arrive around 27 minutes after the hour, so he's a little behind that now. And we'll see how let's see. Yeah, Magnon is expected to arrive at the next aid station in about a half an hour or more. So, local time. So we'll just keep an eye on these two steps. It's a long haul up out of Luthier. It's the low point of the race, and they go back up to 2,200 meters in elevation. And so, yeah, it's a big climb.
Yeah,
on the right side of the race here.
And I'm just going to add the woman who just finished third in the marathon, I believe, is our first Masters athlete coming in at, I believe, at 41 years old, racing against some relatively young guns in the marathon. Congratulations to her as well for that superb run to finish third today in the marathon at Trail Verbier, St. Bernard.
Okay. Martin Lustenberger is over the hump of the last little rise and making his way. You can see as the road widens, he must be arriving closer and closer to the village of Verbier and off the single track trail. So we'll just be keeping an eye on him as he gets there. But this is also of interest. The first woman who left the last aid station in 4th position in the X-Traverse race. The X-Traverse race is started this morning in La Folie, Switzerland. It touched over into Italy for a short distance and then has returned to Switzerland for the finish in Verbier. And it's just been in the Swiss Alps the whole time, much of the time above tree line, above in rocky terrain, close to the glaciers, with just tremendous views of the surrounding peaks, all the way from the Mont Blanc to the Grand Combine. So here's some overhead footage of the first runner in the X-Traverse and the bicycle cam behind him. You can see both as they are approaching the structures and the buildings at the edge of town of Verbier, and they will then make their way through the streets to the finish line. So got to be feeling good right now. Martin Lustenberger is running on pure energy at this point. He is exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. He is just kicking it. So here he comes into town. This angle into town brings him right into the boulevard, the main street here where the finish will occur.
You have that long run into the city. It's one of those things where like excitement has built. You know that you're nearing the finish line, but sometimes it can feel like that the stretch is going on for forever. You're not quite sure where the finish line might be. Sometimes we zigzag runners through town. I know with UTMB, as runners make their way into the city center of Chamonix, they do kind of have to zigzag around some squares to make it all the way into the finish line, which I imagine at times is a little bit stressful. Luckily, no one got hit by that bus just then. Our runner has been safely navigated through that intersection. That would be a horrible way to end his X-Traverse experience, but he's got the bike camera right there with him as he's escorted through
now he's
town
on this
all the way to the finish line.
Looks like he's on a walking street right here and making his way into the finish line. We know he's just a minute or two away from the finish of the X-Traverse. He will have finished 76 kilometers. We just can't wait to hear from him, but let's watch the finish line as he arrives. His closest competitor has not come through the aid station at the top of the gondola yet. Oh, no, he has. Bastien Guinodos has just exited the aid station. Excuse me. At 4:54, and he's predicted into town here in about 30 minutes. So he's got according to predictions, about a 30-minute lead over the second place runner. Here we go.
But here he comes into the finish line. Quick check of the watch. Martin will have survived that uphill. What an exceptional amount of grit to push his way over that final climb, to run those final kilometers down the hill through Verbier to the finish line. An outstanding performance today for Martin.
Fantastic. Way to go, Martin. We've followed you for so long. I feel your pain and feel your pleasure, your great, extraordinary experience that you've had out here on the trail today. Wow. It's not always pleasant out there.
Oh,
but it is fun
always
to be
a little bit unpleasant.
to have arrived. It's always a little bit unpleasant, particularly if you're a front runner.
You're running.
He's so
you're
happy
running
to
an
be in.
ultra. It gets a little bit unpleasant. It looks like Bastien, our second place male, who's about 30 minutes out from the finish line right now, is really put on the afterburners. It looks like he has gapped the third place male and the first place female by a sizable little margin towards the top of that climb. We'll get a more accurate split here in a little bit, but it looks like Bastien is cresting the top of that climb and on his way down towards town. But we'll get a finish line interview here with help from our French translation team to let us know how the race went for Martin today.
Well, I think we can say with some confidence that Bastien will not be caught by Magnon. That just is not going to happen if he's over the crest at this point.
Martin Lutzenberger. Martin, comment c'était cette journée à bord du marathon? Tout à bord de l'X Traversée. Tu es le premier finisher de l'X Traversée.
We'll listen to this interview in French and we'll bring you the translation as best we can do it afterwards.
Au départ, ça va très vite, ça va très bien. Après, j'ai eu un peu de problème avec la nourriture. Mais non. C'était très dur. Je n'ai pas eu beaucoup d'énergie, mais c'était magnifique. La température était très agréable. Le temps, c'est super. Les bénévoles sont super. J'aime ça. C'est magnifique.
Tu t'attendais à un parcours comme celui-ci sur l'X Traversée?
Je n'ai pas écouté.
Tu t'attendais à un parcours aussi difficile?
Comme ça, j'ai aussi fait de difficiles parcours, mais pas des parcours longs comme X Traverse. C'est le plus long.
En tout cas, félicitations à toi. C'est une très très belle première place que tu viens signer ici sur Verbier en plus. Bravo à toi. Vous pouvez l'applaudir encore, mesdames et messieurs, premier finisher de l'X Traversée.
What a great race for Martin. He said it was super hard. The start went super fast. Then I had some issues with food and no energy, which we all got to witness, I think, out there. He said, but it was beautiful and the weather was super and the volunteers were super. I think that's the takeaway. The weather was perfect. The terrain was beautiful. The volunteers were amazing. This extra traverse was his longest race to date, and he pulled off a superb finish. What a very strong athlete to stick out some obvious low moments today that we all witnessed on the live stream with him having to sit down periodically. Huge congratulations to Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland and his win today at the X Traverse at the UTMB World Series event here at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB.
Yes, although we're going to take a break in about 20 seconds, but Martin was second in last year's race, but it was a little different race, a little shorter race. So this year he just showed what he could do at this distance. Fabulous job, Martin. Congratulations. Great work. Let's watch the next runners after the break.
Ça pique.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc. The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
We're back live.
All right, we're back live.
In Verbier. I am all over it. 22 edition of Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB, watching some very elated finishers finishing their marathon off. Again, we are tracking 3 races today. The X Alpine, which we have not talked about in a little bit. We will follow up with where those runners are in just a second, kind of get a recap of what we know thus far and when we expect to see images of them coming up soon. The Extraverse, we just saw the top male finisher in the Extraverse make his way to the finish line in Martin Lustenberger of Switzerland. An exceptionally good performance for Martin. He should be very, very thrilled with that. This marathon finisher is very excited as well. And then we've seen our marathon men and women coming in, including this runner right here, this very excited runner. We've seen our top 3 women come in. We've seen many of the top 20 men come in this marathon. Quite a good day for all of these athletes.
I'm studying the leaderboard for the X Alpine race in hopes to provide some insight for those runners who are following on air to find out about what's happened in the 140-kilometer X Alpine race that started in Verbier and last night at 10 o'clock and will be finishing here later this afternoon about 5:30 local time. I see that the runner Sanjay Sherpa is no longer in the top 10, and I will need to do some more digging to see where what position has happened, what has happened to him. The current front runner in the race at the last stop was Antoine Boucher from France, and he is out of Le Tour and headed up to La Chaux, up the steep wall of the last climb. So he is on his way. And behind him is Bozidar Antonov, and then next Jean-Grégoire Lussier from Switzerland, Gwenal Lengla from France, and Michel Defago from Switzerland in 5th place. So these are the front runners. There's a big distance between all of them. And I should say that between the 3rd and 4th runners, they seem to be running together, I should say. They left Benossier hut together, and they're headed to Le Tour. So we'll see what happens to them on the next step.
It appears in the kind of the running results here, kind of the running tally of things, that Sanjay Sherpa has withdrawn from the race. He's not in the official withdrawals list yet, but his name is highlighted in red, which is kind of that first step for him to be moved to that withdrawals list. There's no split for him after, hold up here, from after Belay. So I believe that he withdrew there or at the next possible place to remove yourself from the race. So it does appear that Sanjay Sherpa, the early leader, one of the favorites in the race, has ended his day early and will not be running his way to the finish in Verbier anyway, which is a bummer to see. We've had some early leaders have some things go awry, including Patrick Bohard having to retire early from the race, and I believe that Sanjay Sherpa has joined that contingent as well at this point. So something to keep our eye on. But it does not appear that he is any longer in the race. There could be some, some shuffling that happens yet particularly between 3, 4, and 5. It does appear that first and second are kind of out on their own off the front at this point in the men's race.
Yeah, just to provide some background, there were about 1,700 runners who started all 3 races today, and according to our information, about 137 have withdrawn. We're not up to 10% yet for all races, and I do not have the separation between races. All we have is result overall of the number of withdrawals. So that's where we are right now. I'd say most of the withdrawals are in the X-Alpine category by far.
There's
so
66
that seems to
withdrawals,
be
it looks like, in the X-Alpine.
In the X-Alpine, okay.
Yep, 66 in the X-Alpine, 46 in the X-Traverse at this point, and 21 in the Marathon thus far. There will be people, too, who, right, a lot of people have withdrawn themselves from the race, but people also get timed out as there are cutoff times at some of these aid stations in which you have to make it through that aid station ahead of that cutoff time, including the finish line. There's a cutoff for the finish line, remembering that they have until 4 p.m. local time on Sunday. So a little less than 24 hours from now, that is when that finish line closes down. I guess about 22 hours from now. So something to keep in mind that while these runners are finishing now, there will be runners that are finishing well into tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, we've already had many a runner withdraw or be unable to continue at this point for various reasons.
Yeah, this is not a race just for the elites. This is a race for the recreational runners, the recreational athletes who can put in the time and prepare themselves for these conditions. So if you're listening in and you think this is something you can do, start preparing. It takes a couple of years sometimes for some people to get into the position to compete in these longer races. So think about that and see what it takes. So
and then in the women's
there's a
race,
chance for you to.
We've not covered that yet, which we should definitely talk about.
Oh, that's right.
The X-Alpine being, because there's not just the men's race going on, there's also a women's race going on. Emily Vauden of Switzerland is off the front by quite a margin. She's, still about 80 minutes removed, maybe more than that at this point, removed from the next female being Natalia Roman-Lopez in second, followed fairly closely by Andrea Vlaskova in third. So there's actually a pretty tight race there for second and third, followed by Stephanie Borgret Marmi in fourth, and Konika Azumi in fifth are the current standings in that women's race. But right now, this is, I think, our third place male runner coming into the aid station. I believe that's Pierre, because we will have missed second place coming through there. This should be Pierre in third, entering the aid station at the top of the climb, which means Manon should be there imminently as well, or there very shortly. It looks like maybe he's created a little bit of separation between himself and Manon. I believe this is Pierre. We don't have an official split for this athlete yet.
If it's Pierre, he's doing
fairly confident.
Super good.
Extraverse. Doing super
Bastion,
well. Holding on.
The information we have, this is Bastien Quinodos, if it's bib 1001. But he should have already left
the
Shiloh.
hill already. Oh,
Yeah.
this is 1002. This is Pierre.
1002. Yeah, Pierre Gapethan. There we go.
Yep, because Bastien is
great
20
image.
minutes out from the finish right now.
Okay, so the camera's following our third place.
I lost it. I'm sorry.
No, he's explaining he lost whatever he needed for his mandatory kit. So, yeah, that's the drama of the race. Those are the little things that happen. And this is the X Traverse, and we're following the third place men's runner as he leaves the top of the gondola area at La Chaux and the village of Verbier. And here's a new image and another race. We're talking about it. We're just skipping back and forth. This is the marathon. And the finish line and Verbier. And here is the latest marathon finisher in a time of 7 hours, 30 minutes. We'll get you a name here as soon as we can. But last finisher was, we'd have to check the number, 27:15. Matthias Mouchard from France.
But here, up at the aid station, we do have our first female. Not that far behind Pierre, but he has created a little bit of separation between himself and the first place female. This is Manon Bahard getting some resupply, filling her flasks with, it looks like, some sparkling water there. She'll probably get some soda or some energy drink as well. Taking some energy for the road as she is about to descend the 5 kilometers or so to the finish line, where we will be waiting for her with bated breath. Super excited and very impressed with her performance today.
Terrific. She's running her own race. She's in no hurry to catch the next person. If it doesn't work, if he has trouble, then she'll be there. She's just going to go hard with what she needs, which is 6 more kilometers to the finish in Verbier. One small
still running
uphill.
4th overall.
4th overall, just an incredible run. Just that. Hey, Corinne, just look at her. She has that same great stance and running style that she had when she had half as many miles under her belt. So, just very impressive.
Yeah, she had to make a hard
You're watching
pivot
the English channel.
She was supposed to do the Mont Blanc 90K a couple weeks ago, which was canceled due to weather. Very last minute, so sent a lot of runners scrambling, trying to get in a race. Most of these runners need a July race and a June race to prep for a big August goal like UTMB and the UTMB series finale races. And so a lot of athletes had to pivot to find something else to do. She ended up here. It's definitely paying off. She'll come home with a nice win today at the X Traverse at Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB.
Well, it's been great for us too, and all of our viewers who can follow along with her and see who she is and be ready to watch her for the next race. So here we're following the finishers at the. We're back at the finish line, and at this point in time, only the. We've had the first Traverse men's finisher, but here are the finishers from the marathon. This should be
Sophia. She should be our 4th place female finisher. Let's see if we can get a translation on some of this. Swiss athlete Sophia Velsier.
La quatrième dame, mesdames et messieurs, de ce marathon, Ligue Verbier. Congratulations, Sophia.
Ouais, il y avait quelques...
Yeah, Sophia.
Only one other
Alicia
race
from
on her list. So that was the fourth place female finisher. She has only one other race result on her list from 2020 where she was 56th. Had a really good race today, wanted to push to have a good time, but did not necessarily push for any ranking. But she happened to do pretty good. Being very, kind of internally motivated there to run for a time as opposed to be focused on the field. So a great run by Sophia. Another young athlete in the field having a good day, finishing fourth here today. Again, we are following our leading lady in the extraverse down the final descent towards Verbier, where she will be welcomed warmly into that finish line. Our second place male finisher will probably be there in the next 10 or 11 minutes. We expect our third place male to be there in about 30-ish minutes. And Manon to be there, honestly, right about the same time. So it'll be interesting to see what that time gap ends up being between her and the third place male, Pierre. I think it'll be fairly close, but my guess is she finishes a couple minutes back from him, solidly fourth overall on a very strong day.
Absolutely. She's just cranking it out there. Seems like she's going just as fast as the first place finisher. Okay. This is number 2049. That was Adrian Lopez from Spain. Adrian Lopez Bracojos. Excuse me, Adrian. I'll just call you Adrian and we'll go with that, okay? Thank you. And good finish. Great job. Congratulations. I'm glad you're back to Verbier. So
if you are just joining us again, we are the English channel this weekend covering Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. My name is Corinne Malcolm. I'm here with Randall Gaylord bringing you coverage of three distinct races, the X-Alpine, 140 kilometers, the X-Traverse, which is on your screen right now. We're following the leading lady down towards the finish line. She is in fourth overall currently, just putting on a phenomenal performance. And we've been following the marathon all morning as well. About 30 or 31 runners in the marathon have finished at this point. Any of the runners that she is catching that we're going to see on screen are in the marathon distance. More than likely, there are only two other individuals in front of her in the X-Traverse, and the X-Alpine are behind them at this point, though, making their way up to that high point steadily. Our top couple men are working their way there. If you would like to follow along, you can join us at live.utmb.world. There you can find the live stream, including a live chat feature, which you can join. Questions, you can cheer on your runners, whoever you might be looking for. Feel free to dive in there, interact with us over there on the live chat. But you can also use UTMB World for so much more than that, right? You can sign up for your own account. You can check out your UTMB index. You can keep an eye on how many stones you're collecting to apply towards the UTMB lottery for the series finale, which are those, the races that we all hold so near and dear to our heart at the end of August in Chamonix every year. So lots can be done on the new UTMB site it's a really, there's lots of things to explore on there, and the live coverage is all based out of there this year as well. It's pretty darn exciting. There have been multiple races going on this weekend. We are in Switzerland. Well, we are not physically in Switzerland. We are recording this. We are broadcasting from Washington State in the U.S., but this race is going on in Switzerland. There's really, really amazing racing going on over in the Pyrenees as well at Val d'Aran, with similar distances going on, 160K, 105K, and I believe it took place over there this weekend with incredibly stunning results from those fields as well. If you might be a French speaker or a Spanish speaker, there are other live channels as well dedicated to those language streams, which is incredibly exciting to have all of us working together on these projects this year. But again, we are following our female leader, Manon Bahard, of the Extraverse race, making her way down steadily, picking her way down through some of these steeper bits of trail. I think she'll look really good when she hits that road section at the bottom. She gets to kind of smooth out her stride. We've seen her run strong all day, leading wire to wire, akin to the men's race winner, Martin, who won by what will probably be approximately 30 minutes.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc. The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
They've kind of been all over the place.
Okay, we're back live. Hey, we're back live. Welcome to the Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB. I'm Randall Gaylord. I'm here with Corinne Malcolm, and we're following 3 different races. We hope you can join us and follow along. They're really getting exciting at this point. We're following the finish line. We're following them on the trail. This is a screenshot of the finish line that you see right here. And the finishers are coming in one at a time. This may be one of our UK finishers. If it's not him, then they're just about ready to finish. We've had one UK finisher in, Simon James, bib number 2445, came in at about 5:49 p.m. Local time. And Tom Cruthell is expected at 6:07 here in Verbier. And they've been both racing the Verbier Marathon.
Here comes our 5th place female finisher, I believe, of the marathon, making her way in their bib number 21. We'll try to get those last 2 digits, but I believe this is our 5th place female here. Maybe 2107? Yes, 2107. Our 5th place woman today, making her way to Verbier. Just wanted to give her a shout out while she was on our screen. That's Laura.
Yeah, she's been interviewed.
Rose.
Well, she's being interviewed now. But the UK finisher, very close to Tom Cruthell, is Mark Pert. And so we've got some folks out there, hopefully are listening in for the rival of Tom Cruthell and Mark Pert. Later on, there'll be Callum Sullivan and Carl Herron, all in line, doing well, and making their way from the UK. So great job, all of you, in the Verbier Marathon. So here's another marathon finisher. It means so much to each person. Each has their own personal way to finish the race. And oh boy, she's just hopping around the rocks. This is Magnon, first place woman in the Traverse race, the X-Traverse. You've heard her name. We've been talking about it all day, and she's just showing great promise here. In fourth position overall, first place woman. Hopping over the rocks, dancing along as she's going downhill, so comfortable, has her poles put away, grabs the tree. Oh, this is fun. She's just having fun. Into the forest, out of the open country, knowing that when you're in the forest that you're getting closer and closer to the village of Verbier. Ski village, and with a fantastic ski resort, 93 lifts, hundreds of runs. It's just a big place to ski, and it's a great place in the summertime too. It's a real popular place, and look at this great trail running event that's coming here. So, Magnon is coming up on another runner, and he steps aside. Boom. He must be a marathon runner. He's yielding to Magnon. He probably doesn't even know who he's yielding to, and he would be as impressed as the rest of us are with this performance here. Look how she just dances around the rocks. Yep, she's light on her feet, feels really good. The person with the camera is just
really
having fun too. Yeah.
Après, il y a beaucoup de portions route après. Pas beaucoup, sur la fin, c'est la route. Je sais pas. J'ai pas vu la fin.
All right, we now have a split screen. On the left side is our first women finisher. On the right side, farther down the trail, this is the...
Tu descends et t'es arrivé. On descend sur Verbier.
I'm not sure. So we'll wait and get some direction on this finisher, who is very close to Verbier now. And obviously, this may be the third place men's.
This is the second place male. This is Bastien. Remember Bastien's in that orange top?
Bastien. That's right.
Yep, Pierre's in that dark blue top, and he's been wearing black arm warmers. This is our second place male runner, Bastien. He's going to kind of hit the pavement down here and then work his way through town, looking really, really solid. He's been in second for, I think, basically the whole day that we've gotten to have images of him. So he's been in this position most of the day. At one point, Martin opened up quite a lead over Bastien and Pierre, but it seems like, ultimately at the end of the day, he's going to finish, probably about 40 minutes or so back. So impressive performances all around. Bastien is looking very smooth and very solid as he makes his way down onto the pavement here, and then he'll get to wiggle his way through town to the finish line, where he'll get greeted with, hopefully thunderous applause. It's 6 o'clock their local time. That's a pretty decent time to be finishing. People are awake, people are around. Lots of marathoners are starting to finish, getting slowly into the front of the mid-pack in the marathon. So he'll be greeted by a decent crowd when he arrives into the finish line in Verbier.
Yes, you're right. Since the Cabane Brunet at about halfway through the race, he has been in third place.
Yeah, so again, this is our second place male who will be arriving in town here momentarily. Keeps looking at his watch. I wonder if there was a time to beat for him, but he is making his way smoothly down to the finish line at this point. He will solidly have defended second for much of the day today. Huge congratulations to Bastien, another Swiss runner, I believe, making his way to the finish line with another great performance in the X-Traverse race today.
Great observation, Corinne. You are correct. He has defended second position through every checkpoint except one. One checkpoint, and at Cabane Mi, he was in first place. And then he returned to second place at Cabane Brunet, and then he has held second place to the finish. So, outstanding performance here by Bastien Quinotos from Switzerland. Great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, please to join us very quickly for maybe congratulate or applause the second place from this incredible X-Traversée.
I think he was listed as first there because our first place male did not get a split at me, so I don't think that's. I think he was in second the entire time. I was just double checking that. Our first place male has no split coming through that me aid station, so I believe Bastien has defended second that entire time. I don't think there was really any jostling between him and Martin at that point in the race. He looks phenomenally strong, though, finishing right now.
Oh, yeah, he's just happy. He's strong from his ankles to his ears, is what I'd say. He's just terrific strength from all the way along. Just great job.
En tout cas, on aura plaisir à t'avoir sur le podium. On va te laisser reprendre tes esprits. Dans quelques instants, on va avoir la troisième et la quatrième place qui vont arriver. Ça a failli été sévère quand même sur cette X-Traversée. Et j'ai l'impression que ça ne vous a pas laissé quelques minutes de répit sur les 76 km.
Il n'a pas vu.
Le mieux, j'ai bien voulu monter un peu plus tranquille. C'est vrai que j'étais pas loin.
All right, our next woman runner arriving.
Merci à toi, une sixième place pour le marathon, pour une nouvelle féminine. Sixième place.
2070 is that bib number there.
Félicitations Tiffany. Tiffany Trollet qui est signant une
Working on that.
Tiffany Troilet of Switzerland, finishing in sixth for the women's race. Looking tired, but hopefully happy with that finish today.
Tiffany Troilet. And Tom Crothall is an eminent finisher in Verbier. He's just behind Tiffany.
En tout cas, ici, une super belle sixième place. Félicitations à toi, Tiffany Trollet. Ouais, avec sur l'écran géant les images sur la première dame de cette X-traversée qui est en train de réaliser un travail incroyable. Elle va aller chercher certainement cette troisième ou quatrième place. Ça va jouer très très fort avec voilà, Bastien Kilodo qui nous a rejoint. Et puis, bien sûr.
Our first place female in the extraverse is in that big screen right now, the big video on your screen. That is Manon Bohard of France on that little bit of uphill. It's in this downhill finish. It's pretty hard when you say it's all downhill to the finish line, but there's still some uphill that gets snuck in to these events. So she is currently working her way up this little bit of a rise before she truly has that final bit of downhill into town. Sometimes it can feel good to have to mix it up a little bit, to have to switch over from a running gait to a hiking gait a little bit as the fatigue starts to set in. But she is solidly in first place in the women's race, fourth place overall. Arnaud is not that far behind her in fifth place overall, the fourth male. It'll be interesting to see if he closes down that gap at all. And I don't think she's going to close much at all to Pierre, our third place male, who we are still waiting to receive in Verbier. He should be there, I believe, in the next 10 minutes or so. And our projected finishing time for our first female is about 14 minutes from now. So the final kilometers of this race are well underway for the extraverse athletes. Our third place male will be arriving in town in the next 10 minutes, and our first place female will be arriving in the next 13 minutes down to town.
Un top 50, une 45e place au stade général de ce marathon. Bienvenue. Yeah, for the moment, there is a two first place for the X.
Yeah, I don't know. Your mic is not on, by the way. Okay, we've unmuted Randy. Randy is back live on air. Talking about kind of, these runners seem to be running on their last little bit of reserve, their last little bit of energy. You get a second wind in a big way, and then, suddenly, you got pep in your step for the last, be it 5 kilometers, be it 1 mile, be it whatever it might be, it becomes so important. And then you cross the finish line and suddenly you don't know how you can walk anymore. So it's very interesting to watch these runners really kind of get everything out of their bodies on their way to the finish line. I don't know that it's adrenaline so much as just like it's hope. Like you finally are so close to the finish line that you will make it. Sometimes it's a quarter mile from the finish line. Sometimes it's the finish line has to be in sight to bring that out of you, but oftentimes it's those final couple kilometers in which that really comes out of you, and you see runners kind of be able to pick it up again and push harder than they've been able to for the last several hours, even at times, on their way to the finish line. They've been running now in the extraverse race for just over 10 hours, which is pretty incredible to think about. Our ex-alpine athletes have been running for just over 20 hours at this point. That is kind of bonkers. The marathoners that are still out there right now working their way to the finish line and have, until 1:30 a.m. on Sunday morning. They've been out there for about 8 hours at this point, so lots and lots of runners still out on course, lots and lots of runners still working their way tirelessly up and down these huge climbs and descents to make their way to Verbier, to that finish line for personal glory and for UTMB stones, so they can work their way hopefully to the series finale one day.
All right, we're at the finish line of the X-Traverse race. 10 hours, 5 minutes has elapsed, and we are waiting for the first runner, woman, in the X-Traverse race to arrive, Manon Bohard. She is just a short distance behind. We expect her to finish 4th overall. And by short, I mean relatively short. It could be 15 minutes still. I think she has about 3K to go, but it's all downhill.
Yeah, the official estimate on finishing time for her is about 9 minutes to go. Those have been a little bit fast, I think, in comparison to what's actually happened. And for reference, the estimate for Pierre, who is in 3rd overall in the men's race, just ahead of her, has got about 6 minutes to go to the finish line. So still fairly tight racing all the way to the finish by these athletes.
So Pierre Capehan left La Chaux at 9 hours, 33 minutes, 23 seconds, and Manon Bohard left La Chaux, the last checkpoint, at 9 hours, 36 minutes, 22 seconds, exactly 3 minutes behind him. So that's 6 kilometers. She would have had to make up 3 minutes in 6 kilometers over the 3rd place runner. We'll see what happens. She took her time. She stayed well hydrated, and she's just running like it's a little jog in the park here right now.
Yeah, she looks really, really smooth here, letting gravity do its thing, not braking, which can be really hard to do at this point if she was having issues with her feet, if something was cramping, if she was having, a major compensation, we would definitely see it right now. And she looks really, really smooth. She's, taking some good breaths there, but everything seems really relaxed. Her posture seems really relaxed. Her stride seems really relaxed. She's in a good place. There's no reason for her to bury herself for the win at this point. She's done exactly what she needs to do. Be this a rust buster race ahead of bigger races in August. Be this, a beyond solid training run. She doesn't have to go to the well today. There's really no need to go to the well today. She will sock away with the women's win, running a great time on a very difficult course with some ideal weather, though, for sure, which I think is definitely everyone is benefiting from a little bit today, that we've had pretty modest temperatures, highs peaking about 24 degrees Celsius or about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, a little bit higher elevations. We saw some of these athletes start in arm sleeves this morning and kept them on for quite some time. So it seems like pretty ideal July temperatures for this race, benefiting much of the field today as well.
Yeah, terrific performance. Let's just enjoy watching her run. I'm kind of lost on words of what to say anymore. It's just a terrific performance, great work, and I'm looking forward to see this play out between her and Pierre as they approach the finish line. This is not Pierre.
Nope, it is. That is Pierre in your right-hand screen. That is Pierre. Bastien
that's
finished.
Pierre on the right side.
Orange shirt. This is Pierre. Yep. This is our 3rd place male here. Pierre making his way to the finish. He should stay about 3 minutes ahead of our leading lady. His stride looks a little bit more, like, I would say, shortened than our leading female's stride, but moving really, really well down this kind of fire road that's probably a little bit steeper, even an incline than we realize. It can be pretty hard on the quads at this point of the race. But that is who that is out in front of her, who has hit the kind of the dirt fire road section of this course as she picks her way down through maybe the last bit of technicality that she has to go through for today.
Yeah, we saw that turn in the fire road, and if this camera follows Magnon at the same turn, I've got a clock running that will tell us the splits at that point in time. We'll see how well I can estimate that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nice work. Dancing around the rocks. Here we go. Okay, so we have the third place male finisher in the X Traverse race. Started out this morning in La Folie. Has covered almost 76 kilometers. And on the left, the first place woman finisher, or woman ranked runner in the same race. So he's about at least 2 minutes ahead of her. And given the distance to the finish, I don't think she's going to pass him. Oh, great competition, though. Here she is at the fire road.
Yeah, and at this point, Pierre is onto that pavement, which I don't know if that feels good or not at this point, but at least it's a smooth, level surface. If it's not too steep, it's not too bad. At that point, he'll make his way kind of through some of these, kind of chicanes into town there, cutting the tangents like a pro on that corner, like a road racer might cut the tangents to keep things as short as possible. But he is moving well towards the finish line. He has entered town officially, running past the shops, and will be at the finish line here in just a matter of minutes.
Yes, he has a solid 3 minutes on Magnon, and so the change is the difference is unchanged from Lachaud. So we'll look forward to greeting Pierre when he crosses the finish line, and we'll look forward to greeting Magnon when she arrives as well. Terrific running, both of you two. He's looking happy. He's getting his finish look done. Yeah. Okay. There's the cleanup that
Arm
happens as
sleeves
you
all
approach
day,
the finish
too.
line.
So not too warm.
Mm-hmm. All right. It's being greeted by the volunteers and the observers and the fans out there who are taking part of this, and he's acknowledging them. That is just a real sportsman right here. If you're just joining us, this is the UTMB.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. On the left, this is UTMB of the Trail Verbier St. Bernard, and we are watching two runners approach the finish line of the Traverse race.
Another finisher in the marathon race making her way into the finish right now ahead of our top two, our third place Traverse athlete and our X-Traverse athlete and our first place female Traverse athlete. This, I believe, is probably our seventh place female finisher, looking happy to have completed her marathon today at Verbier.
Oh, what a smile. Here's the finishing chute.
Lots of finishers coming in now from that marathon.
Yeah, they're just streaming in.
But you can see Pierre. He is behind that next female finisher from the marathon. You can see his blue shirt and his dark arm sleeves. they pivot, they will see him at the finish line. There he is.
There he
I'd
is.
say his quads look a little bit tired.
Yeah, he worked that downhill to keep the margin. He keeps looking behind. He knows that he had to work hard to maintain that third position.
Yep, he fought for that. You can tell a little bit the way his quads were contracting there. I have no doubt that he dealt with a little bit of cramping over the course of that last bit of the race. Happy to have made it across the finish line.
Quelques instants si tu veux, on va attendre l'arrivée. Et là, mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande dans quelques instants un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour celle qui aura tenu tête aux garçons. Elle devrait venir nous rejoindre dans peut-être moins de 1 minute 30 secondes. Elle a couru en tête, elle nous a tenu en haleine, que ce soit du côté du live stream ou du live streaming. Manon Board qui devrait venir nous rejoindre dans quelques instants. En plus, son père a tout fait pour être présent.
Huge congratulations to Pierre for defending that third place finish, and our leading lady Manon Bohard is making her way through town. Her stride looks fantastic. It looks, not shortened whatsoever, moving super well through town.
Pierre's face tells me that he didn't leave anything out there on the trail. He put it all out there in order to maintain that position, and he keeps looking up to see where Mignon is. No question about it. He was told she's on her way.
There she is.
He was doing his best to stay ahead. Beautiful. Mignon Bohard from France. First place woman in the X-Traverse in the finishing chute here in Verbier. What a sportswoman there. Oh my gosh. Clapping for the fans.
We'll try between the music down there, other noise, but we're gonna try to, when she gets that interview, we're gonna try to listen in so we can pick up some of it, hopefully, to relay to you all. It's always so great to hear in their own words how the race went for them out there. Real family affair for many of these athletes, racing pretty close to home, racing fairly locally, having parents in the picture, having significant others in the picture, having kids get carried across the finish line all day today. Pretty cool to see the whole family out there celebrating with these athletes.
Yeah, look at this. Everyone's proud of her. Everyone.
I'd say that looked like
Manon Bohard et Pierre Verbier qui finira troisième de ce classement général. Manon Bohard qui terminera quatrième de ce classement. Ludo. Alors l'autre, quand il n'est pas en live streaming, il te laisse bosser tout seul et maintenant il te dit je peux pas faire les interviews, je suis en plein.
Yeah, I think one of those hugs she got was from Patrick Bohard, who was one of our early withdrawals from the lead of the X-Alpine race, there to greet her at the finish line after not having the day that he had hoped for, I'm sure.
Manon, comment ça a été la gestion de cette course? Bienvenue à toi, maman qui arrive là, tu peux être fier de toi, félicitations! Comment tu as géré cette course aujourd'hui, ce marathon, après ce marathon?
X traversé, 73 km, tu les attendais. Comment ça s'est passé?
Alors moi j'adore ce parcours, donc en soi c'était une très belle journée. Après j'avais des sensations, j'ai eu pas mal de coups de chaud Et dans les montées, habituellement, je suis pas quelqu'un qui calanche. Et là, c'était difficile les montées. Donc je me suis récupérée dans les descentes et les plats, bizarrement. Mais les montées ont été compliquées et je pense que j'ai vraiment pas pu boire correctement. Et j'avais déjà des palpitations au départ. Donc c'était bon. C'était pas des sensations cardio top. Par contre, musculairement, rien du tout. J'ai bien géré mes descentes. J'ai fait des bons bouts avec plein de monde. Donc j'ai fait des super rencontres. Voilà, je suis très contente et puis je suis très satisfaite du classement général parce que bon, je m'attendais quand même pas avec les sensations du jour à aller chercher un beau chrono et une belle place, ouais.
En tout cas, voilà, je pense que là, il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont fiers de toi. Et regarde, si tu te retournes, il y a toute la Suisse qui t'attendait. Vous pouvez l'applaudir bien fort, mesdames et messieurs. Manon Board, première dame sur l'X-Traversée avec une super 4e place au scratch général. Bravo.
Okay, so we've
Well, that
heard
was
a little
terrific
bit from both
interview.
Pierre. Yeah, both Pierre and Manon there. Pierre said it sounded like he was super stressed by being followed so closely by Manon, and he kept running as fast as he could. He was not confident that he'd stay away, and that he was so proud of how strong she ran. It sounds like, she found that the terrain was really wonderful and that she had a very good day out there, but she found that it was very hot, especially on the uphills, which makes sense. You don't get a lot of breeze, a lot of airflow on the uphills. It can feel really stifling. She felt a lot better on the downhills and said that she could not drink enough. So it was feeling really hot out there, which does not surprise me that we saw that separation then form between like her and Bastien and Pierre towards the top of that climb, where maybe she was starting to struggle some. But I think, was, in quotes, very surprised by her finish in the race and her finish overall. But, I think having watched her lead wire to wire and push the men incredibly hard, that is probably a bit of a modest take on her race, and that she had a phenomenal performance out there and ran so incredibly strong. And I am so excited to see.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, but I gotta stop that.
We're back, and welcome to the images from Verbier, Switzerland. We are in the Swiss ski town of Verbier, and we are watching the finishing shoot for the races that are underway in a series of races known as the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. The races that we're following right now and the finish line are the Verbier Marathon, 45 kilometers, 3,883 feet up and down. No, excuse me, 388 meters, 3,088 meters up and down, 12,739 feet up and down. And we're also following the finishers of the X-Traverse race, 76 kilometers, 47 miles or so, with 17,388 feet of distance up and down. So that race started in La Foulée at 8 o'clock this morning, and it's finishing here. We
Bienvenue à toi qui en termine.
And we will be watching some recaps from the day now that we've had our first finisher here in the extraverse race. So we'll get some recaps on the race and we'll come back with live coverage from the finish line. Stay tuned. I'm Rendell Gaylord. Corinne Malcolm will be back when we return to the live coverage.
Et encore une fois, un maximum d'applaudissements pour tous les bénévoles. L'organisation ici. Le marathon. Go! Et c'est parti pour ces 45 km de pistes et de sentiers, s'offrir en toute liberté et à partager tous ensemble. Du premier au dernier kill. On ne lâche rien. On compte sur vous. Du premier au dernier, on ne lâchera rien.
La première place, mesdames et messieurs, pour monsieur Mesdames et messieurs, la troisième place pour Anthony Bouka. On the finish line on this marathon with Verbier. Martina Piotr, mesdames et messieurs, avec cette superbe deuxième place sur la finish line. Martina Piotr, second race. Cécile nous rejoindre. Félicitations à toi. Jean.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là dans la course. Levez la tête et n'oubliez jamais que le meilleur moyen de réaliser l'impossible, c'est de croire que c'est possible. Vivez, amusez, partagez. La liberté s'offre sous vos pieds.
Be strong, be supportive, be trail runners.
Elles sont là dans la course.
I think so. Okay, welcome back. You are joining us live for Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB, one of the UTMB World Series events. We're following several races today. My name is Corinne Malcolm. I'm here with my co-host, Randall Gaylord. We are coming to you live from Washington State while these amazing runners take on the Swiss Alps. They are running several different races. The X Alpine, the longest race that started Friday evening, local time in France, the 140-kilometer race with 30,000 feet of climbing, 9,300 meters of climbing over 87 miles. That is baffling. Our first athlete from that race should be finishing in about 35 minutes, which we are going to be so excited to see. We've seen the first several finishers from the X Traverse race, the 76-kilometer race that began at 8 a.m. or so local time in Switzerland this morning. That's 47 miles, 17,000 feet of climbing, or over 5,000 meters of climbing. And then we're watching many, many, many finishers come in at this point from the amazing marathon that is 45 kilometers or about 28 miles with 4,000 meters of climbing or about 15,000 feet of climbing. It has been quite the evening and morning and day and soon to be evening again over in Europe. It is currently almost 7 p.m. there. It is almost 10 a.m. for us here stateside. We might be slowly losing it with not enough sleep between the two of us, but we're going to be here to watch these runners make it to the finish line. Soon to welcome our first ex-Alpine athlete into the finish line at Verbier. Looking up at that gondola tower, that's basically the hill they descend all the way to town, and then they have to make it down to this arch where they're greeted by friends, family, the race directors, volunteers, everyone that's there ready to welcome them, give them hugs, give them high fives, and then hopefully sit them down in a chair somewhere, because they have been running, the ex-Alpine athletes have been running now for how long? 20 hours and 45 minutes. So he will have run for just over 21 hours by the time he makes it here to us in just a little bit.
So there's lots of ways to watch this race. You can watch it like you're doing live here. If you speak the French language, you can turn to the French channel and watch it live on the French channel, listening to the French speakers. You can go online and go to live.utmb.world and follow the race there. If you click on the activity button or the video button, you can see that there's a little button for chat with a little circle on it, or a little window or a little pillow, and click on that. Chat with us. Let us know what you're thinking, where you're from, who you're watching, and who we might want to be watching out for. So we're going to try to pick up the numbers of some of these runners as they come through the finish line and let you know who they are by their name and country. There were 1,700 runners who started all of these races today. In the marathon race, there were over 700 runners. In the X-Traverse race, there were over 700 runners. And in the X-Alpine race, there were over 200 runners. Yeah, so a total of 1,700 runners, a total of 1,392 men, about 82%, and 310 women. So they're coming through, and we're going to try to keep tabs on them. The front runners will do a better job than others. But they've been all running all around these mountains, and our scenes are now at the lower elevations. But earlier today, these racers have been high up on the mountains, on craggy, rocky terrain and at the foot of glaciers, and at the cabins or huts where where hikers and climbers meet to start their trips into the high mountains of the Grand Combine or beyond. So this has just been fabulous territory in this ski town of Verbier, and it's a great energy, great atmosphere for this World Series events of the UTMB.
Allez, puis dans quelques instants, mesdames et messieurs, on va peut-être accueillir ici une légende, le premier M6 de cette marathon race, Laurent Gex-Fabry. Si vous le connaissez, c'est le moment de sortir les appareils photo, les mouchoirs, il va nous faire pleurer. Premier M6 qui va courir certainement en moins de 9 heures le parcours. Il vient de rentrer dans le gain liquide, il est sorti du Médran et il va venir le rejoindre après 45 km et pas moins de 4000 mètres de dénivelé positive et négative. Et là, on compte sur vous, les amis suisses.
From the United States, we've had one finisher in the marathon race. His name's Sage Canaday. He came in 5th place in a time of 6 hours, 22 minutes. We have some other racers coming in the next hour. David Brink will be arriving, we hope, and Nicholas Shea. We're looking for them in the next hour or so. Also, runners from the United States, Nathan Mowry and Elizabeth Brink. So, yes, there are some runners from the United States here who have made their way to Switzerland for this race. And from Great Britain, we've had 3 finishers. Simon James has arrived, Tom Croffle, and Mark Pert. I would just want to give a shout out to these folks from these English-speaking countries, and there are some other English-speaking countries out there too. You let us know who's listening in, where you're listening from, and we will search for your runners, let you know who's coming in.
I grew up touching distance from Mont Blanc. The inspiration of Hoka came from many sources.
I saw the registration growing.
An individual non-stop race all around the Mont Blanc.
Like, I can't. Like, I need more sleep. We all need more sleep, but we are back live at Trail Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB, welcoming marathon finisher after marathon finisher into the finish line, welcoming extraverse finisher after extraverse finisher into the finish line, and soon our first ex-Alpine athlete. My name is Corinne Malcolm. I'm here with my co-host, Randall Gaylord. We were just talking on our little break there about what our food plans were for this ultra commentary event, as these athletes have had to eat lots of snacks, gels, cheese, whatever might be at the aid stations over the course of the last, 8, 12, 20 plus hours. We too, in studio here, have been trying to figure out how to feed ourselves in between talking about running, and it has not been an easy task. But here we are, somewhat caffeinated, mostly awake, in need of some more snacks, but happy to watch each of these runners cross the finish line.
Yeah, we just had a Masters runner come through. I believe that was Thierry Granges from Switzerland. And this runner who just came in now in front of us, I believe, was David Berthaud from France. So that's my best guess. If it's not them, then they are about ready to arrive. I may be too far down the list. No, I'm wrong about that. It's too far down. Let's see if I can get some numbers here, and we'll give it better
a whole
names
pack
for the finishers.
Coming in right there. Look at that. 4 athletes coming in now. I wonder if they were friends before the race, if they became friends during the race. To see 4 runners coming in together is pretty special at a race like this. That is very, very cool.
If you can grab a number, shout it out there.
It's hard to tell with the kind of the glare off of those bibs. 2701 is that gentleman there in the white top, I believe. 2 more finishers making their way to the finish line. Again, we're waiting for our first ex-Alpine athlete to make his way to the finish. We believe, based on the live tracker, he should be here in about 23 minutes.
2701 is Julian Upplinger from Switzerland. And there are 2 women near him, Julian Upland. Oh, Mark. No, who is that?
Tons of happy finishers hanging out here at the finish line, hopefully swapping some race tales. What went well, what didn't go well? Did they get lost? Did they run out of food? Were they hot? How is everything going out there? Lots of race stories being swapped at this point. I love the banners that we can see in front of us with that UTMB World Series slogan of "Meet your extraordinary, meet your extraordinary." I think that's a very potent motto to have for this series and for this year of kind of getting to challenge yourself, getting to step up to a new race or a new distance, getting to step into the trail running community. New trail runners coming in all the time, and happy to have them here joining us either in person or live watching this virtually, whatever it might be. Happy to continue to grow this sport and get to witness the UTMB World Series play out this year and kind of see what it's going to become in future years as well. Again, we are in Verbier at the finish line, waiting for runners from the 140-kilometer X-Alpine, the 76-kilometer X-Traverse, and the 45-kilometer marathon. We're seeing lots of marathon finishers. They had quite a big field go off around 10:15 this morning, and many of those athletes are who are making their way to the finish line right now. And then as we get later into the evening, we're going to see more X-Traverse athletes and X-Alpine athletes start to finish. And then tomorrow, although we will not be here with you, tomorrow the X-Alpine athletes have until 4 p.m. local time on Sunday to make their way to that finish line. So pretty profound that we will have athletes, the first X-Alpine athlete finishing in about 15 to 20 minutes, and yet some of his trail mates will be, will be out there for another 18 or so hours, slogging it out on the hills, trying to get to this finish line, earn those UTMB running stones to hopefully garner a spot in the 2023 edition of UTMB.
Yeah, and the race directors have arranged for the people who are there on the ground in Switzerland to have more events that are going on after the night passes and then into the morning. There will be a kids race tomorrow morning with free registration at 8:30, and at 9 o'clock there's a shorter race called the Verbier Explore. No running stones for that race, but a fun time. So thank you to Tiffany and Matteau, the co-presidents of the race, for putting on even more races till tomorrow morning.
Gonna get some bib numbers.
Yeah, here we
athletes.
go.
That looks like
2872 maybe. 2577. That's yeah, Cyril Saudan. Cyril Saudan from, well, I don't get that.
From Switzerland.
From Switzerland, there we go.
Swiss athlete. Yep, Swiss athlete finishing today, 75th male athlete to finish 90th in the overall. Not a bad showing for Cyril Saudan of Switzerland.
Le jour où elle fait supporter la publicité, je ne dis pas, elle gagne l'UTMB. On aura plaisir à la retrouver tout à l'heure à 20h. Vous serez présents avec nous, c'est dans une petite heure, avec la remise des prix des 5 meilleurs hommes et femmes des 2 courses du marathon Ligue Verbier, la version courte et la version longue, qui monteront sur le podium à partir de 20h.
Yeah, how about that? They predicted Cyril would arrive at 7 p.m. and I think he arrived right on time. That's remarkable. So good job with
pretty
the
good
prediction. Yeah, pretty good prediction. Arrived right on time. Next up is Baptiste Bodegrand, from Switzerland, and then a French runner, and then a Romanian runner, Stefan Stanciu. So, yeah, Stefan should be arriving any time now. He's number 2086. And this runner has his number behind, so we're not going to see that too easily.
L'homme qui avait vaincu le marathon de Verbier et ses 45 km et surtout les 4000 mètres de dénivelé. Il est monté au Rognier Baptiste. Il en a pris plein les yeux à plus de 3000 mètres d'altitude. Et le voilà.
Getting some high fives from those along the finish line. Very excited. Marathon athlete here. We'll see if we can snag his bib number. He turns around.
Une semaine de repos. Est-ce que c'était à la hauteur de tes attentes, Baptiste?
The marathon has now been underway for just over 8 hours and 45 minutes, covering 45 kilometers or 28 miles and 4,000 meters of climbing, 15K of climbing. But those of you might not remember early in the broadcast, to earn a stone, or to earn 2 stones from this event, you had to make it over the high point of the course as opposed to taking a shortcut kind of around it. So some of these athletes may or may not have taken that shortcut. I do not know. They'll have kind of 2 results classifications broken down there. One is called the Verbier Marathon 4,000 meter, and one is called the Verbier Marathon. I imagine most of these athletes are looking for those stones or looking for completing the entire race distance, the vert included. So I imagine most of them went up and over the top of that big peak right at the beginning of the race, essentially, before making their way across the mountains, and then down a large hill into Verbier to finish here under the finishing arch with all of us.
Happy to be finished there. Nope, we don't get to see his number.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming from Romania, Stefan, thank you. Allez,
Stefan Stanciu from Romania. The Romanians use the English language, so they may be listening on with us here. And so their runner, Stefan Stanciu, just finished. Great job, Stefan.
So all these runners finishing right now, finishing the top 100 athletes in the marathon distance. Pretty cool to see out of that many starters. That looks like 2097 to me. Try to pull a name off of that.
Let's see. Searching for... I don't see 2097 approaching.
2097 is listed as a finisher. Swiss athlete, 78th gender rank, 93rd overall. That's exactly who that was. 2097. Thierry Granges of Switzerland was that finisher we just saw come in. Bib 2097. Look at this gentleman's bib number 2 as he approaches the finish line. Getting some high fives. Happy looking guy coming to the camera there. Holes in the quiver on his back. Looks like that bib number is under his shirt, so we're not going to see it, unfortunately.
Xavier Lave.
We are going to start to see some more of our extraverse athletes come through, which might be who
They'll
this
have
is.
the 1000 series.
Could you see their bib number? Because I couldn't.
No, I heard him call out the name Xavier. And there was a Xavier Levier who's supposed to finish about now. So
that must be who it is, because it looks like our next extraverse finisher should be Aurelien. He is not to Verbier yet, but should be.
it should be David Berthaud. Or
this next runner's got a kid in hand, or rather, kid on hip, making their way to the finish line. I love when it's a whole full family affair. Everyone's going to make it across that finish line together. Moms had to crew the kid all day and possibly crew their significant other, but now going to the finish line together. Pretty happy looking duo right there.
yes, trail running is a family affair. Whether you're training or competing, it takes a big commitment on the part of the family. Children, spouses, significant others. It's just part of the event. 2108. Martina Planel Marc from Spain. Very happy finisher. Good job, Martina. Martina Planels Marc. 2108 from Spain.
Julia Steele, Vaudry, peut-être Émilie Lutti qui va venir me rejoindre également.
2741 is that next finisher. And I can't see this last one.
2741 is
2741
Christopher Basquier. Yeah, Basquier from Switzerland.
And I believe this next athlete is 2470 right there. Yeah, 2470.
There we go, 2470. Nice, there we get to see it. Great job by the camera operator to show us what we hear there. That's Emile Luthi from Switzerland.
I think he is one of our younger athletes in this race. Maybe one of the first junior athletes to finish the race. I'll try to get a little bit more info there, but I believe he's in that junior group. So pretty cool to see a wide range of athletes and ages come across the finish line today.
.2543, I believe, just came across the finish line. That was Frederick Kleiner. No, I'm incorrect. Didn't have the right number on that one. Frederick Kleiner didn't start. Okay.
Yeah, he should be coming here any minute now. We're waiting for our first ex-Alpine athlete. There, if you're like me, you just keep all your tabs open at all times so that you don't lose anyone. And we are waiting our first male finisher of the ex-Alpine. This should be Anthony Boucher. He, kind of quietly crept up through the middle distance of the race to overtake Sanjay Sherpa, who ended up having to withdraw from the race. He should be about 5 minutes out now from the finish. He's got a sizable lead. Our next two men are approaching the top of the climb, including Bulgarian athlete Ozhidar Antonov, who has done this race apparently 7 times at this point, loves this race, is super excited to be there. He should be approaching the top of the climb in the next, let's say, 20-ish minutes or so, and then he'll descend down to town. So we probably won't expect to see him for another hour, is my guess. And then also on that climb on the backside of the mountain is our third place male currently. Jean-Gregory Lussier of Switzerland is sitting solidly in third place right now, working his way up that climb. Fourth and fifth have kind of been nipping at each other's heels, but I do think, and that could happen, it looks like Gwenonel Langelos of France could overtake Jean-Gregory going up that final climb, so there might be a battle for third and fourth position. And then way out in front, way out in front in the women's race is Emily Baudin of Switzerland. She's led wire to wire at this point. She is entering the Lotier aid station, which is at the bottom of that brutal climb that we've been watching athletes go up for hours at this point. So we do not expect her to be at the finish for quite some time yet. She probably has a 2.5 hour climb at least, and then a 45-minute descent or so down to Verbier. So within a matter of minutes, we should be getting eyes on our first place male in the ex-Alpine. Very, very exciting to welcome him to the finish line here.
Anton Boucher, the first male, he's from France, and he's just ran a smart race. He arrived at the first aid station about 10th place. The next check stop at 29 kilometer in about 6th place. Stayed there through Cabannes-Orny and Champay, and advanced a little bit, did well in La Foulie, passed some people, and at the halfway point at the Grand Saint Bernard pass, he moved into first place, and he's been able to hold that position from that point forward. So at 74 kilometers, he moved into first place, and now he's finishing the race in first place. Great run. Very strategic, very smart, running all day long. So we'll see how he looks after 140 kilometers.
More babies making their way to the finish line. It also sounds like our second woman in the extraverse should also be making her way to the finish line here momentarily as well, which is incredibly exciting. Again, that is going to be Melanie Delassois of Switzerland. She should be to the finish line in about 5 or 6 minutes. So we should see our first ex-Alpine male athlete make his way to the finish line, and shortly right before her we should see our first ex-Alpine athlete make his way to the finish line. So some exciting finishes coming up. We'll keep our cameras peeled, our eyes peeled, trying to find our next top finishers leading the multitude of races that are working their way towards the finish line here in Verbier today.
For spectators, this is a fabulous way to watch a finish. You have The runners from 3 different races finishing within a couple of hours of each other. It's just never a dull moment out there. So this is fabulous. Looks like one of the marathon runners finishing.
Yeah, that looks like 2099.
See if I can help out with that. Yeah, this is in the Masters 4 category. Just finished. Great job. His name is Olivier Deschamps.
Finishing 100th in the race, 85th male, second M4H2 finish. So the Masters athletes putting on a good show out there today. Congratulations, Olivier. That is quite the run in that marathon and looking peppy and happy. Here, I don't know who, I think these are both marathon
Olivier's
women. Yeah, hands are going to be held there. That's 2164. And I can't see the woman in blacks. They have the Dynafit kit there.
2164 is Sandrine Deboeuf. Sandrine Deboeuf.
And now we have on your screen the ex-Alpine lead athlete making his way down. Honestly, I think it's normal and easy to get emotional at this point of the race, to know that you're going to do it, to know that you're going to have made it, to know that the finish line is in sight almost. He's going to come off this dirt road, hit some pavement, and then slowly chicane his way through a few corners and into town. And I think at that point, you know, emotions are going to well up because you're going to have done it. You're going to have been out for 21 and a half hours. Oh yeah, we got some nose wiping going on. Maybe that's not. Maybe those are some tears welling up. I know that when I get to the end of some of these big races, you're just like overcome by the fact that you've actually made it there. Independent of place or finish, it's kind of unbelievable to get to the end of these races. And he is going to come away the victor today. He looks incredibly happy with his performance, and he should be. A really, really special performance by Anthony Boucher today.
He's been running at an average speed of 6.57 kilometers per hour. He's taken about 20 minutes of rest. And, yeah, he's been up and down in positioning, but always near the front. Oh, excuse me, that's not the ranking.
Steadily up. He's moved steadily up all day. He started really smart. Started really, really smart.
Yes.
Finally moved into first on his way into Grand Saint Bernard through Bourg Saint Maurice. We kind of saw he and Sangay Sherpa going back and forth through some of that zone, and then Sangay Sherpa ultimately. We saw Anthony say, come with me, like you've got this," when he passed on the road outside of that aid station, but Sangay Sherpa could not respond with anything there. You know, on average, his rest stops at those longer aid stations were at most 5 minutes. You know, really moved very, very well. We expect to see him here at the finish line shortly, but this is a incredibly strong performance by Anthony today. I think he should be very, very happy with this result. He's got a UTMB index score of 771. I do not think he was a quote-unquote favorite going into the race, but he has come out on top, and that is all that really matters. You know, I like to say that you can't win a race you didn't run, and it doesn't really matter because it's all about who gets to the finish line first, independent of rank or position going into it. He's on the pavement. He's waving to people as he makes his way into town. I hope people appreciate, you know, they probably don't look at his bib and say, oh, bib 12, he must be in the long race. I'm sure they think he's a marathon runner like everyone else out there, but he is a ultra, extra long, ex-Alpine runner today. Looking so fresh and happy.
So happy. No, he wasn't on the radar of the top runners that we were addressing at the outset of the race, but he had it in him today. Today was his extraordinary day to show us what an athlete can do. So he put the others behind him, and this was it.
For perspective, he ran the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard X Alpine in 2019. Obviously, not exactly the same course. It was listed as 113K back then, with still almost climbing, and he finished 25th in that race. He has won the Swiss Alps 100 or 160 kilometer event back in 2019 as well. But this, as I said earlier, this is a gold star performance for him. This is a race that's going to make us perk up when he is on the start list. This is one of those guys that, as the battle of attrition plays at a race like UTMB, his name can creep into the top 10 at a race like that. And I think he should be very, very happy with his performance here today, because he's coming out on top, and it's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, the maturity of this runner, of having those other runs behind him, certainly made a difference, particularly when the course is unknown. First-time course, first time this distance, first time to this at this location, and first time to this terrain. So he's doing fabulous. He's a French runner, so he's probably trained in this kind of terrain before, and feels really comfortable here. He looks comfortable as he's running through the street. I'm not even sure all the runners know quite the significance of what he's done. You can see it in his face. He is just super happy, having been through the ups and downs and moments along the way, and knows now he can crawl to the finish if he needs to.
Here he comes into the finish line, getting to soak up that energy on his way through. High fives all around. Hopefully he can soak up this finish here. He'll put the ribbon out for him.
Quickly put the banner out.
Nice.
Yes. Antoine. Fabulous. Great job. Courage.
Congratulations from the runners behind him. It really is that camaraderie out there. Some love from the family there. He is in the M1 category, so he's a master's athlete as well. Makes him 40 years old, or 40 years young, however you want to say it. What a great performance. Congratulations, Anthony. This is a phenomenal run. An outstanding performance here for you today at the X Alpine 140K. The inaugural winner of the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. There can only be one of those, right? There can only be one inaugural winner. So extra big congratulations.
That's right.
On being on the start line today and taking that win.
21 hours, 25 minutes since the start time last night at 10 o'clock. Right here where he's standing now, he turned around and went the other direction and climbed up over these mountains. Fabulous. He's acknowledging the accolades that are rightly being bestowed upon him here at the finish line.
Hopefully we're going to get a little interview from him here, and our French team will help us with hopefully pull some nuggets out of that for everyone.
On va te demander, Antoine. Hier, il y avait... Viens au soleil avec nos amis de Verbier. Voilà, face à nous. Il y aura un petit délai, tu fais pas attention, c'est pas grave. Mais quelle course. Hier, tu étais très serein avec madame quand j'ai pu te voir. La dernière fois que je t'ai vu, c'était du côté du Gipet pour 75 bornes. Aujourd'hui, c'est une étape importante et il fallait être présent. Tu n'es pas parti trop vite. Tu étais 8e, 6e et puis après, assez vite, tu as pris la première place. Et tu nous fais une course sublime, tout simplement, en gestion et avec l'expérience. Bravo à toi.
Merci beaucoup, c'est super sympa. Ouais, effectivement, c'était un peu une course par élimination, si j'ai bien compris. Il y avait pas mal d'abandon et ouais. Mais ouais, ça s'est bien passé. Et c'est vrai que c'est un super moment. Ouais, super moment.
Mais tu peux le prendre, regarde, c'est certainement, même si tu as un beau palmarès, certainement peut-être l'une des plus belles victoires aujourd'hui et qui va compter et on espérera te voir bien sûr sur les différentes courses auxquelles tu t'es qualifié.
Ouais, c'est sympa, effectivement. C'est quand même une course magnifique et qui a une importance particulière, donc ouais, c'est top. C'est incroyable.
On a rallongé 140 bornes. Si je te fermais les yeux, qu'est-ce qui te reste de tout ce parcours?
Ben, c'est vrai que la première partie est super sympa parce que du coup, de nuit, on a une super vue sur Verbier. Des chemins en balcon assez techniques, super sympa. Une grande première descente qui a fait beaucoup de mal à beaucoup de monde, je pense. Parce qu'elle est très roulante et elle fait 2000 mètres de dénivelé. Donc on était tous un peu carbonisés en bas. Mais ouais, c'est sympa. Et puis Panossière, franchement, c'est exceptionnel. C'est dur par contre.
Ouais, mais la dureté, tu la connais. Quand on prend une 25e place, moins de 30 heures sur le Grand Raid de la Réunion notamment, qui est d'un des 100 miles les plus compliqués à gérer. Voilà, je pense que ton expérience de la course aujourd'hui a payé.
Ouais, c'est sûr. Et puis la difficulté, c'est ce qu'on vient rechercher. Donc c'est un côté un peu maso, mais c'est vrai que ça fait du bien. Ouais. C'est sympa.
Antoine, sache qu'on est tous très très fiers de toi.
Merci beaucoup, c'est sympa.
Oh, this is our second place female coming in here. Just want to give Melanie a shout out here because this is our second place woman making her way to the finish line there. Want to give her proper kudos. I'm sure they will try to snag her for a race interview as well. That is Melanie Philossois. A great second place finish in the X-Traverse race as well. But we did pull out some quotes, some nuggets from that interview. He said that yesterday he was super serene. He did not go too fast at the beginning, which we noticed in his pacing. He started at 11th and just steadily moved his way up. He's clearly a super experienced athlete in that sense and understands that this is a race of attrition and that people get eliminated fairly quickly by doing kind of silly things early. It's one of the most beautiful victories he's experienced today. So the first part was incredibly cool because you see Verbier in the night, and the first very long downhill is super difficult. But then so much of the terrain today was so beautiful that he got to see in the daylight. So while it was hard, that's exactly what he wanted and expected out there. And he got, I think, everything that he was hoping for, which is really very beautiful.
The race organization has put up a photograph of this couple little half hour after the start or so, or maybe an hour, and all the runners are up in the ski hill and their lights are shining in a snake up well above town. It's just a fabulous image of the ambiance of the night, and it's terrific. And of course there are some real high points here at the Panossier hut and the glacier that's right there and the suspension bridge that crosses on your way to that location and back. So it's just, they put it all together for this race. There's no question about it. The race directors have thought of a trail at a great distance, particularly here at this X-Traverse distance, which covers some of the same great country. Like this woman had just finished 76 kilometers and second place finisher just came in, looks strong as can be, happy as a clam, and yeah, just enjoying the moment of having finished in second place. Her time was 11 hours and 20 minutes, more or less. So she was on the trail for a significant amount of time. And there will be runners coming in all night after her. Let's remember, these are the front runners of the X-Traverse and the X-Trail. These are the front runners of those races. We are now into the more middle of the pack on the marathon group, and so they're all finishing at the same finish chute here in Verbier, and all of them have accomplished a personal goal that they set out to do this morning, and it can be brutal out there for those who don't, but for those who make it across, it's just a fabulous feeling. It's just I'm so proud of every one of them. It's just so great.
Yeah, our second place female here is chatting with her support system over at the side of the race course, but I hope that the race organizers can snag her for a little interview here before she disappears into the crowd to hopefully get some fun food and maybe a beer and enjoy the rest of her evening. It's 7:30. It's kind of a nice time to be finishing. You have time to have some dinner and still go to bed. You know, you're not stressed out finishing at 1 or 2 a.m. So looking forward to a full night of recovery for all these athletes.
Verbier marathon. Félicitations à vous.
Well, finishing at this time certainly allows you to finish to a big crowd of spectators and to a family who's happy and out and about, as opposed to the nighttime finishers who the streets can be kind of lonely in these nighttime finishes, but it's a wonderful feeling to finish. Keep an eye on these runner bibs. If you see one, let me know. I'll do my best to track down who it is.
Yeah, we're getting lots and lots of marathon finishers coming in right now. Hard to pick them all out. Although some of our next extraverse athletes might be finishing here shortly. One of the next extraverse athletes that should be finishing should be bib number 1121, Florian. That's who we're looking for. 1121 should be finishing any moment now.
Florian Rouchet from Switzerland, from Lausanne. And right on time. They predicted him at 9:34. And yeah,
that's who I was hoping it was.
Good job.
That's great.
Yeah, so great job.
The algorithm's working.
9h19 se défend du côté du Verbier marathon, version longue, et 11h25 d'effort pour l'X traversée. Et on sait que ça va continuer tout au long de la nuit. L'X alpine, on a déjà nos premiers finishers qui sont arrivés. On va attendre bien sûr les prochains finishers qui devraient continuer à venir nous rejoindre. Mais un énorme travail d'Antoine Boucher sur cette X alpine, cette version supra longue, 140 km et pas moins de 9 mm de dénivelé. On va attendre bien sûr les poursuivants dans les heures suivantes. Et le public de Verbier, on compte sur vous. Merci d'être venus si nombreux nous rejoindre. Keeping
an eye on some bib numbers here. In the next couple minutes, we should be getting Jonathan Lation of Switzerland in the extraverse race. Maybe in the next 2 minutes, in the next 5 minutes, there's a couple more athletes predicted. We're going to be kind of rounding out the top 20 overall in the extraverse race in the next 15 minutes or so. So we'll be keeping an eye on those 1,000, those numbers, those bibs that start with a 1, as those runners come in. We've had over 100 marathon finishers at this point. We've had our first X-Alpine finisher at this point. And our first X-Alpine finisher was kind of way off the front. We do expect our next X-Alpine finisher in approximately 35 minutes, that being Bazadar Antonov of Bulgaria. He should be our second male and our second overall in the X Alpine event, and we expect him to be arriving down here in Verbier in approximately 35 minutes. He's made it through the top of the climb. He's made it to that top aid station. He is on his way down the hill towards us.
Great catching up on that race. The first woman, Emily Vaudan, in the longest race, the X Alpine race, is. Oops. I saw was still at the aid station. Let's see.
Congratulations and welcome.
That looks like 2-1-2-2
Emily
there.
Vaudan is still at the Lautier aid station. She came in at 25 minutes after the hour, and she's expected to leave any moment. So she's taking her time, obviously,
to recoup and regroup there.
Yeah, and that's good advice, and that's a good strategy. We've seen the runners, how much they've struggled on that climb if they push too hard out of the aid station. There's no need to push on. Just she's got a good lead on the next runner. Let's just keep healthy, keep strong, keep the energy up for the next big climb.
Yeah, she's solidly ahead of the next runner, and she's honestly in a good position overall. She's moved into the top 10 overall in the X Alpine field. She's sitting in 8th right now. She's moved up steadily all day through that field. She started off 42nd overall, moved up to 29th overall, the 19th overall, 17th overall, 13th, 11th, 8th overall now, leading the women's race wire to wire. Benefit for her is that uphill is not going to be quite as hot as it was earlier in the day for our marathon, the front of our marathon field, and the front of our X Traverse field. Even it's going to be cooling off a little bit up there. But I imagine, if I were these athletes too, trying to get done before it gets dark would be incredibly motivational. But sometimes, you just run out of daylight, and she's definitely going to be an athlete that's going to need to throw a headlamp on. Our first woman's definitely going to be finishing after dark here today. But that being said, she should be making her way out of that aid station here shortly, and then on her way up the final climb, heading towards us.
Yeah, that'll give us some idea of when she's going to arrive. It looks like it stays pretty late there in Verbier, but I expect that somebody would want to turn on a headlamp in about an hour and a half from now. So I agree with you. She's going to have to reach into her.
Oh, yeah. So that climb's going to take 2.5 hours for sure.
Reach into her kit and pull out a lamp.
Yeah, she's expected to finish in Verbier at a current rate of... It looks like she left the aid station. It looks like she left the aid station at 37 after the hour, so approximately 5 minutes ago. She's been racing for 21 hours and almost 40 minutes. She's expected at the top of the climb at about just after 10 p.m. this evening, and then to Verbier at just after 11 p.m. So she will have some darkness coming her way, but she's well on her way towards the finish. This is bib number 2063, finishing his marathon journey today. Again, bib number 2063. Jonathan Laurent, another Swiss runner. Again, lots of local runners making their way to the finish here today. I love that the finish line announcer is getting a little bit of something from everyone as they come across the line. Again, M1 category Masters athlete, 108th in the men's race, 128th in the overall, 17th in his M1H, the Masters men's category. Not a bad day for Jonathan. Another athlete making her way towards the finish line. Cannot see a bib number on this athlete. So they're pinned on the side or around the back or on the back. Bibs go a little bit everywhere these days. I am definitely guilty of wearing a triathlon bib belt because it's just so convenient to be able to take it on and off over different clothing. But I always have to remember to whip it around my front so that people can see it when you come to the finish or when you come to an aid station, because otherwise it's hard to identify. You notice that there, oh, there's some happy feelings for this runner coming across.
Yeah, they encourage a belt or elastic method for attaching your number in this race and these UTMB races, because there is the obligation to show your number at all times and have it outside any layer of clothing. So it's you can't just pin it to your inside clothing and put the jackets on and say, so what? It has to stay outside. So that's another little thing that the racers have to deal with. I've seen racers in other races who crumple their numbers.
It's hard to do at this race. Most of these races now you have those chips in the bib, so you cannot crumple them any longer. But we've got a Ukrainian flag making its way to the finish line here.
Oh yes, there it is.
I do know that we have an athlete from Kiev racing today. I don't know if that's this athlete or not, but coming in with their flag.
Let's check that number. Can you give me the number? 20.
Gotta move the flag out of the way.
I'll do it another way.
2506 is the number. 2506. That
sure
is
enough.
A Ukrainian athlete.
Grigory
Bondar.
Grigory Bondar. And
pretty cool to see him finish there, representing his country, carrying that Ukrainian flag across the finish line. We should have our third female in the extraverse coming in here momentarily. That is Elizabeth Borgerson, Swede, living in Norway. She should be to the finish line in just a couple of minutes. Looking forward to welcoming our third female from the extraverse to the finish line here in Verbier in just a few minutes. It's 2161 coming in right now.
I can't find out his exact number or his exact city of residence, but it shows Praha, which does not show up as a city in Ukraine. There's Prague, which is nearby, but not sure what that's all about. Just as looks like a misspelling, and so we're unable to provide you with the city.
Again, we're waiting for our third place female finisher from the extraverse to be making her way to the finish line here momentarily in Elizabeth Borgerson, Swede, living in Norway. Should be making her way in here in just a few minutes.
Prize giving will be in less of 15 minutes right now for the marathon race, for the 5 first positions on the men and the women, on the 2 race for the long and the short distance, on the marathon race. Bienvenue à toi qui en termine. Allez, fais-nous plaisir. Sur le marathon, tu vas nous lever les bras, tu vas reprendre le sourire. Les 45 bornes, ils sont derrière maintenant. Regarde, le Verbier là pour t'accueillir. Félicitations.
That is 2081, making his way in across the finish line. Nicholas Augustus of Switzerland, 2081, finishing his Verbier Marathon 4000. And behind this group, we should have a couple of extraverse athletes, including our third place female. We've got, I think, 3 men listed as imminent. Those are marathoners. Those are all 2000 bib numbers. We should have 3 men coming in: Aurelien, Julien, Patrick, 2 French runners and a Swiss runner, and then Elizabeth Borgeson, our third place female, should also be coming in that mix here any minute. Catch that bib number there on that runner coming through. Big high fives getting given out. Hugs all around. Could not see if that was one of our marathoners or one of our extraverse athletes. I think it was Jonathan Letion. I think he just... Yep, that was who that was. Jonathan, Swiss runner, making it to the finish line. Couple more runners, couple more kids. Everyone's trying to make it to the finish line together. Number of marathon runners coming in right now. Some in these group are definitely extraverse athletes.
That runner with the children was Kevin Studer from Switzerland.
Another marathoner there. Shows 2094.
Did you see her number?
I think it was 2094, maybe? 2094.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Delphine Bender from Switzerland.
Jérôme Copp, Delphine Bender qui termine également. Et le marathon, la version 4000.
She's a very young runner in the youngest age category and first woman in that age category. So, hands off to Delphine. Great job. I know she just kind of snuck right in there on us, but that was a significant finisher. Good job catching that number. Yeah, they're just streaming in here.
Bienvenue à toi, félicitations. Mais oui, tu peux faire tous les signes que tu veux, prendre plaisir, c'est ta ligne d'arrivée.
One of these next runners should be, I keep saying this, Elizabeth Borgerson. I do see some women coming down the road here, and I would not be surprised if one of them is our third place female. This woman in pink is a marathon runner. I can see that 2 starting her bib number there. I can't get a clear shot at the woman here in the Scott shorts coming into the center of our screen. Not see her bib number, but I would not be surprised. That's
Elizabeth
who it is. That's Elizabeth Borgerson.
That's it.
The Swede living in
Way to go,
Norway,
Elizabeth.
third place female finisher. She looks pretty darn happy.
Yes. Pretty darn happy. She didn't mind to finish with that crew. She was just fine. Running in with them.
Yeah, that seems
they
like
were
a
fine
good
running
crew.
in with her.
Good
That's a
crew to
crowded
finish with.
finish.
She's a masters athlete, and she's the first masters athlete in that M1 category. She's going to finish third in the women's race, 21st overall, and first masters athlete.
This is the most beautiful preparation for an UTMB. UTMB looks like really fast than this way. La plus belle course qu'elle a jamais fait du semaine. Congratulations, and we see you on the prize giving tomorrow morning. Congratulations, Elisabeth Borgerson, mesdames et messieurs.
Couldn't catch much of that interview. It's hard with a lot of background noise at that finish line, but congratulations to Elizabeth on that excellent run, finishing third. I think there was a question about expectations for the run and maybe what she might be running later this year. I would not be surprised to see her at another big race in August or September. It's 2719 who just came in across the finish line there in the marathon.
Adrian Gross-Colas from France. Yeah.
And then our
finished
next
position 149.
I was going to say our next finisher in the X Alpine event should once again be Bulgarian runner Bosidar Antonov. He is probably about 18 minutes or so out from the finish line. He's going to be descending through that last bit of technical terrain for him before he gets to hit that road, that dirt road, and then the pavement on his way into town. Looks like behind this athlete, we've got a lot of family running in with this runner who is sprinting with his kids towards the finish line. That's pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. The green pants. Maybe he's from Ireland. Let's see.
Could not quite see that bib number there. But he made it a race all the way to the finish line. There's our overall women standing in the Traverse race.
One hour and 25 minutes behind the first. About 24 minutes behind the second. And strong finish by Elizabeth Borgerson. All right. Back to the finish line here. This is the finish chute in Verbier. Here's the standings after in the men's race of the X Traverse. The front runners are about almost 2 hours ahead of these the last finisher. Oh, this is overall standings, not just men's standings, because we have the female Mignon Bohard in here in 4th position. So pay special attention to that.
Yep, it's a scratch category, right? Scratch is at the top there, which means it's going to be the combined overall results. Once again, we probably use overall results. But you're right, you did see Manon Bohard in the 4th place position there, being our first female 4th overall, making Pierre, who finished right in front of her, really work for it. He said he was scared and had to push all the way to the finish line because he didn't like how close she was. She really made him work for it, and he was so impressed with how she ran. And then she was incredibly humble and modest at the finish line, kind of surprised with how the day went. That was 2040 that just came across our screen.
2040 just now. 2040 is Martin Sprung from Switzerland. Expected in at 7:57. Let's say that the calculations are working quite well for this group of runners.
And that runner that had that sprint with his son to the finish line was from the Netherlands. It was Joost Schreef, finishing in the M2 H category, 11th in that M2 men's masters category, 129th in the men's race, 152nd overall. That's who was in those green shorts that had a duel to the finish with one of his kids.
Bienvenue à toi, félicitations. L'X traversée s'arrête ici. Benvenuti Lopez. La finish line, elle est là. 3e de sa catégorie, José Manuel. El tercera es categoria. 23e.
Ne prends pas. Vas-y, voilà.
And ladies and gentlemen, we need to meet you at the course beginning right now for the first race from the marathon race, and the women race and the men race for the short and the long versions. Bienvenue à toi, félicitations!
It's starting to get a little bit darker there. Sun is slowly setting in the mountains there. Things get a little bit more shaded there earlier on. Sun will kind of come down a little bit, throwing some shade into the valley here. Runners will not need headlamps for a little bit longer, but it's slowly going to get dark in the valley here, and runners will be working their way to the finish line under the cover of darkness as they finish the marathon until 1:30 a.m. They finish the X Alpine until 4 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to be quite a long day for many runners out there. Long 2 days potentially, but that is the nature of ultra running. I get some more bibs for everyone here. 2079, I believe. And the extraverse athletes have until 11 a.m. on Sunday to make it to that finish line. Couldn't catch all the bib numbers right there, but I think that was Vincent Barras of Switzerland. M3 category, another Masters athlete, finishing 8th in that category rank. 137th male, 161st overall. Keeping our eye on the finish line as we await our second place male in the X Alpine. He should be making his way steadily down the hill towards us. My guess is we're about 10 minutes away from seeing him there. He's going to start to hit that pavement, come off that dirt road, hit the paved road, and work his way through town. Hopefully we'll have a follow cam back out there looking for him. We'll see if we can get that footage from you. I'm not sure if we have one of our bike or running cameras out there trying to find our second place male in the X Alpine event, but he should be coming down off the dirt soon. That looks to be 2109. I'll pull that number up for us. (2109) is Alexandre Michel of France. Second in his category, 139th overall in the men's race, 163rd overall, including the female finishers in that mix as well. Congratulations, Alexandre, on your marathon finish today.
The first women's and the 5 first men's on the marathon race and the short and the long versions to join us on the side of the stage. Merci à tous les petits aimables qui viennent nous rejoindre sur le côté de l'estrade. Les 5 meilleurs hommes et les 5 meilleures femmes, s'il vous plaît, que ce soit sur la course longue ou courte. Merci.
Again, in the next 7 or 8 minutes, we are expecting our second finisher in the X Alpine event from Bulgaria. Apparently a runner who loves this race. Bazadar Antonov, waiting for him to finish in the next 6 or 7 minutes. Trying to get an ID on this runner. Very happy to be finished with his day. It looks like big thumbs up for everyone. Either a marathon runner or someone from the Extraverse event. Congratulations to every single runner that makes it across the finish line today. They are collecting stones to apply them towards the UTMB lottery for 2023, a process that we are all slowly getting familiar with, right, as part of the UTMB World Series. Excited to put those stones to good use and hopefully get a spot in that 2023 race. This looks like 2052. 2052 is Todorka Florin of Romania. Congratulations on your finish. Another female finisher making her way in. Oh, this is another extraverse athlete. This is bib number 1063 maybe? Let's figure this out for us. 1062. Another extraverse athlete. That's our 4th place female finisher in the extraverse race. That is Clara Gasser. She got passed, finished 4th in the women's race. Incredible racing by Clara Gasser, finishing 4th in that extraverse 76-kilometer race. They've been out there for almost 12 hours now. Incredibly impressive performance by Clara. 2093 is another marathon finisher coming in right now. Again, that's 2093. That is Stefan Kling, French runner, masters athlete, finishing the Verbier Marathon 4000, earning 2 stones to put towards that UTMB lottery for 2023. Congratulations, Stefan Kling. Happy to reach that finish line, I am certain. Ahead of darkness, no headlamp needed. Holes in the quiver. Also of note, our 1st place female runner in the X Alpine, the long race this weekend, started at 10 p.m. Friday night in Switzerland, here actually at this very spot in Verbier. They've made a whole loop back around the mountains to finish here. She has made her way out of aid station kind of at the bottom of the wall and is slowly making her way up the climb. And I only say slowly because it's a big climb. More than anything, I don't think any of us can go up it quite that fast. It's going to be probably a 2.5-hour climb or so. We estimate it's about 2 hours from the top of that, and then she'll have about an hour descent down to the finish. It's probably about 3 hours or so from the finish line right now, which is on for that projection of finishing at just after 11 p.m. local time in Switzerland. So Emily Baudin is still leading the women's race by a sizable margin. 2nd and 3rd are running together in Andrea Vlaskova of the Czech Republic and Natalia Roman Lopez of Spain. They're running together, approaching the top of the climb at Penosay. And then they will have that long descent towards Lotier before they climb up to the gondola tower and descend down to Verbier, where we are watching at the finish line to collect our next finishers. We'll be looking for marathon athletes, we'll be looking for extraverse athletes, we'll be looking for ex-alpine athletes. And again, speaking of ex-alpine athletes, we should be looking for Bazhidar Antonov of Bulgaria, about 3 or so minutes out from the finish line. Going to finish 2nd here today in a race that he apparently loves and has done several times before. And we will be excited to welcome him to the finish line here at Verbier. He's made it successfully around the mountains, completed that circle, and will be joining us here at the finish line in just a matter of minutes.
Il n'y aura personne pour faire l'arrivée du deuxième si tout le monde est remis
La 3e place, mesdames et messieurs, en 9h02 pour Sandrine Guébeuf.
Trying to get some more bib numbers off these runners as they come through. Many of them are from the Verbier Marathon 4000. Nice Dynafit kit on this athlete. Can't quite see his bib number, but he is tired. That was an extraverse athlete. I did see a 1, I think it was a 1-8 number. Could not quite make it out completely, but I believe that was an extraverse athlete in that Dynafit kit. Followed by a pack of marathon men. It looks like 4 of them making it across the finish line there, including 2:4:46. Another female marathoner making her way into the finish line here. Looking pretty darn happy to be done with her. This is 2:7:00. That is Anita Vada of Hungary making her way to the finish line. Masters athlete Anita Vada making her way in, and right behind her is 2:2:37, I think. Who I think is Stella Fortian. I'm not sure if that's right. 2:2:37. I don't think she has finished quite yet. I believe she is still out on course. So did not quite get the right bib number there from that next female finisher in the Verbier Marathon 4,000-meter race. That was 2:5:52. Maxime Bertucci of Switzerland finishing his marathon. 2:3:62, also making their way into the finish line. Oh my goodness, I think this is our second place winner, or second place male in the X Alpine. Yes, this is our second place male in the X Alpine event. Being moved along for an interview, I want to say. I'm pretty positive that's who that was.
Yeah, we were told to expect a second man in the X Alpine momentarily. So,
I think that's who that was. That looked like Bazhidar Antonov. I wonder if we can get an interview from him. That's who that looks like to me. Yeah, that's who it was. They're doing an interview right now. We'll see if we can catch any of it.
Bazhidar Antonov. Number 11 from Bulgaria.
On the fifth place, if you would like to join us, on the fourth place, ladies and gentlemen, we just picked up 8 hours 14 minutes. Grégoire Souverain. Wow, Grégoire, il est là. Grégoire Souverain, la 4e place. À la 3e place, on the first place, 7 hours 41 minutes. Louis Panier. The second place in 7 hours 35 minutes, Alexandre Verbier.
Ouais, au pire...
And ladies and gentlemen, on the first place, 7 hours, 18 minutes for Mr. Thomas Souverain. Et 1 et 2 Souverain. La 5e place du côté des hommes pour Giovanni Mancini, Grégoire Souverain pour la 4e place, Louis Panier la 3e place, Alexandre Flower la 2e place et Thomas Souverain pour la 1re place. Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez devant vous les hommes et les femmes les plus rapides de la version 3006 de ce marathon de Verbier. Thank you so much. Merci. On va passer maintenant, toi tu sautes. On va passer maintenant du côté de la catégorie V4000.
Okay, I'm ready. Hey there. Darkness is falling in Verbier as we've been watching the finish line of the Verbier St. Bernard running race. I'm going to show you who we've been here the whole time. Corinne Malcolm and myself, Randall Gaylord. We've been in Washington State bringing you live coverage of this race. And it's been our great pleasure to do that, and hope you've been listening in and enjoying it as well. We're going to sign off and say goodbye at this point in time. The next event is going to be the finisher of the women in the X-Alpine event, which will happen after dark, and so it'll be after the time for us to really keep track of that. So we're going to just sign off now and let you know what's coming up. First of all, I'd like to say that coming up in the UTMB World Series, the next event is July 13th and 16th, the Eiger Ultra Trail, and there will be 4 races in Grindelwald, Switzerland, and you'll be able to follow that on the live tracker. And also the following weekend, the Speed Goat by UTMB, a race in Snowbird, Utah. It's a race that's been running since 2008 in one form or another. It'll be their 15th anniversary. There's a 28K event and a 50K event. That'll be July 22nd and 23rd. And that also will be available to follow on the live tracker on that's live.utmb.world. And you can see what happens to those runners. We will have live commentary and live images next at the UTMB Mont Blanc in Chamonix the week of the 22nd of August. So we hope that you'll mark those on your calendar, and if you like this kind of running and you want to see that kind of territory, come on back. I'd like to say thank you to my co-host Corinne, to all the people who make this possible, and especially I'd like to put a shout out to Catherine Poletti and Michelle Poletti, who we've seen and called out on the screen a couple of times during today. They're the founders of the UTMB Mont Blanc, and president of the UTMB group is Catherine. I'd also like to say thank you to Fabrice Perrin, the general manager of Wide Agency and co-founder of UTMB World Series, who is the person behind all of this UTMB TV images and the commentary. For this race, the trail of the Verbier St. Bernard by UTMB, I'd like to put a shout out to Tiffany Artur and Mathieu Giard, the co-presidents of that race, and so they have put on a great event, and I know all of these people have been supported by a whole team of others, and they've made it work. People like Floris Calori from LTV Productions, the bicyclists, the technical people behind the scene, the leaders who've been keeping us in touch. We thank you. And we want to acknowledge all of the things that you've done to make this a success. So, Corinne, final thoughts.
Before we say goodbye, we've got a really important note that we did not mention very clearly, I think, there is that while we are saying goodbye, your commentators, your guides on this journey, while we are saying goodbye so that we can hopefully take a big, long nap, the live stream will continue to run until the first women finish for the Transalpine. So the live stream will run through about 11 p.m. or so. They're expected to finish just after 11 p.m. So there will be footage of them finishing. But we are going to say goodbye for right now. And we can't wait to see you again. I am excited to be with you all on the English channel for UTMB Mont Blanc at the end of August. So share it with your friends, join us on the trails, and we will be joining you at another race very soon. Until then, we'll see you on the trails.
All right. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Stay tuned, and hope you enjoyed what you had here today. Sign off. Bye-bye.
Verbier, faites-moi trembler les murs de Verbier pour le finisher.
Ok.
Voilà, on va retourner. Merci à vous. Thank you so much, guys and women.
Donc en gros, le post-com, on peut le démonter. Non, mais bon, ça fait un peu rire, quoi. C'est un peu facile. T'es commentateur, tu dis voilà, nous on arrête parce qu'on a plus à dire. Oui, mais nous, d'accord. Ouais, mais ils oui. Indirectement, je pense qu'il y a une petite demande de leur part. Allez. Oui. Ok. Ouais. Bon, en gros, là, tu vois, on pourrait presque laisser comme ça, passer sur la caméra ligne maintenant, et puis beauty après, tu vois. Ah ouais, non mais... Ouais. Mais le problème c'est que t'as pas d'infos sur le troisième. Ah d'accord, excusez-moi, c'est bon, j'ai des infos. Le 13e, c'est ce que Jean-Grégoire Lisier, numéro 281. Et il serait estimé dans 14 minutes. C'est un 6, ouais. Et ensuite... Ouais, je suis sur la 130, enfin la 140 km, quoi. L'Alpina. Oui, c'est bien ça, c'est l'Alpina, la X Alpine, la X Alpine, ouais, c'est ça. Bah oui, c'est ça. La Mille. Donc ouais, c'est bien ça. Et ensuite, la première femme... La première femme est estimée dans 1h41. Donc, à 22h. Bah, je te dis, on peut le faire à 3 quarts. Au pire, tu me laisses comme ça et moi, je prends la portée. Tu fais... Ouais. En gros, moi, je lance le rec. Tu commences par la mienne en serré. Après, tu prends la ligne. Tu prends moi en portable. Je le suis et puis voilà, quoi. Ah oui, c'est chiant. Bah, mets-toi une en preview, comme par exemple la mienne en preview. Ah d'accord. Dans 12 minutes estimées. Le numéro 280. Voilà, pardon, c'est pas possible. Non, j'ai pas d'infos. 217.
Catherine Poletti nous entend, si tu peux venir nous voir sous la ligne d'arrivée, s'il te plaît. Catherine Poletti, si tu nous entends, merci de venir nous voir sous la ligne d'arrivée, s'il te plaît. Allez, on a pu voir Marie Técher, notre première M4 dame. On voit Françoise Vallon, première M5 dame. Bravo, bravo Françoise. Elle est là, Françoise. Première M5. Magnifique. Et puis on a vu Karine Muller, notre 5e dame de l'X-Traversée. C'est juste fantastique. Avec une deuxième place. Il a maintenant c'est Sully. Alors on attendra Jean-Baptiste Lusier et Gwenel Landois aux alentours de 21, dans 10 minutes pour Jean Grégoire et puis une vingtaine de minutes pour Gwenel. Allez, vous allez continuer comme ça, les applaudir comme ils le méritent. Tranquillement, on vient de rendre l'antenne du côté de Village TV, mais on va garder la ligne et continuer à applaudir comme ça. Tout le monde, vous êtes au top.
Madame. mais j'ai pas bien entendu ça en fait.
Bienvenue à toi, félicitations. Tu peux être fier de toi. Et le ciel, tu peux le voir. Car lui, t'a suivi toute la journée, Thierry. Félicitations. Allez, on a vu Thierry Fontana. Allez, bravo, bravo, il a eu sa cour. Et il ne s'arrête plus, le jeune homme, il n'en a pas eu assez. Voilà, et ça continue. On devrait plutôt... on a notre troisième espoir, homme, sur le VM 400, 4000, en 10h02. On devrait plus tarder maintenant. Oh, le trait. Les JPA, vous savez qu'on a parlé de vous toute la journée. Bah oui, parce qu'Antoine Boucher remporte la course. Et la dernière victoire qu'il a gagnée, c'était au trait du JPET, il y a un mois. Voilà, Christophe Roux, l'organisateur. Voilà, et ben c'est tout bon, bravo les garçons. Il y a juste madame qui avait... Hein, qui a fait l'impasse. Oh non. Je sais pas si on l'inscrira encore. Félicitations. Avec Kertin Betch, la première M3. Et on a Philippe Tropper, notre troisième M3. On a notre troisième M0 pour Sébastien Urbain. Allez, ça arrive. On devrait plus tarder maintenant avoir le troisième et puis le quatrième de Mix Alpine. Allez les garçons. Bravo mesdames. On lâche pas. Super. Et mon ami, il est là. Toujours efficace, toujours là. Il a encore des grands projets, dont les 390 km de la côte de Diego Passos à la fin du mois. Ça va le faire. Voilà, regarde, 4e M1, 36e. Bravo ça. Well, Gilles. Bien joué. Ça va, Kevin? Ah, maintenant ça va. Exactement. Tu vas prendre la 37e place. Bravo, Kevin. Allez, on est dans les starting blocks, on ne devrait pas tarder à avoir notre troisième. Yes. Allez, on attend Jean-Baptiste Délizier. Allez, JB. Non, Jean-Grégoire. Pourquoi je vois Jean-Baptiste? Ouh là là, mes yeux fatigués. Jean-Grégoire et puis Gwenaël Langlois. Allez les garçons.
Allez, ça va continuer à arriver comme ça. On attend bien sûr le troisième, le quatrième et tous les concurrents. Allez, les podiums scratch. Ah, ça s'accélère à des moments. Je ne sais pas pourquoi, en tout cas ça arrive. Allez, on a un coureur. Vous pouvez commencer à l'applaudir. Quand on est dans les dossards de moins de 1000, on applaudit encore plus fort parce qu'on est sur l'X Alpine. Alors on y va, on applaudit fort. Allez, félicitations. Allez. Raphaël Dupertu. Bienvenue. Bien joué, Charles. Allez, on lâche pas les applaudissements. Et là, voilà, c'est ça, lève les bras, bien sûr, avec ta queue de cheval au vent. Allez, ça va dans tous les sens. Super. Notre sixième dame, Anna. Good job. Septième maintenant, ça va plus vite même, hein, parce qu'on sait comme on a deux qui sont arrivés. 40e au général sur l'X traversée. Septième dame, deuxième mof. Et une team de 3. Yes. Allez, on regarde au loin, on ne devrait pas tarder à voir notre troisième qui est sur le zoom, si vous apercevez. Ça ne devrait pas tarder, là on est sur les marathons. On attend le 284 et 279. Allez, le dossard devant et les applaudissements. Magnifique. On te retrouvera sur les photos. Super. Francis Buis et Christophe Duvalet. Allez, ça arrive, ça arrive. C'est bon ça. Elisabeth from States. Good job. Allez, au centre de coureur de l'X-Alpine, ça devrait pas tarder, hein. On reste focus. Allez, des sourires, des sourires, des sourires. C'est ça. Bravo Virginie. Allez, 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 bien les deux sards devant. Et on profite. Bravo Grégoire. Allez, on est là sur l'extraversée, ça arrive, ça arrive, ça arrive, ça arrive, ça arrive. Félicitations. Bravo. Avec Jessica. Allez, 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 super. Allez, on attend toujours Jean-Grégoire Lusier. Allez, Jean-Grégoire, lui qu'on avait vu sur l'X traversée en 2019, là, placé sur l'X-Alpine.
Pour la catégorie.
Félicitations Lionel. Allez, ça y est, dans le dernier kill pour Jean-Grégoire Lusier. La troisième place sur l'X-Alpine, c'est fait, il est annoncé. Il devrait plus tarder maintenant. Allez, la famille est là ou pas? Allez, va falloir faire une ovation dès qu'il va passer la ligne. On est sur le top 3. Et solide. Allez, les applaudissements, les applaudissements. Le voilà. Allez, X-Alpine. grâce à Pierre, mon capitaine. Alors, félicitations Lyonnais. 3e place. T'as dû te battre. Mais tu l'as fait. Tu t'es bien battu. Heureux ou pas?
Plus qu'heureux.
Alors, raconte-nous.
Très chaud, très dur. Tout du long. Passé 2e place, je crois, un moment. 4e, 3e. C'était incroyable, franchement. Les paysages grandioses.
Une course franchement super, mais alors c'est dur. Hein Mathieu? Putain, j'ai souffert. Ouais, c'est le mot de la fin.
Applaudissements, 3e place. Magnifique, un temps de 22h46-51. Bravo. Check du public pour Zen Bota. Congratulations. Magnifique, magnifique. Allez, je pense qu'il va t'en vouloir.
Ah oui, voilà, merci. Là, il me manque quelque chose. Je me disais, il me manque quelque
chose. Prochaine fan, dans combien de temps? C'est toujours 22h là, 22h10, je vérifie. Ouais, ça me fait plaisir.
Il va t'en vouloir. Yes, yes. Et on continue les applaudissements. Tout le monde le mérite. « 13h30, la remise est prise demain. Les 5 au scratch demain à 13h30. La remise est prise. 5 scratch dames, 5 scratch hommes pour l'X Alpine, l'X Traversée et l'X Sport. Allez, applaudissements. Le dossard devant. Voilà, magnifique. Et encore beaucoup d'humour. Bravo Francky. Allez, on attend Gwen Langlois. Allez, Gwenel. Allez, jusqu'au bout. Ah, ça descend vite. Et tout le monde n'a pas la baillesse. C'est en option à mettre. Allez, sourire.
Oui, plutôt le risotto, absolument. Voilà. C'était un dente un peu mi-cuit qui est très bien. Avec un genre de la saucisse de morceau.
le dernier kilomètre, le quatrième, allez mon Gwen. Allez Gwenaël Langlois qui arrive premier sur le Radical Trail.
Ah oui, bien sûr.
Intense en 2022.
Et puis,
cinquième du trail du circuit fer de H.
Tu demandes à Méchoui.
Allez Gwenaël.
Mais oui, tu pars de là. Tu pars de celui-là.
Allez, on continue à applaudir. Ouais.
Ouais, 5 heures de...
Allez, bravo sur le marathon. J'ai une demoiselle à kilomètre. J'ai Antoinette qui est deuxième M3 sur le marathon. Ah, il n'y a peut-être pas sur le marathon, c'est peut-être que sur 4000. Allez, en tout cas, allez Gwen. Allez Gwenette. Allez. Allez, on continue à encourager. Félicitations pour Thibaut. Allez, il devrait arriver notre Gwen. Allez. Applaudissements. Et mon Gwen. Allez. Le voilà. Vous pouvez lui faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements. On est toujours dans le top 5. Il prend une magnifique 4e place. Gwenaël Langlois. Voilà, et Gwenaël qui nous confirme. Après, on a Pierre Cabiou sur liste traversée, notre premier espoir. Bravo. On a vu Christophe Haïbi, Laurent Catanès. Chapeau. Et puis on a Émilie, elle est comment?
Pas besoin de zoomer, donc en fait, juste faire mon...
Elle est bien?
Jusqu'à nouvelle. Il n'y a plus de fil. Et le diaph, il est... Le diaph, il est à 5,6.
attention là pour l'Ukraine aussi, les applaudissements, les couleurs bleu et jaune. Allez, les applaudissements, les applaudissements, les applaudissements. Super. Yes. Bien. Voilà. Allez, derrière Calou, c'est Loïc Foreur. Récupère bien, puis on se voit demain ou tout à l'heure. Allez, félicitations. Et ça continue avec des sourires. Cheers.
Je cherche le...
On stage, notre troisième M3 sur le marathon. Voilà, il n'y avait pas de récompense sur le marathon, c'était sur les 4 000. Mais juste pour le signaler, c'était le troisième en catégorie d'éducation. Bravo. Voilà. Et Thierry, 47e place. Bien joué Maximilien. 48e. Ah, merci à tous ceux qui restent sur la ligne pour les applaudir. Ils les méritent toutes et tous, vraiment. Bravo Damien. Félicitations à toi. Chapeau. Récupère bien maintenant. Passage à la médaille. Et le ravitaillement. La Belgique. Bravo messieurs.